Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to today's live stream. It is Monday, the 23rd of February, where I am from. It's good to have you. And I hope that you are well. If you are still experiencing the weekend, then I am glad for you. And I hope that you're enjoying it. If you've just come out of the weekend, then I hope you had a wonderful and refreshing time outside of the economy, outside of the clutches of capital, and you're able to enjoy some of your freedom, like this little life that you live here on planet Earth is your own. So I hope you got a little bit of that freedom, as we like to say in the West, as we spread it around the world, hand in hand with some democracy. Hey? You know what I'm talking about. Solar Bear, sup fam, how you going? Here-ish is here-ish. It's good to have someone from Kick. That's not just selflessly and shamelessly, not selflessly promoting. Just here to watch a trash fire. Hi, y'all. How you going? And Jag, living in the future. Yes, we are. And can I tell you, the future is bright. And why do I say that? Not because I'm optimistic, which is a certain sense of positivity despite any prevailing factors that might say otherwise. I am hopeful, not optimistic, hopeful. And there's a little bit of a difference there, I'm going to say. Just a small difference. It's not the same as optimism, which is like kind of blind. Yeah, even in the overwhelmingly shitty circumstances that is modern life, being optimistic is just like, it's kind of like, well, pissing into the wind, if that makes sense. Being hopeful is kind of aspirational. So we are hopeful of a brighter future, and that's what this channel is all about, ladies and gentlemen. Hobo Joe in the house. Yo, what's up, what's up? It's the Twitch party reigning supreme today, it would seem. Ninja Nurse is in Twitch land as well. Let's get the week started. It took me 2 whole days to recover from Far Right Fridays. That's hilarious. Jordan, oh, you're back, Jordan. How are you? We missed you for the latter half of last week. I hope you're well. Morning, chaps and chapettes. Captain Bucket, hello there. Also here, everyone's doing the Monday morning roll call. It's good to have you. And yeah, today we're going to get into some, typical world events, I guess we can say there. Woozle, good morning. I like how everyone's doing the roll call. I really appreciate it. If you're watching this on YouTube, hit the like button. Helps. You know how it is. We just catch up on some stuff that's happened over the weekend. If you're not aware, you know how like there was all the Liberation Day tariff stuff that happened last year, and everyone was predicting kind of the fall of the human race and like life as we know it, because trade would stop, world commerce would come to a halt because of Trump's Liberation Day tariffs, and it really did fuck all, except for like just tax the American consumer class, and it raised like hundreds of billions of dollars apparently. But like, yeah, tariffs have been deemed to be illegal apparently by the Supreme Court, but I think there's more nuance to that. I don't know if the tariffs themselves are illegal as much as under what circumstances they were applied. And so like that doesn't mean the tariffs themselves are in question, but there's been some fallout after the Supreme Court made that decision, and obviously Trump, in his usual very sensible and measured fashion, is taking it well. If you've seen any reports, he's taking it swimmingly, it would seem. So yeah, we're going to look at kind of what happened with the tariff situation over the weekend while I was unplugged from the Matrix. I do feel like coming in on Monday morning when we do this stuff after unplugging from the Matrix over the weekend. I was like, oh God, that's right. There's a whole fucking world out there full of drama, and we're going to get into that drama. And like, we're just going to look at generally what's happening with Iran-US relations. Like everybody knows, they're at an absolute high at the moment. They're celebrating Ramadan together, the Americans and the Iranians. Just joking. It looks like, as we've been told multiple times, it looks like the war is imminent. We've been hearing, like, literally, I would say, over the last 7 days at least, Every headline is just like within 24 to 48 hours, like strike imminent. It's been like that for at least a week. Before that, it was imminent, like kind of not knowing when it was happening, but it was imminent. And like they've really been trying to nail it down, I feel, over the last week. And here we are. They said it was going to happen this weekend. Now, I am fully aware that someone who lives in the future, that the Americans are still in the weekend. So, like, it could still happen, man. It could still happen. He'll release anything, but still no epi files. That's pretty funny, isn't it? Because, like, when all this stuff was happening last week, all the drama of last week was happening, Obama was coming out and saying that, aliens are real. And I was like, damn, they'd play the alien one again? Like, don't they get it? Like, don't they see how weak it looks? Like, I'm so fascinated by the whole alien thing. I think it's absolutely incredible. Like when I was a kid, everyone was just like, looked poorly on you if you believed in aliens. And I'd be like, there must be hope, like kind of thing. Hope, not optimism, hope. And like we got it now, and everyone's just like, yeah, whatever. Hey, cost of living crisis, goddamn migrants. And that's all that everyone's worried about these days. Dilemmas, what's up? Give it up for SA Labour coining the new slur, bum wipers. Pretty based. Premier Marley, LOL. What's the slur bum wipers? Can you please fill us in? We're going to have to get down with SA elections, because I think it's a barometer for the rest of Australia, isn't it? And we're going to really watch what happens to the Liberal Party as they die at the hands of One Nation. So we're going to have to keep our eyes on that. Jordan, just keep an eye on the Iran situation. Big news. It is big news, and it's nothing else. Can I just say, Jordan, it really is nothing else but big news. It's like no one else can talk about anything, as Ninja Nurse has pointed to. It's a good distraction from the epi files. Ninja Nurse, Trump is going to release classified documents on extraterrestrial life. Once again, proving he'll release anything but the Epstein files. Spandonk in the house early. I hope I didn't wake you up, Spandonk. Hope you're well. Well, now it's 15%. Yes, it is. And like I said, Trump is reacting to this. He's taking it well. He's not upset at the Supreme Court at all. And, it's not just knee-jerk reaction of 15% tariff on everyone on planet Earth. Jag, it's a great strategy. Trump implements tariffs. Companies raise prices to account for tariffs. SCOTUS reverse tariffs. Companies get refunds for tariffs, big CEO bonuses and stock buybacks. Customers don't see any of the refund and prices stay the same. Fuck, that's a long play. And it's really depressing how you worded it there, Jag. Can I just say, really, really depressing. How we're all just like played like a fiddle, and like the rich get richer. All right. Oh man, it's so depressing when you say it like that. Fucking hell. Iran has been 2 weeks away from nuclear warheads for the past 30 years. It's so true, isn't it? It's like for decades now, it's just like Iranians are developing nuclear weapons. And the planet Earth and the human race is on the brink of extinction. We need to go in now before it's too late. It's been like that for decades, and here we are. Dilemmas where our beef sales went up 17% after the last tariffs. Turned out even Americans don't like chemical tasting beef. Hey, who would have thought? Iran situation to distract us all from what mystery. Yes, I do. Hey, from the revolution, baby. Oh, yeah, there it is. Dilemmas, Trump accidentally confirms it by saying that it's classified. LOL. Yeah, but it is intelligent life. Aliens are looking at us, and they're tuning into another episode of Maths. Yeah, I wish. Hey, at least that is entertaining. Hey, am I right? Yeah, okay, aliens, but how much do the aliens pay for power? I only care if we get 0 point energy at this point, sorry. Yes, right. 0 energy costs at this point? Oh, you're looking for some net zero situation dilemmas. I didn't have you down for a net zero type of guy. Yeah, aliens are for sure real. Look here at these totally legit government documents and get distracted. Don't look at what we're doing, though. Nothing to see here at the gov. Oh, come on. Don't be so skeptical. They gotta be real, eh? There really is no hope for intelligent life if like we're all that's here. Eh? Like, Elon Musk can't be right about this. That we need to spread intelligence throughout the universe. Come on, there's got to be something else. The Lemmas essay premiere had a message to One Nation about immigration. Who's gonna wipe your buns when you're 90 and your kids are working on submarines with great pay? Okay, interesting. So that's where the bum wipers came from. Jordan, one of Mexico's worst cartel leader, got whacked recently. Yeah. Well, there's something. Hey, I wonder if he was a domestic. No, what is it? A narco terrorist or not? I wonder if they had to send in Delta Force to take him out, just like they had to take Maduro out. Ninja, they seeded life on another planet to grow childlike humans. Epi was launched into space to spend the rest of his life on little St. Jimmy, the planet. That's a horrendous thought, isn't it? Really. Scott Horton was right. I'm not sure the reference. You'll have to tell us, Dilemmas. The only aliens I care about is illegal aliens. It's so good, isn't it? I love American language when it comes to the word aliens. Like, you know, being in the US and being an alien, it's a confronting experience. Eh? Oh, you're not American. You're an alien. The last time I checked, those subs will never come. Ha! Yeah. No, they're not coming. No Mad Zero. 1404, they're never coming. Oh, I do think they're real. I just don't think they talk to the CIA or land ships or have any contact. We'd be worms or ants to anything that could travel space. Hey? But like, you know, when people go into the jungle and try to make contact with like apes and stuff like that, and they're just like, yeah, boy, you like bananas? Yeah, you like that. Like, don't you reckon they'd be like that? And like, people study worms, right? Maybe they don't speak to them, but they look at them and shit. Aliens are real, illegal aliens. There it is. 4AS in the house. Yo, what's up, what's up? That AUKUS deal is a joke. Yes, I think that's something we can all agree on here. We can all agree on it. $30 billion we looked at, Solar Bear, that they're spending to make a massive manufacturing center in Osborne, SA. And, are you ready for the kicker? The $30 billion that they're investing, it's not going to be up and running and doing anything for 20 years. That's right, 20 years. Think about how old you will be in 20 years' time. Think about how fast geopolitics has changed in the last 10 years. Like, amazingly, incredibly, the situation has changed. And then think, we're not going to even start making using our own resources for our own defensive capacity to fight, the invisible big bad China, the red dragon that's coming down via the Indian Ocean potentially. I don't know. Yeah, we're not going to have that stuff for 20 years. It's such a rot. Ironic that such phallic-shaped vessels will never come. Interesting. Obviously, you've never gone into the priesthood then, Dilemmas. Give you a Trump tantrum with tariffs that only hurt the average American. Did you see Jag's comment before? You should go back for it. It's pretty scary when Jag says it like that. This is part of some long scheme. And now people get refunds, like businesses get refunds. It's just another tribute for Overlord America. Yeah, pretty much. Not to mention there always just seems to have a new document drop every time there's something they want the public to stop paying attention to. Yes. Aliens are humans. Psst, 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 psst. Yeah, maybe there's some cool scientist aliens just checking us out. Yeah, I reckon like at the bare minimum, right? At a bare minimum. What else would they be doing? It's just time. It's time to come out, guys. Most of us on your stream are actually aliens. We use your show to understand humans because your leaders are, how would you call it? Nuts? Yeah, just a little bit. I'm glad I'm providing a service. Now beam me up. I could do more good somewhere else, I'm sure. I don't think we'd ever perceive them, though. Can a worm tell you're watching it? I don't know. Does the worm care that you're watching it? It's probably just like, fucking don't touch me with those grubby hands. Hey, I feel dirty. I'll need to have a shower if they touch me. John Hancock, the cartel leader was whacked by the Mexican military in an operation. His bounty was 15 million by the US as well. Wow, so it really was something orchestrated by the American state then. $15 million on his head. Yeah. What did he do? Eh? What did he do to the Americans? I mean, did he overturn Trump's tariff decision? British nuclear sub landed in Perth while the Chinese were watching the entire time. Yes, I know how many headlines came out with that exact same wording dilemma as, and the Chinese are watching. It's like, yeah. Yeah, and like we're not watching everything that they're doing, and like we're doing it from the South China Sea. I'm back. Reception is horrible here. I finally finished Techno Feudalism. Was a great book. That is really gave you a different perspective on how the world is going. My mind is open. It is an interesting book, isn't it? Whether we're there at Techno Feudalism is another question. I think that all the building blocks are there, but like, whether we're there or not is a whole nother question. But see, what I would say to you, Hobo Joe, and this is why I talk about it all the time, I think there is an intermediary between where we're at the moment and potentially techno-feudalism, and that is the surveillance capitalism that we're in at the moment. And so surveillance capitalism threatens a techno-feudalist world. And so like we're building the architecture, the infrastructure, I should say, for it right now. I bet our solar system is a giant fishbowl. Yeah, we've been watched. Well, hopefully someone, like, when you watch, like, I don't know, lesser species do things. Like if you have a couple of dogs as pets or something like that and they start fighting, you're like, all right, that's it. Break it up. Break it up. I'm hoping that like that theory holds, the giant fishbowl theory holds. And like just before we destroy ourselves in some type of nuclear catastrophe, the aliens are like, all right, break it up, humans. Break it up. Okay? All right, we're taking nuclear warheads off you until you learn to calm the fuck down. What does an ant think when it sees your boot coming down on it? Hey, I'm being oppressed. That's what it thinks. I'm being oppressed. So let's get the pressure on the epi files. I'll eventually run out of documents to release. Let daylight sanities. The bourgeoisie. Look, I don't know, man. Like, do they actually have a limitation on all the documents they could release before the Epstein files? Like, let's be honest. They've done some atrocious things. And, like, lots of them, too. They got a lot of material. They got a lot of material there. We'll find out they're real when they eventually destroy the Earth to make way for the an interstellar highway or something. Yeah, we're building a bypass through your solar system. We're gonna get rid of you guys. We'll relocate you somewhere, of course. Nomad Zero, the Chinese are busy passing us on clean energy from what I've heard. They're busy passing us on in every metric, like every single metric that you can define an advanced industrial society on. So don't worry about it. That is my next book on the list. Oh, surveillance capitalism. No way. Oh, wow. Good luck. It's a deep dive, not only into surveillance capitalism, but philosophy itself, the meaning of our existence. You think surveillance capitalism threatens the techno-feudalist work more than it complements it? Oh, I don't know. Like, what's the... threatens the techno-feudalist world more than it complements it. Well, like, I just see, like, various stages of capitalism as a chance to redirect capital to kind of use the social values, like all of our efforts as workers, all of our capital accumulation as a society, like just to direct it into something else. So for the longest time, we've directed it towards financialization and privatization of public assets and public goods, to just increase the general wealth on paper of like the bourgeoisie. But like now we're redirecting it towards just like digitizing the world, massively using, again, said social capital. So all of our resources, all our understanding, our productive forces, like all that stuff is kind of just being like concentrated into the infrastructure and the architecture, and developing that, testing it in the real world, like through digital colonialism, like what they're doing with us through social media, surveilling us all the time, what Palantir is doing by integrating into the governments of the world and taking over. So like I feel like they're just setting up like the bedrock, the foundations for techno feudalism. But like I'm wondering where the question comes from. Like, what do you see as something that would stop, something that we're doing at the moment that would preclude techno feudalists from like coming about? It's an interesting question. The Men in Black Marbles universe theory seems pretty likely. For us, I'm expecting God Bender to appear and remove the nuclear weapons the West has stashed away in his butt. Yeah, it's a good episode, isn't it? Makes you think. Lemma's also trying to lead us in coal and nuclear power, but we aren't allowed to talk about that. We can talk about it if you want, hey? If it makes you feel better about it. They lead us in coal and nuclear, as in like they use more coal than we do and nuclear power. Is that what you're saying? Keeping an eye on the ISIS bride situation as well. It's such Australian trash journalism, isn't it? So good. It's like ISIS brides. So like Australian citizens returning to Australia. It's like ISIS brides. Yeah. You like that? Hey, they married ISIS. Like, did they marry the whole of ISIS? Like, you know, like when like certain tribal societies have like women that are used and married to the entire tribe, as opposed to like single members of that tribe. Did they marry the whole of ISIS? And now they're going to bring ISIS home with them in their suitcases. Hey, watch out. They're coming to get you. China is too busy winning to give a hoot. I would say that's probably accurate. Also, Prince Andrew arrest on his 66th birthday. Yeah, that was going off last week. People were talking about it in the Friday stream. Palantir has a YouTube channel. Oh, do they? I have to check it out. LMAO, it's because Chinese still have slaves and people who work for nothing. Says Hookstagram. Yeah, unless we see massive reform, tech companies and CEOs will be running states and nations in about 30 to 50 years' time. Spandong, is that your actual criticism of the current situation? Because, you know, I call that a very revolutionary perspective there, pre-revolutionary perspective. Sounds like you're critical of capitalism, especially in the variation that we have at the moment. There's only one thing that we can do about that, Spandong, okay? Hey? Got to critique capitalism and organize against it. Assuming nukes are real, I know JFK died for it, LOL. They use all power sources. That's what I want. I thought you said surveillance capitalism threatens a techno-feudalist word a few moments ago, and I thought we had discussed on previous streams that surveillance capitalism is a step enablement of techno-feudalism. Sorry. No. If I had said misspoke before, no, I definitely think it's like a transitionary period. Surveillance capitalism could potentially lead to techno-feudalism. But like, I don't know, because someone said here on this stream, I can't remember who it was, but someone said that even Yanis Varoufakis himself said like, we're not at techno-feudalism. Yeah, and he denies techno-feudalism even after coming out and writing a book about it or something. RE ISIS brides. Do we have policies regarding political refugees claiming asylum? Yeah, but like, that's the thing though, 4AS. Like, are they political refugees? Are they even claiming asylum? They're Australian citizens. They don't need to claim asylum. What we discussed last week is like, if they have done something wrong and they're terrorists, then when they get here, you try them as terrorists. Like, if they've broken the law, then do what you do with all Australian citizens. And like the courts figure it out. Let's not just judge them because the media calls them ISIS brides. SA Labor announced a new deal with Santos for gas to supplement power. I'm the 100% renewable, in the 100% renewable state. Hookstagram, it's a bit rich to compare that way, don't you think? What way? Say again. Can you rephrase that for me, Hookstagram? Like trafficking? What are you talking about exactly? If you think you're having a trouble understanding of minor spelling error, I feel sorry for you. Oh wow, what's going on here? Haha, 100%. Where we're going is going to lead us to the rise of tech kings, nations, barbarians. Yes. Dilemmas of the right-wing whisperer on the front lines. Get it. Numbers don't lie. Not sure what we're talking about here, Hookstagram, but I'll take your word for it. Look, let's just quickly... I just wanted to check this because it came up on my news feed this morning. I was like, no way. What's going on here? But it doesn't seem very eventful. But like someone got shot at Mar-a-Lago. This one's for you, Ninja Nurse. Mar-a-Lago's got it all. So it's got shootings as well. So let's just have a quick look at this if you haven't heard this already.
We start with some breaking news. The US Secret Service says its agents shot and killed an armed man who tried to enter Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida. Trump was not there.
Was it someone with a Grindr account? Eh? I'll put it to you, ladies and gentlemen.
Is currently in Washington, D.C. Authorities say the man was shot at the north gate of Mar-a-Lago. The suspect was from North Carolina and in his early 20s.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. It's all because of the radical left. Like you're talking about this situation here. Man shot, tried to enter Trump's Mar-a-Lago compound. What's the word compound? Like it just makes me think of there's some type of fucking cult going on. Like the NSN in Victoria, they were on a compound and then they marched through the streets of Melbourne. Eh? So is Trump in some proto-fascist compound in Mar-a-Lago? I thought it was just where all the people from the E-Files used to hang out and get fucking massages all the time. They used to they literally used to drive around the streets. They'd have people would drive around the streets of Florida for them and picking up young persons and be like, "Hey, come back to Mar-a-Lago. Would you like to make a few bucks? Would you like to meet some famous people? Have you ever given a massage before? We'll teach you how to do it." So I guess it is like a compound then, in that sense. Yes, refugees go to the closest country that accepts refugees. They are not refugees. And it's called trafficking. Oh, right. So like them coming back home is trafficking. That's what you're saying. Because they're not refugees. So we're moving people around. So they were trafficked and now they're being trafficked back. Is that what you're saying?
Investigators say he was reported missing by his family a few days ago.
Who was it? Radical lefty?
Let's bring in DW's Misha Komodowski in Washington, D.C. Misha, what more do we know about what's happened at Trump's Florida residence?
Nothing, obviously.
Well, not much here because it's an ongoing investigation. Authorities say that the man was near the front gate of the Mar-a-Lago resort and appeared to be carrying a shotgun and a fuel can, and Secret Service agents, along with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's deputy, opened fire. Who was that man? Officials describe him as a male in his early 20s. His identity has not been released yet. And here's the latest from Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw. Let's take a listen.
1:30 this morning, the security detail detected that a individual.
Look at this guy, bro. Hey? Like, I don't want to be ageist, but like this guy, hey, did they pull him out of retirement? And if not, why is he not retired? Hasn't he served the good people enough? Like, he's done his dash, man. Let him retire. Poor guy.
Well, this morning, the security detail detected that a individual had made his way into the inner perimeter of Mar-a-Lago. A deputy and 2 Secret Service agents on the detail went to that area to investigate. They confronted a white male that was carrying a gas can and a shotgun.
All right, let's place bets. Come on. Poly market's open. It's a white male. Hey? Well, too bad it's not someone who's darker than that. They're like, what's next? Trans Tifa all the way. Probably a man transitioning. And definitely a member of Antifa, for sure. for sure. Shall we place bets? Let's place bets. He was a radical trans leftist hired by Iran. He must have been an intersectional coalition of global South communist jihadists. Oh, man. I'm so glad you wrote that down. I'm going to have to get these t-shirts made eventually. So good. So good. Hey, they needed someone with actual World War One experience. Well, they found him. They found him. They let them loose on the press. He has a Grindr account. Oh my god. Oh god. I wonder if he gets much action from it. Maybe in the compound. Maybe in the compound.
He was ordered to drop those two pieces of equipment that he had with him, at which time he put down the gas can, raised the shotgun to a shooting position. At that point...
Can we get some context on this individual? Is that a joke? Or you actually want to know? Tell me it's a joke. Is that you, Ho Chi Minh's? There you go, Con. Welcome.
Time, the deputy and the two Secret Service agents fired their weapons and neutralized the threat. He is deceased at the scene.
Well, security at Mar-a-Lago is typically tight, especially when the president is there. And as we know, he was in Washington at the time. I can speak from personal experience here covering the president at what's called the Winter White House in Florida. For press poolers, we had to pass through at least 3 separate Secret Service checkpoints before even getting near this venue. And once inside, our movements were tightly controlled and restricted to specific areas. We couldn't take even a bathroom break at some point. Security at Mar-a-Lago is typically extensive and highly structured, again, especially when the president is inside.
Monsieur, the president was not at Mar-a-Lago, as you say, but it's not the first time there has been an assassination attempt there. We also had the conservative influencer and Trump ally Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Slow down. We've gone from man with shotgun and carrying, what was it? Gasoline or something like that. It was carrying a canister, being shot, to an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, who wasn't in the building at the same time. Did we just jump into a whole new situation there? What's going on? Wait, aren't you half white? Well, what's the point? As in, am I also then trans Tifa? Is that what you're asking? Then you notice for the Mo alone, he has an account. We all know it was Ho Chi Minh's poly market over. Dun, dun. Too bad. And even then, you have to replace everything after 25 odd years' time. Wait, what's this about? Not while you have... Wait, I missed something in the chat there. The way you said hang on, all I had was Piers Morgan. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Yeah, hang on. Yeah, well, Morgan must have a point then, I guess.
What does all this say about the political environment in the US right now?
Well, we don't yet know the motive behind today's incident, but it comes indeed after 2 assassination attempts against President Trump during the 2024 campaign. In July, gunmen opened fire at a rally in Pennsylvania in Butler, wounding Trump in the ear. We've seen those pictures from there. Secret Service agents killed the shooter, and later that year, another man targeted Trump at his golf club in Florida. He was arrested, and in February 2026, he was sentenced to life in prison. This is not the only example of political violence in the United States. We've seen some examples against.
We're well acquainted with political violence in the United States. Thank you very much. Anyway, so they actually have nothing yet. So we don't know if this guy is trans Tifa or not. I absolutely don't tolerate racists in any way. So I'm not sure if we're talking about, well, what we're talking about here, Hookstagram. So you might have to just fill me in before you start getting upset about racism. But more than happy to be across what you're talking about. I just don't think I'm on the same page as you are at the moment. Yeah, we're fully across political violence in the States. Don't say it like it's a new thing. Dude went to get a tariff refund. That's so good. Ah, that's gotta be that's the one. That's so good, man. Yeah, so we know the motive now. Dude wanted his tariff refund. Okay, so if you're not aware, the tariff situation, like because of the legality over the tariffs, people are asking for refunds, which is fucking hilarious. Dude went to get his tariff refund, took his shotgun just to enforce the refund, got taken out. See, this is the thing I don't understand about the Americans as well. Like, so gung-ho about guns, and like you have people walking around just like this guy's like, look, he's carrying some petrol, some gas in a jerry can, he's got his shotgun out, went for a stroll like you do. Maybe he wanted to mow his lawns, and so he was just going to pick up some petrol to put in the lawnmower, and he's had his gun, and he was like, look, I'm just going to go for a stroll, it's a nice day in Florida, hey, I'm going to go for a walk. Gets too close to Mar-a-Lago and they shoot him dead like he's a threat and he's a potential assassin. Like, can't you just go for a walk with your gun in the States without being shot dead? What is going on? Honestly. These times are crazy. I feel sorry for all the gun rights activists out there. They must be fucking seething after this story. Must be really upset. Actually, you are a racist? Checkmate, mystery. Well, like, I'm having to be checkmated. I just don't know what's going on. Hey, Mr. President, I bought this shotgun and gas in China. I need my money back. Oh, no. Yeah, I know, right? I want my refund. And they're just like, put it down. It's like, no, wait. Let me get my receipt out. And they're like, he's got another gun. Get him. Oh, man. Is Florida open, permitted carry? I don't know. I was just being a dickhead. But, like, you know, maybe it is. Why can't you take your shotgun for a walk in the US? I read that his family reported him missing a few days ago, and he picked up the shotgun on his way to Florida. He was definitely going to get his refund then. Like, do you remember the South Park episode when they're pissed off at the Mel Gibson movie, The Passion of the Christ, and they trek it across the states? And, like, Stan is like, look, this is America. And when something sucks, you can get a refund. And so they go all the way to LA, I guess, to get a refund from Mel Gibson. It's got to be the same thing. South Park has taught me everything I need to know about the US. You have to make sure you take your gun for a walk every day. Yeah, it just seems like normal stuff, right? Pretty sure it's Constitution concealed carry. Fact checked. All right. So next time he takes his gun, not he's going to take it anymore, but he should have taken his gun for a walk and hidden it under his clothes. Then they couldn't have shot him. Is this a reference to the Trans Tifa comment? It's a running joke about the phantasm rhetoric of your Fox News about it. Something happens with shooters, etc., etc., etc. Dude, that first comment, I can't get over. That's so good. Dude went to get a tariff refund. Oh man. Trump will now demand the Purple Heart for saving Florida. My telepathic influence didn't work quite right. Back to the drawing board, I guess. Oh my god. He's also from a family of avid Trump supporters. Definitely TDS. Oh, so they know enough about this shooter so far. Then what are they gonna? How are they gonna wrap this one? Look, this is what happened last time. Remember, the guy that got Kirk. Like he came from a hardcore Republican family, right? In Utah, and they were like, oh, he was in a relationship with a trans woman or something like that. He had a girlfriend, and so they had to paint the picture that he was radicalized online by the left. And so, like, you know, and they took that as far as they could, I guess. Not personal at all, just having a say. You're a young man expressing your opinions. Okay, but like, what did I say exactly? I can't remember. You'll have to actually tell us what I said. A wee lad ankle biter. Yeah, a wee lad. Calling a racist while I'm in the stream is crazy. Well, you know, by association. Am I right, Dilemmas? Am I right? Hilarious. I'm a little bit confused as well. Racist against white people for the comment about the shooter. Yeah, I think so. Hey, it's my distasteful humor coming back to get me. There it is. All right, that's enough with that one. I was really interested though, because I thought this was going to be like, you know, spun some way. But no, there's nothing to spin on this one, I guess. All right, let's have a look at... Oh, no.
Pack it.
Don't do that. Let's have a look. I want to do this tariff thing. I want to understand the tariff stuff a bit better. All right, let's have a look at this. Dilemma is because everything is racist now, so no one knows where the line is anymore. It's called flooding the zone, bro. If everybody's a racist, then nobody's a racist. All right. So this was from around the time that it happened. So like, I just need to understand the technical nature of this. All right. Trans-Tifa is both racist and woke. Can't you be both?
The U.S. Supreme Court has just torn down a central pillar of Donald Trump's presidency.
We do now have some breaking news to bring you out of the U.S. Supreme Court. It has ruled against Trump's global tariffs.
And Trump is not happy about it.
They're very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution.
In Trump world, tariffs are
I like read between the lines there. Very disloyal to me. Hey, you assholes. How could they do this to me? I made them and I will destroy them. I don't think anyone suggested race has anything to do with motivation. Just mentioned he is white. It's so woke, it's racist. Well, actually, isn't that the funny part about like a lot of woke stuff? Isn't it? Like the screaming irony of wokeism, wokeism, and all that sort of stuff, because it's so tribal and focuses so much on race. It's kind of just like, well, why are you reducing everything to race for? Why are you making it about race? You're not racist, are you? Can't focus on anything else, Bro, imagine the Supreme Court ruled 6-7 decision on the tariffs. Wait, what was the call? Was it close, was it? If you're judging someone on their skin or religion or ethnicity, it's all the same. Oh, good. I don't think you're racist, man. I just wasn't sure of the context. So it was when they were talking about the shooter being white, and I was making jokes about Trans-Tifa. All good. It's 6-3, the decision. Oh, okay. I'm saying if it's all the same, don't do what you wouldn't like done. Didn't say because he was white, right? I am colorblind. Checkmate noobs.
Tariff to me is the most beautiful word in the dictionary.
They're how he raises revenue, how he applies pressure. Imposing them is a weapon. Removing them is a gift. But many of them rely on one.
What was the last one? Was that
weapon.
beef? Was that Australian one? Trump has tariffs on beef, coffee, and other food. Oh, no, maybe not.
Is a gift. But many of them rely on one very key, very simple argument, that this is an emergency.
A state of national emergency is now in place at the southern border of the U.S.
Trump is using the International Emergency Economic Powers Act to back the tariffs.
Chronic trade deficits are no longer merely an economic problem, they're a national emergency.
In many cases, like with tariffs on Canada and Mexico and China and Liberation Day reciprocal tariffs on everybody, it's very helpful to be in an emergency because under most normal circumstances, the US president does not typically have the power to impose tariffs. This is plain as day, bedrock constitutional consensus, which reads, Congress shall have power to lay and collect taxes and duties. Congress, not the president.
So good.
To get around this, Trump often invoked the
I'm white till summer, then I turn red like Barnaby. Maybe that's why I relate to him. LOL. I don't know. You're much more of a family man than Barnaby. Don't put yourself down like that, Dilemmas. It sounds like you've got more principles. I'm full blind. Checkmate. Checkmate. Amazing that I can even type this. It's a fucking miracle, really. Bro, that was a dumb 6-7 meme joke. Damn, I missed it. Hey, imagine if it was 6-7.
International Emergency Economic Powers Act, or IEPA, which the US Supreme Court has now dismantled in exactly 10 words. Held, as in upheld, IEPA does not authorize the president to impose tariffs. Let me show you exactly why.
Unlimited power.
America hates taxes when America doesn't have a say in taxes. This is a fact that has historically driven revolutionary change. The key idea being, if the government is
I
going
love it when they drop the R word. Eh? Makes me wet. So good.
to take your money, it better damn well be your elected representatives who approve it. Donald Trump fundamentally disagrees with this. So did his lawyers when they argued his case.
IEPA confers major powers to address major problems on the president, who is perhaps the most major actor in the realm of foreign affairs.
Trump.
Wow, that guy I think he sounds worse than RFK, let's be honest. And it's a hard call, isn't it?
When they argued his case.
IEPA confers major powers to address major problems on the president, who is perhaps the most major actor in the realm of foreign affairs.
Trump avoids the lethargic machinery of Congress by saying it's an emergency. So by the powers granted under IEPA, Trump's lawyers effectively argued the president was authorized to impose tariffs of unlimited amount and duration on any product from any country. And that's not...
So, like, what's the emergency exactly? Does anyone remember what the emergency was that they went under this particular act to try and impose tariffs? It's just economic emergency generally. Because of Biden, everything's fucked. The economy's fucked. And so we need tariffs. Is that the thing? Nah, RFK is still worse. It's so good. Laryngitis shows. Imagine if the US survives this constitutional crisis that's been brewing for decades. If the US makes it through the Trump years and nothing worse comes after, we need to examine the Constitution because those forefathers knew what they were writing about. You know, and they also envisaged a rewriting of the Constitution systematically between generations of Americans, because the Constitution is something that is like kind of the idea of liberalism is like kind of it's set to govern the realm of men at the time. Like, so like it's all about context. Like it shouldn't be, you know, a constitution that was written 200 something years ago still dictating what happens to people now. It's obvious there must be parts of it that are outdated and need serious revision. And that's what they would have fucking thought because they talked about it. It's the content of his mouth that makes RFK worse. Actually, yeah, as a healthcare professional, you'd have some fucking serious thoughts about RFK, wouldn't you? I'm sure you would. Unlimited power, Palpatine, Trump.
An exaggeration, because in a so-called economic emergency, like getting perennially ripped off, as Trump calls it, by other countries.
We are being ripped off by almost every single country in the world.
The president can investigate, block, regulate, direct and compel, nullify, void, prevent, or prohibit a great number of things, including any acquisition, holding, withholding, use, transfer, withdrawal, transportation, importation, or exportation of, or dealing in, or exercising any right, power, or privilege. So he can do all of these things with regard to a whole range of things affecting this massive umbrella category of any property in which any foreign country or a national thereof has any interest. But let me simplify, because among this massive buffet of options, the power of the president that matters in this case, that he may regulate the importation of basically any property. Trump's lawyers argued this includes tariffs. That's a kind of regulation, isn't it? No, it's not, says the Supreme Court. Because, first of all, if the framers meant to use the word tax in the Constitution, they would have, and they do, multiple times. Tax.
Tariffs are taxes. They take dollars from Americans' pockets and deposit them in the U.S. Treasury. Our founders gave that taxing power to Congress alone. Yet here, the president bypassed Congress and imposed one of the largest tax increases in our lifetimes.
A tariff
is a
Isn't that a
tax.
crazy thing to think about, though? Like, isn't it mental that Republicans, the people that have esteemed themselves, I would say rather personally, as being the party against taxes, like they've just constantly campaigned against that for decades now, that like they will just not increase taxes, and people hate taxes. It's like a lot of American conservatives would argue against taxes under any circumstances. Like nobody likes taxes, but like particularly like the conservative bloc of the original, GOP hardliner just hates the idea of tax, and they constantly campaign against it. And it's just like, yeah, here's a tariff, and it's the biggest increase in our lifetimes.
The largest tax increases in our lifetimes.
And this is coming from a lawyer, okay, saying it's the largest increase in our lifetimes. Like, what a weird irony that is. That it's the Republicans who have tried to wrestle through the biggest tax increase in Americans' lifetimes through Trump, of all people as well. Hey? Nobody likes the tax man. Well, apparently Republicans do. And they're willing to take it from American businesses as well. So much for the party of no taxes and businesses. Like, it pretty much comes down to the people that are doing the importing. They get hit up with the taxes. The tariffs, sorry, use the right word. It's the most beautiful word in the dictionary, so you bloody better well use it, let's be honest. But yeah, it's the biggest in their lifetimes. Wow. What a delicious, delicious irony that is, eh? If you don't think it would have been worse under Kamala and the Dems, you're being intellectually dishonest. What, the taxes? Well, I don't know. So what, you reckon, you honestly think that Kamala would have just been like, yeah, started tariff war with the entire planet, just like Trump has done? Honestly? You believe that, Dilemmas? I thought this was a pretty Trumpian kind of thing. Smash everybody and then fucking renegotiate with them and use that as a negotiation tool. She would have done the same thing. Oh, okay. Right, yeah. This is interesting. Mystery, they're playing 4D chess, so checkmate, noob, Many Americans would pay 50% taxes if all the liberals put into a VR pod and fed the bugs. Everyone wins. Lefties get to ride dragons at Hogwarts, and the right finally gets left alone. Biden was already doing it. Yeah, but I thought Biden was not reversing decisions that were already made under Trump 1. I didn't know if they were increasing them. The evil Democrats at it again. Yeah, no, but they haven't. They definitely didn't reduce or reverse stuff. I didn't know they were increasing tariffs, though. I know they increased the war on China. They definitely did that. China started the war with, the economic warfare with China. And Biden definitely ramped that up instead of ratcheting it back down again. He definitely ramped it up. I think if we look at the Dems, they would maintain a status quo in some respects that would have been just as bad if it would have happened within the legal framework. Maybe America was heading in this direction regardless. Oh, yeah, that's a fair point. Maybe they just would have just done it through Congress instead. So there was no legal challenge. Yeah, he definitely increased stuff on China. 100%. I know that. Because that was part of the whole, AI... the part of the Cold War, basically. They didn't want China to get tech, and they didn't want them to get chips, which surprisingly Trump has kind of let them have now. So Biden definitely increased the trade war on China. But I'm talking about a general trade war, though, what Trump did. He's just 10% for everybody as a minimum. And then now, because he's pissed off, everyone goes to, well, you know what? If you're going to do this to me, Supreme Court, everybody gets 15. And the whole world's like, oh, man. Come on. Biden reversed almost everything Trump did via executive order. I don't know about that, man. I don't think that's right. Everything? Things, yes. Everything. Got to pay the grinder tax, Someone got to do the jokes when I'm gone. The only thing Biden did was the CHIPS Act and ATM fees.
A tariff is a tax.
But second of all, the Supreme Court said, we refuse to believe the framers would have delegated highly consequential powers such as taxation through ambiguous language. So when the government reads IEEPA to give the president power to unilaterally impose unbounded tariffs and change them at will, that just doesn't feel legitimate. And the fact that for as long as IEEPA has existed, no president has ever invoked it to impose any tariff at all, never mind on the scale that Trump has? Come on, says the Supreme Court. No, just no. As clear as the Supreme Court ruling was, the
national debt and position of the US was in whoever took the reins had no choice but to generate revenue. We see tariffing from Trump, but I think we would have just seen higher taxes under the Dems. Yeah, right. Hey, raising revenue. Hey, interesting. How about you not give tax breaks to the ultra wealthy like you did with the big beautiful bill? That would have maintained some of your revenue. Hey, instead, just a thought. Got to pay the bills. Maybe not as recklessly, but I do agree it would have happened regardless of who the president is. Continuity of your gender. Is that you, Brian? Is that you? Maybe America is at a turning point. Yeah, I can never say turning point now without thinking of the Kirkstar, right? He's ruined the word for me. This is their chance to clean out the closet, shift the balance back to the people because the modern lords and bourgeoisie have neglected their obligations to the people. Yeah, right. Sure. In summary, build a guillotine. Yeah, guillotine all the way. I'm the first 100 days Biden reversed. No, in the first 100 days Biden reversed after 42 of Trump's policies. Mamdani taxes millionaires 9.5% and everyone loses it. Trump taxes the entire world 15%. And people think this will bring Pax Americana. Clarice in the house, how you been? It's good to have you. Jordan, bro, the Americans always mythologized their founding fathers and yet has a fit over the other countries having their, mythologized figures. Yeah, it's fair call. The big, beautiful bill, eh? Yeah, I agree. The tariffing was just a reckless extra step to increasing tax. Dems would have cut out the middleman and not pissed off foreign allies. Yeah, probably. They just hadn't been more measured about it. It's a fair call. It's a fair call. I guess we'll never know. It's all a hypothetical now.
Question of, so what now, is surprisingly difficult to answer.
There
The
you go.
ruling makes illegal two specific sets of tariffs that relied on IEEPA. The first, a subset of tariffs against Canada, Mexico, and China.
U.S. President Donald Trump has signed an order to levy 25% tariffs on imports from Canada.
There will be a 25% tariff on Mexico.
And a 10% tariff on goods from China.
And then the second set are the global reciprocal tariffs announced back in April. Most every country in the world being hit with at least a 10% tariff. Trump said those two.
What's up? We're just learning about the whole tariff saga that happened over the last few days while we were off. I'm just trying to understand like what's the legality of it. And it would seem that he's used some like random act with ambiguous language to be like, yeah, see, the president can do this. It's fine. And then, but there's also in the Constitution provision for the only people to set taxes, and quite clearly it would seem, not ambiguously but quite clearly, that it's Congress that does that shit. And so tariffs are a tax. They're not to be confused with some other type of revenue raising scheme. And so the Supreme Court held that Trump's tariff, the Liberation Day thing, it's all bullshit. It was illegal, shouldn't have been done. And so we're just dissecting that. New York aren't looking to flash under Mamdani. Really? What happened in New York? Have you been there recently? Just asking for a mate. Actually, I probably don't think any of us could get into the US now. Hey, they check the memes on our phones and we'd all be fucked. Voltatur Derp, how you going? Hope you're well. Also, we're going to cover G. Maxwell and being spotted in Canada. Yeah, Indoctrinathan put something up in Discord about that. Do you want to have a look at that? Shall we just quickly divert? Is that in the general chat for us that he put that there? Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Oh my god. What's going on here? Let's have a look at this one. Has anyone seen this? Ghislaine? Hey, ye old Ghislaine. Up to no good. Oh, it's unavailable. Whoa. I wonder why. They've taken it down. Uh-oh.
Gillen? Do I know you?
Hold up, what?
No, sorry.
No?
Yo, that's her.
Hello, pizza off of her.
Oh, really?
She always
Yo, is that her
delivers,
brother? Didn't that look like Philip Maxwell?
Gillen? Do I know you?
Hold up, what?
No, sorry.
No?
Yo, that's her.
Hello, pizza off of her.
Oh, really?
She always
Yo,
delivers,
is that her brother? Didn't that look like Philip Maxwell?
Didn't it, dun, dun, dun. There it is. Hey, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. She's been busted. Let the conspiracy theories run wild. Did you cover Trump's controversial comments about the tariffs? Well, what are the controversial comments? I don't think we've gotten there yet. I've actually gone back in time to try and figure out first what the tariff situation is. Like, what is the actual ruling for the Supreme Court? And then I'm going to go forward after and get his reaction to it. So I'm not sure if we've covered the controversial part yet. But technically he can do that, but in the end he will harm his country until his presidency ends. There it is. American founding fathers are kind of overrated. Yeah, but in New York, the rich can bail for their tax havens. Globally, it is a bit harder if you want to stay out of the crosshairs and maintain your current lifestyle. That chick looks more like Ghislaine than the woman sitting in prison does. Well. Very interesting. I don't think billionaires would have just left the US under Dems, but even if they did, they would have just raised taxes on people left to make up for it. Surely the rich will just stay there and pay taxes for the city life, lol. No, they just moved to Dubai or Florida. See, that's the thing, like, do they? Like, because the tax policy, from what I understand, is he can't get it through unless it goes through the state. And the governor ain't doing it, so I don't think it's going to happen. It's not her. Eh? So yeah, tax-wise, it's hard to say. It would be worse under the Dems. The video of Ghislaine in her hearing is sus, though. I wonder if that's her. It's pretty likely. It's not unlikely, let's say, that it could be her. Like, these people do fucking have enormous resources and are able to get themselves out of strife at any turn. Why wouldn't they be able to orchestrate something like this? But, like, why not, eh? Trump's comments about destroying the country. I think the biggest thing is that Trump talks about tariffs like it's the other countries that pay the tariffs. Yes. I think that is a huge phenomenon. The way he speaks about them is like how he spoke about the wall. And like, he's like, we're going to build a wall and we're going to make Mexico pay for it. It's like, yeah, good one. Hey, when are the Mexicans ever going to pay for that wall? Come on now. Seriously. Yeah, he does talk about it like it's everybody else who has to pay for the tariffs, not American businesses and consumers, kind of thing. Yes, they do. Yes, they are. What, the entire wall's paid by the Mexicans? I don't know, man. Just in theory, perhaps the reason why Ghislaine doesn't look the way she usually does is because she doesn't have access to the fillers and the cosmetic procedures she used to have in her previous life. And like, what's she doing in Canada, of all places? Couldn't she go somewhere nicer, and warmer? Like the Caribbean, Canary Islands? Just go to an island where there's no one There's less people that can film you and blast you on TikTok. So with the current comments about destroy the country, left people are saying that he is talking about destroying America because they're failing to understand Trump's dumb ass. He's talking the other countries. Well, leaving New York for Florida, yeah, but leaving the US, Dubai ain't Florida.
Were emergency situations that only tariffs could solve. So it's easy to think, okay, the Supreme Court has ruled, those are struck down.
Got it.
Except
The Supreme Court did not overrule tariffs. They merely overruled a particular use of IEEPA tariffs.
on this, Trump is correct.
Donald Trump had always said when this case was going to the Supreme Court, there is going to be a plan B in case they lose.
IEEPA tariffs are only a subset of all tariffs Trump's administration has imposed so far in his second term. There are others, and the dissenting opinion on the Supreme Court makes very clear those others may become very useful. And Trump has read this dissenting opinion.
Numerous other federal statutes, which is so true, authorize the president to impose tariffs and might justify most, if not all, of the tariffs issued in this case.
And just to underline the point,
The decision came, Plan B's being rolled out.
Trump criticized the majority opinion and vowed to sign a new executive order to impose a 10% global tariff.
Yes, Trump has already ordered a new 10% global tariff through a different legal avenue than IEEPA, which may wind up simply replacing the old one the Supreme Court now considers illegal.
So this
whole situation is a big fucking is completely useless. So they've been like, you can't use IEEPA, and they're just like, all right, we'll just use some other legislation then, and he's just maintains the tariffs. So this whole thing has just been one big fucking waste of time. Has anyone else gotten this story or this interpretation from people, or is everyone just running away with the story about haha, they said it's illegal, sucked in Trump, part of typical TDS, Trump derangement syndrome, everyone just laughing at Trump, and it's just yeah, but okay, fine, this one is illegal, but they're still just going to do tariffs anyway. One big distraction from the Epstein files. Oh my god, it feels like that, don't you reckon? This is weird. So Trump's tariffs have been claimed to be invalid by the Supreme Court, specifically noting that he cannot use the act that he did use to impose taxes. However, he has other powers or other acts that he can still impose a 10% global tariff on all foreign imports into the country. Can you very briefly verify this statement that he can still impose a 10% global tariff using some other mechanism, and then explain or list or detail what that other mechanism is and why he can use that and it not have to go through Congress under the Constitution? Trump has not been a definitive ruling by the Supreme Court saying Donald Trump cannot use a specific act to impose tariffs. The president cannot simply impose a blanket 10% global tariff on all imports without relying on specific law passed by Congress. What the president can use instead, U.S. tariffs are constitutionally a congressional power, but Congress has delegated limited authority to the president through statutes. The Trade Expansion Act, the Trade Act 1974, allows tariffs against countries engaging in unfair practices. Allows tariffs imports to threaten national security. International Emergency. This is the one, right? International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Why a 10% global tariff is legally difficult. The Constitution gives tariff power to Congress. Delegated powers are limited and conditional. A blanket global tariff doesn't fit neatly into an existing statute. I don't get this. I'm very confused by what's going on here. Let's go back a little bit.
A different legal avenue than IEEPA, which may wind up simply replacing the old one the Supreme Court now considers illegal.
So this global 10% tariff, the tool that Donald Trump is using, he can only impose this tariff for 150 days. There's a time limit on it. And at the end of that 150 days, Congress has to say, okay, we're going to extend this, or nah, bro, no, we're not. And in the meantime, this gives the Trump administration a whole...
There's your lawyer jargon, Bolton. It's so good. Nah, bro. 150 days. It's over, cuz. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. So good. Oh, man.
Whack a months to do investigations into different sectors to say, hey, we might want to put some tariffs on this sector over here. Oh, hey, this industry, maybe we want to do a tariff over there.
While I am sure that they did not mean to do so, the Supreme Court's decision today made a president's ability to both regulate trade and impose tariffs more powerful and more crystal clear.
The estimate I've seen most often is that the Supreme Court ruling throws into question somewhere between 140 and 170.
The Constitution hasn't meant much for a while now. Hey, it's just about interpretation, man. That's my new favorite legalese. Yeah. Nah, bro. Hey, it's so good.
$5 billion in tariff revenue raised so far. Should that money be returned? Well, the ruling says those tariffs were illegal, but says nothing about reimbursing those who paid.
They don't even discuss that point. They take months and months to write an opinion. We'll end up being in court for the next 5 years.
The Supreme Court sort of punted on this. It said, we're not going to address the remedies, and we're not going to address what comes next. That's all for the lower courts.
The reality for business is going to be that we're not seeing the end of this never-ending tariff story.
Yes, this is an administration whose entire foreign policy often revolves around tariffs. Under any typical president, the Supreme Court ruling might be a kind of death blow. But under Trump, his new position appears to be, now you've made me angry.
Yeah. You so cool, bro. All right, interesting. Now you've made me pissed off. So I'm going to go take it out on everyone. Well, that's nice. That's nice, isn't it? All right, so let's get like the actual juice or the nice meaty stuff, let's say, that people are pissed off about around the world. So Trump hikes global tariffs to 15%. What does that mean for the UK? Let's get a UK perspective.
Des US-Präsidenten sind nicht rechtmäßig, urteilt.
Cour suprême est jugée illégale.
It's upended global trade yet again. Trump's tariffs making headlines around the world.
Plus, the potential impact on Canada.
A reminder, what happens in the US doesn't stay in the US.
Inconstitucionales.
The decision by the US Supreme Court yesterday is less about what tariffs we have slapped on us in the UK and more about losing our advantage compared with everyone else. Some 40,000 UK companies export goods to the US, but there are always winners and losers. No extra tariffs for things like cars and pharmaceuticals, but chemicals and industrial products losing a comparative advantage. Trump may have directed his ire yesterday domestically at the judges who went against him, but his focus was also on what it means for foreign businesses, who may now be eligible for refunds of taxes that the US Supreme Court says shouldn't have been levied.
And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long, that I can assure you.
This business, which makes popcorn in London, one of a few that say they definitely haven't been dancing, forced to cut back their US exports like many food and drink businesses.
America is the home of popcorn, so for us to be exporting to America is like mad from a kitchen table business where we started. Unfortunately, since tariff announcements last year, the uncertainty that's created and the extra cost as well has really damaged that business. So we'll be focusing a bit closer to home this year. We're actually doing a lot in the Middle East now as well.
A whole stream of UK products are currently tariffed at 10% on top of the duties already in place before last April. But many other countries have been paying more, like Canada at 35%, Mexico and India at 25%, and the European Union and Japan.
Hey, gotta still own the works. The wokesters. Ah, you said wokesters. I thought you said workers. Yeah, fair enough.
At 15%. Yesterday, President Trump announced that the 10% rate would apply across the board to all countries. But he now says he's raising that to 15% with immediate effect. Whether that applies to everyone isn't clear. But it's uncertainty that's the issue here.
We now have a situation where companies don't have clarity about what the tariffs are going to be 6 months from now. And that is going to damage investment. It will damage confidence and willingness to want to trade into the US market. And companies may be looking at other markets, for example, Europe and Indo-Pacific, as more stable alternatives, given this flux in tariff policy we're still seeing.
Trump has nodded to the fact that this will all go through a long legal process. No clear answer as to if or when UK businesses will see their share of the $175 billion worth of tariffs that are due to be refunded.
The UK government...
How can they? How can UK businesses, unless they've opened up shop in the US, how do they get access to $175 billion? That doesn't make sense. This is just the same as last year. Yeah, it feels like it, right? This is just Liberation Day 2.0. It's just like, all right, we had a challenge. Now I'm just going to do the tariffs again and just call it under something else. I'm really way behind on understanding of tariff, but why would other countries care about them? It seems like Americans haven't stopped importing. And if they are paying, it is really affecting the other countries. Would love you'll know how it really affects others. Would love to know how. Well, like, what it does is, like, there's a couple of things that they're talking about here. Like, one of the things that they talk about is all the uncertainty. So businesses don't know what to invest in terms of their production at home for export to the US and thus import into the US, because if they're going to have to pay more at the other end to get your stuff that you're sending to the US, they might not order as much. So it fucks you up in your productive capacity, because like they might be like, look, we can't pay the tariffs anymore, so we're going to order less stock. Or like we're going to it's going to take a hit, your productive capabilities, because like maybe you've been producing all of this stuff because you thought that they were, like, some market was going to take it, and now you got extra stuff. So you've invested in your own business and you've increased productive capabilities, and now you're kind of running at overproduction levels and you're running at a loss on things. So like what it does is inconveniences them. And like as that popcorn manufacturer, or whatever you want to call it, said before, they're like, well, you know, we've gone to like the Middle East then, like, his the uncertainty with American business at the moment, we don't know if we can keep supplying them and if they're going to keep paying for it, because it might not be worth their time. And if it's not worth the uncertainty is too great, then they just won't do it effectively. On the other end of that spectrum, then like the American importer gets affected by that because they have to pay more, and so like maybe they pass on that cost, I guess, to the consumer, and then so the consumer's like, well, fuck, I'm not buying this shit anymore because it costs too much money. Cost of living crisis, etc., etc., etc. And then they might just stop buying the product. And if they stop buying the product, then people aren't going to import their shit anymore. So like, it has indirect impacts on the global market. Nobody wants that uncertainty. That was the great, liberal dream, was that, people were like, countries were going to open up to the world market and not play these types of games and just allow there to be kind of as close to free trade as possible. And that's how the business world, that's how the invisible hand of the market sorts everybody out, because everybody's kind of just on a level playing field, and are able to freely trade with one another. Mystery, you need to understand the 4D chess to own the woke army. Yeah, I know. There's some long 4D chess going there. They have to increase prices, and people might not buy as much. Yeah, so that's one of the factors. Is that one? It's remote business being based in America, basically, for making imports for making imports expensive for consumers, but it only works if Americans don't pay extra for foreign goods. And it only works if they actually go to America. And that's the problem with the whole Trump situation. It hasn't been like, all right, we're going to do tariffs and that'll be the end of it. Like, this is a prime example. What's happened is they're like, we're going to do tariffs. And then not even a year later, like it hasn't been a year yet, I'm pretty sure. I think Liberation Day was like later in the year last year. It hasn't been a year yet. And they're already like the Supreme Court's knocked down his tariff policies. So like, business will only get up and like move into the States based on some tariff policy if they know that it's set in stone. And they're like, oh, well, you know, it's going to be fucking 10% forever now. So like, do we want to spend, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars moving our business overseas and like start manufacturing in the US with higher, you know, costs included at that? Like, do we move our business over there? And like in an environment where Trump gets pissed off and then hits you up with more tariffs, no business is going to invest in the US, or like very few businesses will invest and move their operations to the US when they know that Trump, like every time he gets upset about something, he changes his tariff policies, or there's no legal basis for his tariff policies. So it's not really working in that sense because it's drumming up again more uncertainty. That's my simple understanding of this. Mystery, guess who was Trump's left side in the tariff conference there? Who? Lutnick, the guy that said he doesn't know Epstein, or he cut off ties. As I linked in chats a month ago, the amount of investments in manufacturing is actually not as high as what Trump claimed over the year. His tariffs haven't worked. They haven't, from what I understand as well, they haven't actually encouraged people to come in the country and start manufacturing there, like is supposedly what happens when you do tariffs. Spend not only tariff policy, but the business it was meant to promote, moving home to America, wasn't happening. They were just eating the tariff cost and waiting Trump out. Yeah, I think they've just copping it on the chin, right? Yeah. They know they're gone in 4 years at most. Hey? We'll get back to you on that one. Hey? We'll get back to you on that one. A real question is, who are the Supreme Court judges and how many are actually activist judges? Doing a deep dive on their voting history is interesting. Hey? That's why Trump was pretty upset with them too.
Says this whole thing is a matter for the US to determine, and it will be working to support UK businesses here while the details of that are announced. It also says that it expects the privileged trading position it enjoys with the US to continue, and that it will be looking...
Yeah, or what some companies did, pay off Trump to remove tariffs on their goods. Yes. Well, that's the other thing that you do, right? In the Trumpian age. Somehow do a deal with Trump personally, and then you get let off the hook. Yeah, 2 of the USA Supreme Court judges were appointed by Trump, yes. And he was pissed off at them, I'm pretty sure, because one of them at least voted against him.
To work out how tariffs will impact the UK and the rest of the world. In other words,
the modern court system has massive corruption issues for sure.
Hasn't got a clue what's next either. The US wants the UK's ride or die, now more of a ride it out and hope for the best.
Rad or dab. So like, I still don't understand under what legislation he's just on the 15%. Let's actually ask. It would seem that in response to the Supreme Court hearing, Trump has issued a global tariff of 15% on all imports into the US. Under what act or legislation is he using to reinstitute the global tariff despite the Supreme Court ruling? Brief answer, please. Provide sources. That's what happened to those farmers that we watched a while ago, eh? Farmers couldn't pay off Trump. Yeah, so their soy farms were going bankrupt. Yeah. No term limits for judges was a terrible start to any justice system. Yeah. It's just all about timing, right? When they cark it and who's in the hot seat, who appoint them and who will appoint them. He's using the Trades Act now, 1974. After U.S. Supreme Court ruled the International Emergency Economic Powers Act does not allow tariffs, Donald Trump shifted to a different legal basis. Section 122 lets the president impose temporary tariffs up to 15%. Oh, so this is the 150-day one. Okay, so he's got 150 days to then get it through Congress. Well, he can do it without Congress initially. Congress already delegated this limited emergency tariff power in the 1974 law, so the president can act unilaterally, but only for short-term limits. All right, so it's not as simple. I know that woman said it before, the Narbro woman. But like, it's not as simple as like, oh, well, fine, I'm not going to use the IEPA. I'm going to use this one. He's got 150 days. So what's that, like half a year, not even, to figure this out. He's got 5 months, basically, to figure it out. Mystery, any Department of War, I mean Department of Big Burly Men with their huge weapons so hot, eh? What do you want? Department of War, like propaganda? You want some new propaganda from the Department of War? They should be coming out with some propaganda, actually. I wonder if they've got any propaganda about Iran that we're going to have a look at. We'll get into the Iranian situation a little later. It'll be good to see what's going on there, I guess. Congress delegated this authority. The court said IEPA cannot be used for tariffs at all. So essentially a plan B using a narrower pre-approved statute. It's temporary and capped. It will likely face legal and political challenges if extended. We will find out, won't we? We will find out. All right, let's have a look at... Let's get an Australian perspective on this. I'm sick of the British. Hey, Channel 4, go away. Let's listen to what the Australians have to say. Our trusty broadcaster. Confusion over tariffs. Trump's Plan B tariffs spark mass confusion among global experts. So good. Economists confused, unable to explain what's happening. So good. Oh, David in the house. Hi everyone, happy Sunday from San Jose. 10 or 15% tariffs won't dampen consumer spending much, but when Trump threatens tariffs of 30% or more, people will definitely cut back on those purchases. Do you see that coming, David? Is that your grand take on this one? Hope you're well. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday and you've had a relaxing weekend or a freedom-filled weekend. You're able to escape the clutches of capital. No, the woke ABC at it again. Yeah, we're about to get a dose of wokey woke. Let's have a look.
Well, it's been 24 hours since the US Supreme Court struck down President Donald Trump's so-called reciprocal tariffs. And since then, there's been another development.
Donald Trump has overnight announced he will increase the worldwide tariff to 15%. That's up from his initial 10% announced immediately after the court decision. David Smith is the Guardian's US Washington bureau chief and has been following these developments and is with us now. A very good morning to you, David. Thanks for your time. He's imposed now what he's calling is a new tariff of 15%. It's due to begin on Tuesday, Washington time, and will last 150 days. This replaces the old system under which Australia had this 10% tariff, effectively the lowest of all countries. Can you clarify, is this new 15% going to apply to every country in the world?
That is my understanding, but so far we only really have Donald Trump's social media post to go by, which is often how we get these announcements.
Good.
And
I'm telling you, man,
although
we
he wrote
live
that on social media a few hours ago.
Surveillance capitalism. Hey, like this is how you get information from the Trump administration. Like global changes. to the economy, not just like localized. It's like the whole world's economy is getting hit up with something, and Trump's just like, I'll do a post on Truth Social. That's how everybody will get the news. I'm telling you, man, surveillance capitalism all the way. We are in it, ladies and gentlemen. When are we all going to realize that we need to stop listening to these whack job economists and start doing things that have worked in the past? Investment in infrastructure and education is the best way to grow your economy in the long term. I'm not an economist, but I'm old and I've seen this happen in my living history. It's true. It's true. Like investing, and like it not only does the investment in infrastructure actually produce value as a result of its existence, like as in like things start moving, like forming value around said infrastructure, but like it's the longevity, the maintenance, the ongoing cost of the infrastructure itself stimulates the economy. And the same thing with education. Education is the investment now in the future, future generations who produce value because they do stuff and then they like they go away and like they make more value and they're productive, and then you can like tax them more. You can use the value they produce to do other things. That's how you really invest. But like that is so not the way that our political system merges with economics. The political system, you know, there used to be some integrity in it. Like people used to actually care about the wealth of the nation. And so like they would actually plan for things, but in a bipartisan fashion because they thought it was good for the country. And now it's just culture wars. It's just culture wars. And it's like, you know, if somebody comes up with a good idea about something, you oppose it just because you're opposed to the party. And you need to run that line. As opposed to being like, oh, well, that's a fair policy. I'll help vote with you on this one, but I disagree with everything else. They don't do that sort of stuff anymore. Our political system is completely out of whack with what it takes to be an economy in the 21st century. And it's like high capital investment value and long-term planning. You need those things. And yeah, our short-term style of politics, like 4-year cycles, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Numbers going up. Checkmate, noob. ABC going to edit in some things that didn't happen. They love doing that. Just ask Heston Russell. Clarice, government spending in and of itself isn't a bad thing. It's what we spend on. We need to cut off Israel and Ukraine so we can spend on healthcare and infrastructure. Yeah, fair enough. Make insert country great again by not giving it over to fund foreign aggression. Yeah, we could all get down with that. Mate, the amount of funding that Israel and Ukraine get combined doesn't even measure to what the NDIS wastes per year, let alone every other government agency and department. Mystery, when you doing an economic case study on Vietnam, any timeline? No, I actually haven't put it down for a timeline. But do you have any links though, Jordan, that we can actually have a look at? I would put it to you, actually. Like I'll write it down. Like it takes me a while to research stuff, to be honest. But like I wouldn't mind learning about Vietnam. So like, do you have sources, Jordan? I wouldn't mind. Like if you could put a playlist together and send like whatever you've found so far, I'd love to have a look at it.
Was not really much more detail, including we don't know for sure that it's actually been signed yet. We don't have any official documents underlining that. He claimed the new tariffs would take effect immediately, but again, we don't have any other official confirmation of that. And I think that's one of the ongoing problems here. The German Chancellor Merz has said in the last day or so, it described it as the poison of uncertainty with so many of these tariffs. You have Australia, you have so many other countries.
Liberals are so scared of uncertainty, right? Like, fair enough, but like, they'd be like, it's not good for business. Hey, it's just uncertainty. What are we going to do? Hey, how are we going to protect our business owners from the evil orange man from across the pond? What are we going to do? Yeah, what are you going to do? There's nothing you can do about it, man. Ravy baby in the house. Hey yo, how you going? That would be cool. I'm heading to Vietnam soon to volunteer. I'm teaching the ways of the ninja nurse. Get No way you are. That's crazy. That's so cool. Source YouTube search Vietnam, the next China, TLDR News, cold fusion video on the rise of Vietnam. All right, fair enough. Sounds like you got some stuff. Jordan, are you in Discord? Can you hit me up in Discord, please? That would help. Best part about Vietnam is the way our SAS made Americans look incompetent, and we created the little bitch Aussie innovation at its greatest. Like that interview with Obama, we had decorum. Can't we go back to not saying the quiet part out loud?
Not quite sure what any of this means and whether it applies to them.
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of Australian exporters would be looking at this. Our business to the United States is around $24 billion. Of note, I would imagine concern for some of those. The US Trade Representative Jamison Greer had been quoted as saying most major trading partners would be looked in and will probe pharmaceutical pricing practices and regulations. That could be quite problematic for Australia because there are two things on the table that really could hurt and harm some of our exporters?
Yeah, for sure. And look, yesterday Trump was already carving out certain items from tariffs. And we know, for example, also aluminium and steel have been treated separately. We are in uncharted territory.
Isn't that funny? Like, someone already mentioned it before in the chat. It was like, oh yeah, but he picks and chooses as well what type of tariffs they're going to apply. They need aluminium and steel. I wonder where that shit comes from. Hey, where do they get an aluminium and steel from? See, America used to be an industrial fucking powerhouse. You know, height of the Cold War. Well, not the Cold War. I wouldn't even say that, actually. Let's say pre-Cold War. End of the world wars. American industry, you know, fucking massive. They could do no wrong, you know. They could do anything. And now they have to get their steel. They're worried about putting tariffs on steel. Can't they produce enough for their own needs? That's a very interesting case study right there. Told you, bro, legit healthcare correspondent. Yeah, legit. I'm at awe. That's fucking awesome. Big Brother is watching you. Oh, you're talking about Discord. Not trusting Discord. It's always watching. We've given Israel alone 300 billion over the years. Regardless, I was using Israel and Ukraine as an example of our ignorant spending. Let's say arrogant as well, actually. Why are you talking about Australia, Clarice? Or are you saying the US has? Why the hell is Australia given 300 billion to Israel? 300 billion? Sorry, slow down, Clarice. Where are you coming from there? For us, I would love to, but that's tricky. I work for a big healthcare provider, and they get a bit funny about us publicly talking about health stuff. Still, poor need work. Yes, much like rigor mortis, national sovereignty makes me hard. And yeah, I do agree. I just don't think it's the biggest spending issue. So many hundreds of billions, if not trillions, in the social services area here has just been straight up scammed. It's pretty rank. No, I'm talking about America. Okay, got it. I was like, whoa, I couldn't believe that for a second. Yeah, it's pretty rank how people are absolutely have no integrity and like scam government funded services. But like, I wouldn't say that means that services need to be torn to pieces. I would say that there needs to be better oversight and management of the services from government. Like there was this investigation that I think Four Corners did into tax scamming last year, and there was all these people that are claiming that they have these businesses and they paid so much in tax, so they were able to get money back from their goods and services from their GST, and like none of these businesses even existed. And so like in the same vein of like, oh, well, you know, we shouldn't have social services because everyone scams them. Like we shouldn't have, you know, taxes either because everybody scams taxes. I think that's the job of us to actually make sure our tax department is properly resourced so they can stop people that are scamming the system. Just in the same way as we're going to have social services for people, we should have it properly resourced so people don't scam that. Like it's some type of bottomless pit. I don't know if the correct reading of it is that social services, we shouldn't spend on social services because people just scam it. I'm cautious about taking that position, to be honest. During World War II, we had one factory that could produce a B-24 bomber on average every hour. The times have changed indeed. We just give all our wealth to China instead. Right. Oh no, just better management, enforcement, yes. But that's expensive, just less expensive than being scammed. Yeah, fair enough. It's expensive. But like, you know, if you're going to provide it and you know that people are just out to scam it, like, wouldn't you do that up front anyway? Like, it's almost like they allow it to happen. It's like, well, we need to provide the service. But we also know this, like a lot of people, their whole existence is scamming the system. And we don't want to hurt those people either. Yeah, so like, let's just turn a blind eye. I think it was Four Corners that threw our diggers under the bus. KK Online. For every asshole scamming NDIS, there are thousands of people receiving the care that they need. Maybe, baby. My uncle was on Facebook talking about homeless people dole bludging. Bro is an NDIS worker who lies about showing up to shifts and has never paid tax in his life. Yeah. The uncertainty is also that Trump was raising tariffs at will and used them as blackmail against nations who didn't toe the American neoliberal line. Yeah, I know, right? Tell me about it. Tell me about it. And so, like, and they're still wondering why there's no there's no certainty in the global community and why people aren't rehousing manufacturing in the US. Hey? He's using it as economic warfare. You nailed it, man. That's the part I find rank. It's easy to turn a blind eye than crack down when either way you get credit for helping. It just won't cost less short term. Mystery, my previous comment. What was your previous comment? Video source, Rise of Vietnam, Cold Fusion. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to have to list all of this. I don't have time to list it now. That's why I was hoping you're on Discord. You can put a list there so I can have a look at it. But I can't do it live. But thanks, though. NDIS has helped so many people in my immediate circle live a life worth living. I think your NDIS percentages are off. How many kids with autism get therapies that are just playing on crash mats and going for a swim, something a parent at home could easily provide? YouTube is not liking you again. LOL. Not again. Oh God, not again. Is that is therapy. Parents deserve respite. You should know how hard it is to be a full-time carer.
Once again, with all of this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Actually, you know, fair enough, Ravy, baby. Like, Dilemmas, you are hard to pick, man. Like, sometimes you're praising the support that you get, and sometimes you're just like, they shouldn't be getting money for that. So many homeless parents come to hospital. Homeless parents come to hospital our social workers need to link them with housing and welfare because they previously never had the means to connect with these services. The knife cuts both ways, and it does more good than harm. Yeah, again, like if we just made sure that there was oversight, like proper oversight, like that would change the game. Yeah, fine. You need an army of people making sure that's like regulators. But like, so be it. So be it. So people aren't scamming the system. Again, it's almost like the same people that are scamming the system somehow, because they understand the intricacies of it, are somehow linked to the people that make the policy decisions about whether it's regulated or not. Oh, hold on, Ravi. I don't think anyone's saying the NDIS is all bad or shouldn't exist. Just that it is unfortunately getting really tuned right now. No, like Spanok, have a look at Dilemma's previous commentary on this. I was a carer for both my grandparents in palliative care stage until they passed in my arms. It was one of the hardest roles you can take on physically and emotionally. Anyone in Discord, search up on YouTube Rise Vietnam Cold Fusion, link it for mystery economic case study. I feel you too, Ravy. I was a primary carer for both my parents. All right, let's finish this one off.
Today's announcement seems to depend on Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974 in the United States. No president before has invoked that. So there's really no playbook here, no history to read about what it all means. I'm sure the White House will be receiving calls from ambassadors and others around the world seeking clarity on all of this.
Yeah, you mentioned this Section 122 of the Trade Act of 1974. Just how watertight are some commentators calling this? Because obviously President Trump thought the reciprocal tariffs were going to be watertight. Has there been much commentary on just how watertight these 15% for 150 days may be?
I think it's regarded as relatively watertight for now, partly because it does have this big condition attached that, as you say, it's only going to be in place for 150 days, after which Trump would require Congress.
You know, it's so good, isn't it? Like watching Trump, he was like, they're dancing in the streets over this. Well, they're not going to be dancing for long. I'm going to fuck them up big time. How do you like it? Hey. He hasn't got the fucking silver bullet that he was making out. When he said that, I was like, oh, he's obviously thought about this, or they've thought about this. They know exactly what they're going to do with this situation. But no, 150 days, and then Congress gets to decide. That's not the same as him just being like, hey, I'm just going to put in tariff warfare and use that tariff warfare to bully the world's governments and world leaders. Every time they do something that I don't like, I'm just going to hit them up with more tariffs. He can't just do that indefinitely now. He's got 150 days to figure that out and convince Congress to allow him to continue to implement tariffs. The way he spoke about it when he was upset, he was observably upset after that Supreme Court ruling. He made it sound like he's got, yeah, we got other things. We got other things planned. Don't worry about it. We'll be back. We'll be back, baby, in no time. And like this was all so inconsequential. No, it wouldn't seem so. He's been dealt a massive blow here. And like he's brushing it off like it's nothing. 150 days to figure it out, Trump. And you know what? What's 150 days? Does that take us kind of really close to the midterms, doesn't it? So like this is going to come up again. And he's going to have to try and get the tariffs confirmed around the time that the midterms are happening. That'll be interesting. That'll be really interesting. 4AS is on the job. He's done it. Thank you, 4AS. I can wait 150 days to buy a new refrigerator. I know, right? Right? He's like, he was making it out like he was talking a big game. He's like, nothing's happening. Don't worry about it. This is just a fucking minor inconvenience. Doesn't sound like it though. Ninja knows there's an element of overcompensation. When the NDIS was first rolled out, it was delivered very generously, and now they are trying to regulate the waste, and intern things are getting more difficult to access and a little bit tighter. This is the overcompensation. Eventually we'll land on a sensible middle ground where essential services are delivered and we get value for money from our taxpayer dollars. But this is just the sorting out period then. Or just that they are also being taken advantage of. My point is 3 out of 4 therapy NDIS wanted my son to do were literally what my wife does at home with him every day. Why not save the funding and admin fees, etc., and pay a parent to stay at home? Yeah, it's rough out there, solidarity. And yeah, 100% Ravy, the providers are scammers. At least 90% of the time. Because respite care is healthcare, lol. Parents deserve a break, and someone being at home as a full-time carer 24/7 breaks people. dilemmas, they could do that. But if you're going to give a parent a wage to stay at home and do full-time care, wouldn't it just be easy to pay a therapist weekly? It'd cost less if we're talking carers' wages. Now, this is a big conversation point, the whole NDIS thing. Yeah, people are very passionate about this.
Congress to approve.
Mystery video in Discord. Yes, I've got it. Boreas has put it in the stream chat. Thanks.
And extend it. That, of course, is where, again, a lot of the unpredictability comes in, because while his Republican Party does control both the House and Senate, we've seen some Republican rebellions, including just recently, for example, on tariffs imposed on Canada. We could also see some legal challenges to Section 122, and as I mentioned,
we heard all of this. Hey, you're just regurgitating other people's news. Whatever. All right, I want to watch. This is the last one. I'm not going to hold you on this issue any longer, but like, I do want to hear Richard Wolff. This one's for Avalava, if he's still listening. If he gets time away from Capital to join us in these streams. Richard Wolff, if you're not aware of, there's a gentleman by the name of Richard Wolff, a professor in economics. He's been around for a while, I'd say, on the US scene. He's a massive advocate, I would say, for socialism. And he always speaks about economics from a very Marxist perspective and uses a Marxian analysis for understanding the economy in the US. I'm not sure if you've ever come across this guy before, but if you're looking for a gateway drug into thinking like a dirty commie, Richard Wolff's the way to go. And he's got an opinion on Trump's tariffs situation, or blunder. And so I would like to hear him shit on people with a Marxist perspective. All right, let's do this.
Trump is now in deeper trouble than he was yesterday. And no matter what he says or does, that reality will sink in over the months and years ahead. And that's perhaps the most important thing to understand. Even before this Supreme Court decision, an enormous amount of uncertainty surrounded the tariff program. And that uncertainty is only made worse by the declaration that what he did was unconstitutional. And that uncertainty will be worse whether what he now does is look for another law to get behind and try to go forward with a new law as the basis, hoping it won't take very long for the Supreme Court to say it's okay, or for that matter to say it's not okay. But whatever he does, it'll be more uncertainty than there was before. And I want to stress that the uncertainty was there before. For example, one of the...
We were talking about this before. I think it was Hobo Joe that asked, why is it so uncertain? Why does it affect other people so much? And I think it affects a lot of businesses just because of the general idea that if you're going to hit up with tariffs, and this is what happened, during the Industrial Revolution, tariffs were used by the Americans, especially the North American continent, because England was the industrial powerhouse. And so English products were just being shipped around the world, all over their empire. Now the US had sought independence from England, and they weren't part of the English empire, and so they had their own policy decisions and stuff like that. They could decide their own economic fate. And so English industry was exporting to the world, and the southern states in the US were sending all the cotton to the empire, the core of the empire, so to England to be turned into clothes and other materials and then sent back to world markets. And the US specifically put tariffs on to protect American industry and grow American industry. But the American industry was there. It was kind of nascent. It was growing. And it couldn't obviously compete with UK industry at that time. And so like the textile industry in the US needed protection if it was going to grow. And so like Americans, like the American political class knew that at that point. And they were like, well, if we want to have industry and be part of the Industrial Revolution, we're going to have to protect the current players from the evil English industrial capitalists. And so they put up an exorbitant tariffs to make it so unrealistic for American consumers to buy English goods. They'd have to turn to the American market. And if they had to turn to the American market, the American textile industry would have to grow to be able to service local consumer demand. And so they used the tariffs quite effectively to hold off English goods and to develop American industry. Now, like, that is not the case anymore. Like, because of globalization, the evil globalists, hey, all the evil globalists out there, American industry isn't the same as what it was. It's like highly advanced industry that's left over in the US now. And they don't do like a lot of the lower value add chain kind of stuff. If they do, it's automated. If they don't really need it because a lot of stuff is automated, or they have agreements with like Mexico potentially, or they have some type of agreements where they do value adding across the northern border with Canada. So they got it all kind of sorted out through free trade agreements. So they putting tariffs on people now for the Americans is kind of just like a fuck you to other people. It's not really a situation that's going to encourage other manufacturers from throughout the world to go and start their businesses in the US now, which is what they thought it might do. And given the whole uncertainty of the fact that like Trump uses tariffs like he's got, like it's his own weapon, and he can just be like, well, you pissed me off today, you get an extra 10% on your tariffs, you get an extra 30% of your tariffs. If you're China, you get an extra 50% of your tariffs because you really pissed me off. Like, that sort of uncertainty doesn't do anything for the business community, because it's not like it was in the Industrial Revolution, and like it's just so cheap to kind of set up business in America. Like, it's so much more expensive now. The capital investment is huge, and like labor costs and everything like that is huge. It's not like it was 200 years ago where you could go anywhere as long as you're near the coastline or a river or something like that, set up industry and then like, you know, make it work. Like, America is very, very expensive to invest in now. And so like it was never going to do that. So if you ever heard people talking about this idea that like when Trump put these tariffs in, it was going to force people to open up businesses in the US, it's a massive decision. And if you're really going to open up your business in the US, you would probably be trying to do it in a way that's as automated as possible as well. Because again, you know, it's not like setting up in Bangladesh. Let's just say there are the labor costs in construction, setting up the facility, and then continuing labor costs are pretty high for businesses in the US. I think this, like, if you're looking at this and you've been told, or you've heard people being like, oh yeah, it was supposed to encourage people to open up their businesses in the US. I don't think it was ever about that. I think it really was Trump just like using this as a big FU to everyone and beating them into submission. He's Mr. Art of the Deal. And I do think that like this is just part of his deal process. He was able to go to everyone in the world and just be like, well, I'm going to fuck you over with my tariffs. And like, I don't care if it affects the American people and they have to pay more. Like, American businesses have to pay more to import your shit and consumers get increased costs. I don't care, because that's also going to fuck you up. So like, I'm ready to bear the brunt of that. Are you ready to bear the brunt of that? And like, if they get scared, then they'll negotiate with him for lower stuff, but he wants something from them. I think it was just a negotiation tactic for him. He is Mr. Art of the Deal at the end of the day. David, if somehow American manufacturers do decide to reshore manufacturing, you can bet they're going to build state-of-the-art, highly automated factories. The number of new jobs will be minimal. I think so as well. I think, like, you know, if you're going to spend all of that money rehousing and like sending stuff back to the US, you want to make it as automated as possible, right? You might as well. Unless he completely destroys America's labor force, right? And then like they're all basically, yeah, slave laborers again. mystery, the US has become an economic powerhouse, especially after World War One. Europe's economy, including the UK, were wrecked. Yes, but it's not that case anymore, that's for sure. Clarice, in my opinion, tariffs are sensible if they're rolled out slowly and intentionally, but I generally don't know what the goal of these tariffs are. It's like they're just doing random stuff to be imposing. See, I know what you're saying, Clarice, and I would say that they're sensible if used intentionally, in the sense that, like, let's just say you have an industry that's new and growing in your country, and you want your country to have that. Like, imagine if you, like, were worried about global food security, and, like, you got all of your, I don't know, potatoes or grain from the global market, and you're like, you know, this isn't such a good idea. If, like, something happens and we can't buy grain, like, our people will starve. But we don't really have an agricultural sector that provides grain. We have the land, but we don't have the agriculturalists that make grain. So, like, let's promote a grain industry. We'll give massive subsidies for farmers to start making grain, but it's still, to start up that sector, it's still way cheaper to buy grain on the market. So no one's going to buy the grain that we are going to start producing here. It's just too expensive at the moment until this industry really takes off. So then you would put tariffs on to protect your growing industry for your own national security reasons, or your national necessities, let's say. And so, like, you know, that makes sense there because you're protecting something. But if it's like, I don't see it about protecting anything. It's more about, like I said, it's just being used as a weapon so he can fucking negotiate with other countries. Global tariffs, even the penguins. Yeah, you imagine the poor penguins in Antarctica. They're getting hit up. Hey, Trump tariffs. Pingu says newt newt. So good. I'll let Dick Wolf explain this.
Rationality was there before. For example, one of the rationales of tariffs was to reshore American production. That means to bring companies that had moved production overseas back into the United States, because if they produced inside, there would be no tariff relevant to them, versus if they stayed outside, they would be stuck with the problem of a tariff being attached to their goods when they're sold in the United States. But so big was the uncertainty that over the year 2025, the year that we have now of tariffs, the number of manufacturing jobs in the United States shrank by over 70,000. In other words, the program was not only not successful, it was an utter failure. And that's not because the tariffs didn't make a difference. It's because the tariffs were uncertain. No company in their right mind would understand.
You saw the Tiny Monkey Punch with his toy orangutan? No, I didn't. I saw that, like, come up on my feed, but I didn't buy it. Like, some things I try to train my algorithm, be like, look, I know everybody thinks this is awesome, but stay out of it. Unless I really should watch it. It wasn't just clickbait. Dilemmas, I can't afford weed anymore, so I'm sore and in a bad freaking mood. Apologies for if I was harsh. 2025 word of the year, yeah, tariffs. Most beautiful word in the dictionary.
Take the billions of dollars to move production from China to Cincinnati or anything like that, as long as it was uncertain about whether they needed to do it. That uncertainty made them decide, wait and see. And the decision of the Supreme Court validates that decision and means they're not going to do it now either. So if Mr. Trump thought he could enter the November elections with something to show for his tariffs, that is gone. He doesn't have that. And there's nothing he can do to make that uncertainty go away between now and November because of this decision. Now, it is possible, not only that he finds another law, but if he doesn't find the other law, then he will be subject to the question of refunds. Well, let's take a look first at the alternative of refunds and then the problem with the law. Well, I'll go the other way. With the law, the president can provoke a constitutional crisis by ignoring the law, by saying that in the interest of national whatever, he's not going to do what the Supreme Court has told him. He's simply going to go ahead as if they didn't make that decision. He's not going to refund anybody's money. He's going ahead with more tariffs, the way he has hinted he might. He has ignored other acts of Congress and of the Supreme Court. This would not be the first time. And then we'll see how that kind of a crisis plays out. My guess is he and his advisors are considering that possibility as we are speaking about it right now. Finally, let's suppose he does have to refund it. He does obey the law, and that the refunding is required even if there is another law, because you could get a very quick judgment, which I think you might get from the Supreme Court about any other law. And even if they wanted to have time to consider it, they might not let him avoid refunds during the time that they consider an alternative legal foundation for the tariffs. All of those are legal possibilities. But here's my guess as to what you're going to see. He is going to refund it. He's going to do it slowly. He's going to do it hesitantly. He's going to try to get through the November election limping with this judgment. And why do I say that? Well, because in a way, one of his biggest problems now will be that he has declared that he's going to increase the the War Department budget by $600 billion from the current $900 billion to $1.5 trillion. That's $600 billion.
Isn't that mental? Like, the US already spending like close to $1 trillion on their military industrial complex. They're going to bring it up by half. It's going to be $1.5 trillion. And let me guess what some of that was going to be paid for with these tariffs. What about the $170 billion that they pumped into DHS, the Department of Homeland Security, so they could beef up, among other things, but beef up fucking ICE and like go on that blitz and start hiring ICE agents like they were going out of fashion? That's fucking crazy. They could carve out money from other things to pay for their military industrial complex. So they have to do it through tariffs by like getting extra money out of the American people, the consumer class, and like American businesses to squeeze them more and harder. And now they have to refund it. It's fucking mental. Wow, this guy, does he not realize that the Dow is over 50,000? Come on, wake up and impeach someone. I started shopping at Aldi. I actually got 2 bags of groceries for $50. Yeah, man, Aldi's the way to go, bro. I'm telling you. And if you can't find what you need at Aldi, then you go to another supermarket chain. But Audi all the way, bro. Anyway, like I've said, don't focus on America as where we are headed. Look at the UK. If they thought January 6th was bad, what do they think will happen during the midterms now that Trump has pardoned and armed them all? I'm worried. Yeah, well, I guess we'll find out.
Half of that was supposed to be paid for by the yield.
Who is this guy? This is Richard Wolff. Who are you? Like, what are you referring to? Hobo Joe, by the way. What's your comment? This is Richard Wolff, if you're actually wondering. Or if that was just rhetorical.
Tariffs. Now that's gone. But it takes time.
That same Defense Department that can't account for hundreds of billions of dollars, and Trump wants to increase their budget. Coincidence? I think not.
And he'll have to tone down his defense. My guess is he'll combine toning down the defense, which he will blame on the Supreme Court, while he stalls and delays on the tariff refunds, hoping thereby to squeak through and covering it all over with one or two foreign adventures like a war in Iran or something comparable. As best I can tell, those are the options that he faces right now. But underneath and above it all, please have everyone understand we are a declining empire. We are doing things that are very odd. The Republican Party has been the party of tax cuts for the last 100 years. And if you read the decision of the Supreme Court, the three justices who voted against Trump made reference to the fact that the tariff, which all economists have been saying for the last year, is a tax. The tariff is a tax on the American people.
What?
The Republican Party cannot survive, having built itself for a century as the party against tax.
Oh, it can. It can. It's a great hypocrisy, but it can definitely survive. The Republican supporters will definitely turn a blind eye and be like, no, it's not a tax, it's fine. It's a tariff. They're much different.
Taxes, having just imposed this humongous tax. Even the half-dead Democrats will figure out how to make use of that against them. And if you needed proof, then there were the three judges who changed sides on the Supreme Court, every one of which, if I read it properly, cited the fact, the way they do it because they're judges, that the tariff is a tax and the Constitution gives the taxing authority to the House of Representatives, not to the president. Okay, that's an indirect way of saying we can't go along as Republican conservatives whose whole lives have been the rationale for tax cuts by presiding over a tax increase. We just can't do it. It's too politically self-destructive. To which
apparently the largest tax increase in living memory, and at the hands of a Republican, a MAGA type. Pretty crazy stuff, man. Pretty crazy.
My only answer is, when you're a declining empire, everything seems self-destructive because that's the process you're involved in, even when you deny it and you don't admit it. Without the tariff, Mr. Trump is much weaker all around the world, having alienated everybody, having provoked everybody, having destroyed alliances. Wow, to come back from all of that, very hard to do if he could have kept the tariffs. Now the whole thing looks catastrophic.
I'm really disappointed. Like Richard Wolff, like I love his analysis, but he didn't say the capitalists once. Normally he starts getting in there and being like, see, this is what the capitalist class does. And he gets all like out with his socialist rhetoric. I was hoping for that. Not this time. I wanted a critique of capitalism going on here, but nothing. Nothing. He didn't give me anything. Damn. All right, we're going to have a quick look at another topic, though. Where is it? Like, he brought up this one. Now, this is something that we spoke about last week. I just want to touch on this because it's interesting. We spoke about this on Far Right Fridays. And there's been some developments in this regard. So like this topic is the ISIS brides. And so I do want to have a look at kind of the unfolding situation with the ISIS brides at the moment. Now, just like check your language on the whole ISIS bride situation, okay? It's a very strange situation, might I add. And like it's a really good case study in like manufacturing consent. So if you're not aware, if you're not Australian, or you've just you've completely missed this story from an Australian context, there are recently kind of things changed in Syria. Syria was kind of one of the hotbeds of ISIS operations in the Middle East, and so Syria has now come into the fold. It's now a complete American puppet state. ISIS is no longer a problem, it would seem, apparently. I don't know how, but anyway, in the previous Kurdish territories in the northeast of the country, the Kurds have decided, like, have agreed to disband almost and like give the territory back to Syria. They're going to have conditional agreements with Syria and Turkey and stuff like that. Anyway, what's happening as the Kurds are kind of relinquishing control over certain areas is previous ISIS fighters and all that sort of stuff are being released from prisons, and like their families have been living in encampments, and like the Americans and the Syrians and all that, they want them gone. They don't want these ISIS types hanging around anymore. So Australians and like many countries around the world have citizens who were families of ISIS fighters that left their home countries and like took their families with them to go fight overseas for ISIS. There's like ISIS families that went along with their male counterparts, and now they're all dead, basically, I guess you would say, and like they're not there anymore, and so like the families are just being left in limbo in like in like refugee camps, let's call them. And so like Australia has this situation now where we're considering whether or not we should let ISIS brides, as they're called by the mainstream media, back into the country or not. So basically they're Australian citizens. So there's Australians that left, and like these are families that followed, like, so wives and children that followed their husbands potentially, or their fathers, their uncles, the men in their life. They followed them to fight for ISIS, and like they just went along because that's what they do. As a family, they went along to fight for ISIS. ISIS is kind of, it's done now. Their husbands, their fathers, their uncles, they're all dead. And so like they're trying to come back, and they're actually being told by the US state. The US state is trying to figure out Syria, and they don't want these people hanging out anymore. They don't have to fund these people. And like the US has reached out to Australia and to other countries and be like, take your citizens back. We don't want them hanging around in camps in Syria anymore. Not only is it a problem logistically, we have to look after these people, but it's also a fucking radicalization issue. Like if you have these people hanging around, the children are going to be radicalized, and then they're going to serve ISIS or some bullshit excuse, whatever they're making up. But the Americans are openly saying to other countries like Australia, like Britain, like Canada, whatever, take your people home, take them back. And so like part of the Australian culture war at the moment, which we looked at last week, at the moment I should say, like for decades now, has been like, evil Muslims kind of thing, and everyone's scared of Muslim people, and they're a great social pariah to attack when you got nothing else to do, but you need to drum up some fear in the Australian population. And so like the headlines have just been non-stop: ISIS brides trying to come back, ISIS brides, ISIS brides, ISIS brides. And like it's so much better than just being like Australian citizens trying to get home affiliated with terrorist organizations. It's so much more cutting, right? Because everyone's just like, oh my God, they're married to ISIS and they want to come home. Are they going to bring ISIS back with them, sneaking in the suitcase? Hey, it must be the case. It's not just like women and children who are Australian citizens that are trying to get back into the country after, going on some wild adventure with like very, very questionable origins and objectives. Now, like the obvious objective analysis of this situation is just like, are they actually Australian citizens? Yes. Do they have Australian passports? Yes. If they're going to make their way back to the country, what should you be doing with them? Which would be trying them in the courts like any other person who's an Australian citizen who's done the wrong thing, you would let the courts process whether these people are terrorists, basically, as opposed to trial by media, which is like ISIS brides. And so like we watched this as it developed a little bit last week. And like, I'm not saying that these people should be given like, carte blanche to like go over and support terrorism and come home whenever the fuck they feel like it. And just be like, whoops, we didn't know. But like, if they're fucking terrorists, then we're talking about 11 women here and a whole bunch of children. Like, I'm not sure if everyone is across that this isn't like, this isn't Osama bin Laden or something like that. Everyone's making out like these people are actual national security threat, and they're just going to be released onto the streets, and it's going to be like, Bondi 2.0 within a matter of weeks. Like, who's going to be next kind of thing. If you're worried about like these people, then like, I think we should be fair dinkum and like prosecute them if they are guilty of crimes, etc., etc. But like, it's just such a good case study in like manufacturing consent and like media like craziness, because like your mind, when you read all the headlines, everyone's doing it. It's just like this ISIS brides, like, oh my god, the women of ISIS are coming to get you. It's like, it's a very interesting case study. It doesn't matter where you sit on this with an opinion. It's perfect propaganda. It's so good. It's so spicy. It makes you think straight away, right? ISIS is no longer a problem in Syria as long as we ignore Jelani's previous allegiances. Yeah, I know, right? Hey, but they are growing in Africa, and they're back in the Middle East too. Apparently, they killed like 3 Americans like a month ago, so they're back on the rise again. But like, apparently not in Syria. Fuck it, bring him in. LOL. Well, about 80% of them were just trafficked against their will. Only like 20% max wanted to ever go to Syria to be part of IS. Women are known to have total freedom of choice when partnered to violent men who don't believe women are people. And yeah, it's a fair call, isn't it? When you say it like that, bring them back and sort them out. My understanding is, regardless of who's in the government, Australian citizens who haven't renewed their citizenship have a constitutional right to return to Australian soil. Do you mean like they haven't denounced their citizenship? Watching the opposition carry on like it's watching your poor uncle telling you how to invest your money, there's no consequence if the opposition gets it wrong. If the government gets it wrong, then they are breaking the highest law of the land. Well, it's interesting because the position from the government, it would seem, is that like, well, look, they've got passports. So like, if they want to come back here, we can't stop them from coming back here, but we're not going to help them either. And usually what happens if there's like a situation of distress, which is what the US State Department has come out and said, hey, Australia, you got some fucking Australian citizens here. Can you fucking collect your citizens and get them the fuck out of Syria? So what the Australian government has been saying is it's like, look, they got passports, but we're not spending our resources helping them out. If they want to come here, they can figure out how to get here. So like, that's their position on this one. So like, I don't know if they're going to stop them at the border or not, but they're not going to help them, it would seem. Just bring more people in and turn them far left. LOL. Me and Don could get this country back on track so easily. That's cab. Me and Kai will be opposition. I wouldn't say no to Massey either. That was a good suggestion. That motherfucker can get through 3 million documents like lightning. Bring them back and repatriate them in Ipswich. Hey, I get radicalized too with Pauline Hanson's bland fish and chip. Mystery, a lot of these groups are rising in numbers in Sahel region of Africa. The country of Mali, for example, are literally being taken over by these groups, ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Damn, look at all those things that you've had to put there. I'm assuming you just can't write that. That's why you have to put that there. Opposition, like you, agree with everything we do, just like Ozpol goes in real life. Yeah, I'm converting to Islam, Mesa. just cracking a laugh at me arguing with you constantly. Oh, hell yeah. Next to party system. We've got it sorted, guys. I've watched that hearing where she broke the record. So blatant. All right. Let's have a listen to this, because I do want to know what their current position is on the whole ISIS brides.
Sitting down to spell out why the so-called Australian ISIS brides were issued passports.
Under Australian law, if you're a citizen and you apply for a passport, you get a passport.
The Home Affairs Minister explaining why only one person in the cohort has so far been issued a temporary exclusion order, preventing them from returning to Australia for up to 2 years.
There are very different people within that cohort with different histories.
Among the group of 34 Australians at Al Roj camp in northeast Syria are children and 11 women, including some who married Islamic State fighters.
They don't pose a threat to Australia.
On the information that we have, the best way to protect Australians has not involved any further temporary exclusion orders.
They don't pose a threat to Australia.
That's right.
The opposition maintaining the government could have done more to deny the group passports.
If they have advice to apply for a TEO, then they should also have the same advice to deny a passport.
These people are coming back to Australia and the government aren't doing what needs to be done to protect our national security.
People are saying things that they know is not true and is not possible. The laws that we are operating under are the laws that the former government, the coalition, introduced.
Local reports suggest Al Roj camp is slated for closure, but Tony Burke dismissed that's behind why they've been issued passports now, when the group has been there for years. The minister also shutting down claims the government is helping repatriate them.
In that report, it makes a claim that we are conducting a repatriation. We are not. It claims we have been meeting with the states for the purposes of a repatriation. We have not.
For the past week, the government has been at pains to emphasise it does not support the repatriation of the group. But aside from temporary exclusion orders, it says it can't prevent their return. The coalition wants to work with Labor to toughen laws preventing any repatriation. And the Prime Minister has warned anyone who does manage to make it back could be prosecuted. Lexi Junowick, ABC News, Canberra.
I guess that makes sense, right? They're going to get here and people are truly concerned. It's not just because people don't like Muslims. They're actually concerned. Then they can prosecute them then? I guess that makes sense. Did it perfectly? People are saying things they know are not possible. Hookstagram, as I said before, it's all trafficking, but I bet these women end up marrying Muslim men. They really are importing wives. Okay, wait, what did I miss? Honestly, these groups can establish these repressive caliphates. It's just a matter of location. I did hear Africa was the new frontier for ISIS too. Yes, this is something that we've spoken about here before. I think Indoctrinathan, if he was here, would be giving you the document on that. ISIS isn't about establishing a caliphate. It's about using dumb people to destabilize Muslim lands. Yeah, and like fully like funded and supported by the US and Israel in order to serve their interest in destabilizing the region, right? Am I right? Okay, it would cost too much to probably investigate, so blanket ban or blanket allowance. The woke ABC reference in the Daily Telegraph. If they do make it back, technically they can be prosecuted for crimes relating to treason. These women are simply gifts to Australian Muslim men already living here, trafficked over in the name of refugees. Women and children are symbols of less purity and innocence. I don't know, like we watched interviews with some of them last week, and like the ones that were being interviewed, there was 2 of them. They sounded pretty Aussie. Like they had to have been born here. I can't speak for all of them. Why does this guy look like Jamie Oliver? Yeah. He's the Israeli correspondent. He seems to be always there. Right? I support Australian citizens being brought home if they want, under the cover of darkness, nods and choppers, just as a principle, and then charge them here if needs be. That's why they are victimized and used. Why does this guy look like... Oh, no, I read that.
Are seeing reports in Kurdish media that authorities want to close the Al-Roj camp. Now, there's no time frame associated with those comments other than a suggestion that it's a recently made decision by the Kurdish authorities, who still control that northeastern corner of Syria. It follows another announcement in the last week or so by the Syrian government that it is planning to close the Al-Hol camp further south, which it now controls, and it's opening a new facility for Islamic State families in the area near Aleppo. Now, if this is a situation where the Al-Roj camp is closed, and Al-Roj officials are saying they want to still work with countries, including Australia, to get their citizens out of the facility, but if it is closed and these Australians are not moved to another location, they are certainly going to be in a very precarious position, although the rhetoric from the government is that, effectively, they're going to have to fend for themselves.
Yeah, so pretty much, like, that's it, right? Albo saying no ISIS brides is the funniest shit to me. Yeah, this is pretty much it. They're just like, look, they can come here, but we're not going to help them. And that's pretty much the long and the short of it. But the ISIS bride comment, so good. Makes it sound so nefarious. The good case study in manufacturing consent, just in the title. Like, your instant reaction, everyone's, oh, ISIS, ooh. Brides, they're married to ISIS, and they want to bring them here. What's wrong with this place? Sometimes these brides can be secret cells for their husbands. Got to be careful. It could be a BS croc tears. Oh, it could be anything. But like, if you're an Australian citizen, you got citizenship, and if you think it means anything, then like, you've got to find that out for yourself. So like, you gotta figure that one out for yourself, and not just let it be a trial by media because they keep on using the term ISIS bride over and over again. These people are legitimate security concerns. Then you got to find out, and you got to find out properly. Again, trial by media is a big problem, I would say. It's a slippery slope. I love how people take offense to that, but it is a slippery slope. Imagine if you were overseas and some shit went down, and like, wherever you were coming back from, people started being concerned about it all of a sudden. Like, you were coming back from the Philippines, and then everyone was worried about people being trained over in the Philippines, and you were like, I was just on holiday, I swear. I'm an Australian citizen, you got to let me in. Nope, sorry. We just don't trust people coming from the Philippines anymore. We already had this through the media. Didn't you see it? Eh? No, I didn't. You're not one of those radicalized tourists, are you? They kept saying radicalized tourists over and over and over again on the media. Over and over and over again. You're not one of those radicalized tourists, are you? No, I'm just a normal tourist, I swear. Please. Let me stand trial. I'll prove it to you. Sounds like these women could benefit being supported by a community that recognizes women's independence. A person trafficked is a victim, says Ravy Baby. Looksham, I also agree to non-help would be un-Australian and un-Christian, like to leave women and children in harm's way. It's a complex situation, isn't it? Eh? Overall majority are trafficked, says Jordan. Hookstagram. But let's not put that first. We are dealing with extreme individuals. And that's why we have organizations to investigate and determine external and internal threats. Plenty of radicalization happening homegrown. Don't worry, we've dealt with that. We have new hate laws. So if you say something that hurts somebody else's feelings, despite what you intended, they're going to get you. They're going to come and get you. Let me get this straight. You joined a terrorist organization, and now that you don't want to be a part of it anymore, you want out? LMLAO. No. Chairman Albo. You want out? No. Chairman Albo. Wonder where you got rhetoric like that from. Been left listening to some friendly Geordies. Chairman Alba. Now let's look at this one. Barnaby Joyce is going to give us an opinion on this one. I can't wait to hear it. It's going to be so good. Go on, Barnaby.
There's been a disturbing turn in the ISIS bride saga. The 11 women have officially been labelled terrorists as the opposition claims Australia's national security is at risk.
He's in Conservative country, and tonight Barnaby Joyce is confident he's solved the government's ISIS bride problem.
I think it's a very good argument. They should just be locked up. Full stop.
Anti-terrorist rhetoric dialed up to 10 at a One Nation event in South Australia.
Do you think ISIS was fictitious? I mean, we have people on the internet walking around with people's heads in their hands that they've taken off.
As 11 ISIS brides and their children wait in a Syrian refugee camp.
These are barbarians. These are the worst type of people were ISIS. And these other people went over of their own volition to make them feel comfortable in their lives. What do you think they went over there? Made cups of tea with their head in the ground.
The Deputy Foreign Minister of North East Syria's Kurdish government claiming the Australian government informed us via email that these citizens who are currently in Syria, we will not welcome them because they are terrorists.
So I at this stage don't have information on that specifically.
If it is the case that these reports are false, come out and tell us so. End the uncertainty, fill the void with fact.
One Nation's growing popularity has become much more than just a coalition problem. The Prime Minister taking
all the time the narrative, like the One Nation stuff. Like, why are we talking about One Nation in the context of ISIS brides? It's just like, well, One Nation's popularity is increasing in the context of this type of awful drama. Like, it's very interesting how they always fucking feed this in. I wonder who is behind the One Nation story, who is kind of propagating this story wherever it can go. Like, it's daily on your news feed. There will be something of a similar headline, maybe not identical, but every day it's like One Nation rise polls, One Nation rise in the polls. Like, it's some variation of that every single day from places like Channel 7, etc., etc. It's a daily story, and they throw it in as well in like other stories just to ram home the point. I wonder what's going to happen to the Liberals or the coalition. They're completely fucked now. It does feel like they're drumming up the Islamophobia rhetoric in contrast to is not real. That's a funny point, Con. I never thought about that, actually. Yeah, because there's been a lot of negative press for is not real recently, right? Now it's time to run the ISIS story again, like the alien story. When the people start talking about the Epstein files too much, they're just like, quickly tell them that aliens are real again. Get Obama to say it this time. They'll pay more attention if he says it. Yep, Herzog not happy with our performance, now being labelled as terrorist sympathizers. All hail Chairman Alba, 1,000-year mandate of God. Get him, Barnaby, get him. Hey, oh, Barnaby, come on. Hey? Go, Barnaby. My theory is that Is Not Real knows they can't rely on support from the newer generation, so they're attempting to make people apathetic to atrocities towards Muslims. He's not wrong. Clara's 100%. There's some interesting theories going on in the chat, I must say. Yeah, if 80% of them wanted to go, I'd agree, but it's kind of the other way around. Indoctrinate then. How are we, peeps? Good to have you. Hope you're well. Hope you're well. This is what happens when religion doesn't call out its own extremist branches. What's the chat's consensus of the 3 separate stamp duty policies Labor, Lib, One Nation are bringing to the polls? Be interesting to see where everyone sides based on policy alone. And what are you talking about? Are you talking about an essay here, I'm assuming? You'll have to give us the stats. We'll give you an opinion.
A tougher stance on the ISIS brides than the former Morrison government. The political landscape changing since the Bondi terror attack. Isabel Mullen, 7 News.
And a who's who of Australian politics made an appearance in Melbourne's eastern suburbs today. Federal Liberal leader Angus Taylor joined Victorian Party leader Jess Wilson.
Boom, boom. Give us more on the ISIS brides. I thought Abba had the mandate when he went to Mardi Gras. Captain Bucket, we do. ISIS has been almost universally condemned within the Muslim community. The majority of people killed by ISIS were other Muslims. Yeah. That's an interesting point, actually. Like, if you look at like how kind of ISIS was effectively used, it seems to only really be against other Muslims, really. One nation, Captain Bucket dilemmas, one nation doesn't have a policy. You're going to have to hit us up with the policy differences so we can consider them dilemmas. Captain Bucket, I need every Christian to denounce the abuse and atrocities of the church every time I encounter them. Otherwise, they're all pedo sympathizers. Australia imprisoning its political rivals now. What's that in relation to? My default is that Christians are pro-child abuse unless they say otherwise. See how insane that sounds? Yeah, SA boomer stamp duty relief. 11% removed from insurance payments or 15k discount of stamp duty for homeowners as a quick summary. But like, what's the differences though between the parties, as you said? Just so we can all have an opinion on it, as you requested. As you requested. Right, one other thing that I wanted to double check as well, and it's in terms of updates. Like, I'm all over the place today, but you're all over the place with me, so tough. Cuba. I want to know what's going on with Cuba. So like over the last couple of weeks, we've been watching Cuba, if you haven't been around for it. But we've been like kind of trying to get a handle on what's been going on with the Cuban situation. Really quickly, if you're not aware, the US has this problem, and it's called Cuba. Now there's this country, right, in the Caribbean. No, I joke. America has since, like, basically, I don't know how else to say, but kidnapped Venezuela's president, Nicolas Maduro, and his missus. They turned their attention to Cuba because they thought Cuba would fall because they wouldn't be able to get access to oil anymore. So the US has like ramped up its existing economic warfare against Cuba. Cuba's been under kind of sanctions and economic embargo by the US ever since kind of the Cuban Revolution in the 60s. But like that's like Cuba has been progressively targeted, I would say, and like held to ransom by the US, so they can't really economically develop, let's say. And America, since Venezuela has, I think, turned the screws a little bit more on Cuba, and like they've specifically done that this time by cutting them off from oil. So like without oil, their economy will come to a standstill because not only can people not get around, but like it's also going to affect their ability to generate electricity. So like in the industrial age, like that's a death sentence right there. And so like they've somehow pressured one of the last people that could help them out, Mexico. They've somehow pressured Mexico into not supplying oil anymore. So instead, Mexico's sending over like humanitarian supplies. So it's like, yeah, we can't give you oil, which we know is going to basically kill you, but like here's some food in the meantime, so like you can be on life support while your whole society falls to pieces. And so I just want to get a couple of updates on what's going on with that situation. And like I had to go to Fox Business because everyone knows how much I love Fox Business, right? Hey, everybody knows it's little Marco Rubio, not so little Marco Polo Rubio. America thinks it's the world lawyer to the extent that it wants to force all countries to follow it, and as if they are the ones who have the right to decide what's right or wrong. Yeah, world police, as we always talk about, right? Why do they get to decide who to crush with economic sanctions? I just want to get an update. This is 3 days old now, but like, I wanted to do this on Friday, but we didn't get around to it.
All right, possible regime change in Cuba. Joining us now,
They give it away. Fox Business give it away. Like, they're not doing economic sanctions, remember, because, I don't know, the Cuban government is an evil communist regime that is inflicting, you know, atrocities on its people or something like that. They just don't like them. And so they want to make sure that the people overthrow their government so the Americans can do this all. Like, basically control Cuba without actually having to put boots on the ground.
Welcome, Florida Congresswoman Maria Salazar. Maria, great to see you again.
She looks like Machado, don't you reckon? Maria Machado?
Joining us now, we welcome Florida Congresswoman Maria Salazar. Maria, great to see you again. The Axios story. I'm going to just leave open field running to you, but here's the story. Marco Rubio is holding secret talks with the grandson and caretaker of Cuba's aging de facto dictator, Raul Castro, putting unprecedented pressure on Havana's regime, and I'm sure that includes oil, too. How do you read it, Maria Salazar?
I agree with what the journalist is saying, that Alex Castro, he's 41 years old. He is Raul Castro's favorite grandson. There's no one else to talk to but to the Castro family. So that goes to show you that the actual president, Diaz-Canel, is just a puppet. And basically, I think that Marco Rubio is the best man to do this. We trust him. He is my constituent. We are Cuban Americans coming from the city of Miami. Rubio is my constituent. As I said, he were the daughter and sons of political refugees, and this is the moment for Cuba. There's no way that the Cuban regime...
She looks like another Maria Machado, right? Hey? This is the lady right here. Hey. There it is. My God, despicable.
With no allies, no China, no Russia, no Iran, no Venezuela, no Mexico, will be able to stand straight again. It's
and
65
no
years of misery.
And no oil. And no money.
And no oil. And
no
nothing.
oil and money.
No oil, no oil, no oil. Say it again, bro. Calm the fuck down. Seriously. Yeah, the life expectancy in Cuba is longer than that of America, by the way. Hey, and they're the evil regime. See, they want their people to live longer so they can torture them more. Hey, that's how it works. That's how it works. Interesting.
And that's right. They are in the business of power. They were in the business of repression for 60 years, and their time is up. The only thing that Marco could do, and for this young guy, 41 years old, there's a video that he was dancing, and he said, hey, it feels like Miami. Well, you know, we are in Miami. We're the Cuban Americans in Miami, and we're delighted that we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. These are glorious, momentous times for the Cubans in Miami that I represent, and for the Western Hemisphere. So Trump, bravo. Venezuela first, Cuba second.
And just to the last 20 seconds, I'm sorry we don't have more time. How long, when do you think this will happen?
Few weeks. Because they don't have no clothes, they have weeks.
Oh, I love that.
And you will see the Cubans 2 years ago.
Like Razor, you're like they think they're the world lawyer, the world police or whatever. Look at these guys, just like celebrating the fact that these people are so impoverished that they are going to die because they're being cut off from the world economy, like systematically with precision. Like someone's got a scalpel out and they're just cutting them out of the world economy. And this guy's, oh, I love that. Oh, bring down that evil regime. I love it. Oh, thanks, darling. The way they speak about this stuff is so gross. It's so gross. Like, this is not an attack on, like putting sanctions, cutting them off from oil. Economic embargoes aren't just an attack on the government. It doesn't just hurt the government. Like, it's the people in Cuba that are really suffering from this. Oh, I love that. Oh, tell me more. So crazy, man.
Cubans went on the street to scream libertad, with the L as libertad meaning freedom, and they were repressed because they had oil. But now they don't have anything, including internet. So it's the time, the curtain is falling down.
Thank you, Maria.
She's like, she's calling it a few weeks' time. They will be so crippled without oil that, like, it's just they're gonna regime change themselves. We don't even have to do anything. Let's just watch it all fall down. Hey, Libertad para Cuba, freedom for Cuba. Man, when Cuba is totally free, that island will flourish financially as a tourist destination and for some antique car collectors and more. Like, this is how they look at the Cuban situation. They're just like, finally, when they get rid of that Cuban government by starving them out, we'll finally be able to go there for a tourist for our holiday, and we'll be able to check out some of those awesome cars. Won't that be great for everyone when we can finally just go there on a holiday again? Don't worry about sovereignty. Fuck it. Hey, we're just looking for an alternative to Cancun. We would all love a free Cuba. Yeah, a free Cuba. My God, I think that's the problem. They're too free at the moment, so they need to get some democracy. They were oppressed because they had oil. How crazy was that line? They're like, they had the resources to continue their meager existence, and so they were repressed. Now that they've been cut off from oil, no more repression, because they're not going to exist soon, because they're all going to die. Thank God we have released them from their torture. No longer do they have to be on this earth anymore. Big day coming for Cuban freedom. Oh my God. This will make the media melt down when it happens. Be a nice kick along for the midterms. Oh my God. They've got so many things on the burner at the moment. So crazy. Love it. Get them out of their so-called government. Free the people now. Man, these poor Cubans. Yes, Cuba's people will rise up. What's Cuba's gun laws again? I don't know. You tell me. You tell me. You're the expert. You're our resident expert in all things gun laws. Tell me. Tell me, please. I am going to guess that it's tight gun laws, and that's why they've been able to be an evil, repressive regime with oil. As I told you, it's America. As usual, they always stir up chaos for no reason and then say it's for the American people while they plunder the wealth of those countries. Like, but what is it even with Cuba? I don't even know if it's that they want it for its exorbitant wealth. It's not like they need sugar anymore or something like that. Like, for when it comes to Cuba, it's just they want it as, like that person said, they want it as a holiday destination. People were like, I can't wait so I can go back and have my holidays in Cuba and look at those antique cars again. That's it. It's because they're just too close, right? Dilemma. Some of the strictest in the world. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. I fucking knew it. That's why we have to bring freedom to Cuba, so they can have some more guns. New sanctions we will not accept. Russia's Putin promises to back Cuba with humanitarian fuel as oil embargo deepens energy crisis. Now, this is a biggie. Now, this is also from a few days ago. But like, is Russia going to go out on a limb here and start sending oil to Cuba? Like, this is a big call. This is a big call, man. I wonder what's going to happen. Got to go, chaps. See you later. Thanks for hanging, Jordan. Good to see you. Cuba needs to learn about libertarianism. Then they will be free. Hey, am I right? Hey, they just need to open up to the free market. Hey, sending a message to the Americas in general, I guess. Free equals American free, where you pay for everything. Hey, but it's on the market. That's true freedom. They pay to play, baby. Why do the most restricted gun laws always lead to people being oppressed? So strange. It's direct correlation. Eh? Evil regime, most gun restrictions. It's pretty much 1-to-1. The current government in Cuba came to power because of popular revolution. To be fair, no. They only came because they were bringing gun controls. And that's why they stayed. raised that they have destroyed several countries before because of that word, claiming it for the American people. They destroyed Iraq, Libya, and more countries. Yet it is the same ridiculous statement that it is for America. It's for freedom and democracy. That's what it's for. So this is for people. I'll just read this because like people might be lurking and stuff. We know how difficult it has been for the Cuban people all these years. All these decades of Cuban independence. Fighting for their right to live by their own rules and defend their national interests. Fucking douchebags trying to live by their own rules. Eh?
Своим собственным правилам и защищать свои национальные интересы. И сейчас особый период.
And now we're in a special period with new sanctions.
На новые санкции, вы знаете, как мы.
You know how we feel about this. We will not accept anything of the sort.
К этому относимся, мы не приемлем ничего подобного. Что касается двусторонних отношений, они развиваются в целом положительно.
I want to, and so this is a Russian President Vladimir Putin met on Wednesday with Cuban Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez in Moscow.
Они развиваются в целом положительно.
So this is the Cuban Foreign Minister. I want to especially thank you, Russia, for the solidarity expressed by the President.
Agradecer especialmente también la solidaridad rusa expresada por el señor presidente.
And the Russian government by the foreign minister.
Por el gobierno ruso, por el canciller, de manera
in a solid and permanent manner in the face of the tightening of the blockade against Cuba.
Sólida y permanente frente al endurecimiento del bloqueo contra Cuba y más recientemente.
And more recently in relation to the energy embargo.
En relación con el cerco energético. Que provoca sufrimientos a nuestro
that causes
pueblo.
Suffering to our people and creates difficult situations for our economy.
Y crea situaciones.
No, it doesn't cause suffering to the people. What's wrong with you? It's just going to destabilize the government. The people are fine. Douchebag. What does this guy know? What does he think he is? Cuban? Seriously.
Difíciles a nuestra economía.
The Cuban FM Foreign Minister Rodriguez's visit comes as the island faces blackouts. Severe fuel shortages caused by the US embargo. Together with the majority of the world community, we call for the United States to show common sense and a responsible approach. And refrain from plans for a naval blockade of the island of freedom. I want to reiterate the absolute unacceptability of the US decree. Stating that Cuba poses a threat to US national interests. Yes. What's the threat exactly? I wonder what it is, honestly.
О том, что Куба представляет угрозу национальным интересам Соединенных Штатов. Но при этом...
And in the same decree, it is written that this threat is aggravated by your cooperation with us, with Russia. So that's the threat. They're hanging out with the Russians and the Chinese.
В этом же указе было написано, что эту угрозу усугубляет ваше сотрудничество с нами, с Россией, которую...
Which this decree calls a hostile and malicious state.
Назвали в этом указе враждебным и злонамеренным государством.
The energy crisis deepened after the White House pledged to impose tariffs on countries that provide oil to Cuba. When Venezuela, one of Cuba's main suppliers, halted shipments in January. After the US captured Maduro. Mexico is suspended, so if you didn't know, Mexico's cut them off too from oil. Moscow is reportedly preparing to send humanitarian fuel shipment to Cuba in the near future. Interesting. So I wonder if that's the same flotilla that our friend Greta Thunberg will be fronting. She'll be at the top of it, at the head of an oil tanker going to Cuba to liberate the Cuban people. Pager, you taught me that Cuba was founded by Karl Marx, who wanted to bring them transgender bathrooms or some shit. I don't fucking know anymore. Pager, you. So good. Hey? Defending freedom. That's so good. Thank you, Pager, you. If America wanted to fix what it has corrupted, it would have compensated the countries it destroyed before, besides the Europeans who stole from America and then claimed to be the most civilized and humane. If America wins Cuba, if America wins, Cuba will get the Hawaii and Puerto Rico treatment. Ah, yes, Karl Marx. I've heard so much about this Karl Marx. I like how you spelt it as well. That's good. So I wonder if this will happen. I wonder if it'll happen, if Russia will come to the rescue somehow and give them some oil. And to what avail? Like, it'd be a pretty risky strategy, I'd say, for the Russians. The Russians have lost a number of tankers in the Shadow Fleet. I would say, arguably, they've lost them, like, in relation to Venezuela, even. And so, like, they're going to try and get tankers to Cuba. Like, it is an important strategic point. Like, as we're going to look at when we look at the Iran situation, like, Russia's involvement with Iran is crucial. Russia and China cannot lose Iran to American military campaign and have Iran, like, kind of cut out, like what happened with Syria. They can't lose Iran as an ally for, like, you know, an alternative multipolar kind of world. If they keep on losing friends and allies, that's what Cuba is, just another friend and ally in a very strategic position, might I add. They'll be in big trouble if they lose Cuba. I wonder if it's worth the risk for Russia sending oil to Cuba. Guess we'll find out. Wookie's in the house. How you going? Cubans be like, yay, replacing drug dealers with pedos. Sign me up. Eh? Crazy assessment. Savage assessment. Dilemmas could almost be tracked back to Operation Long Leash, which Chomsky may or may not have been involved with. Allegedly. Eh? Hookstagram. We as a people cannot blame countries for others for our situation in life. Each of us are responsible for our situation in life. You can't have it both ways, mates. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like, you're talking about, like, Cuba being in, like, dire straits at the moment and needing some freedom and democracy from the Americans. America will help you if it serves their interests, and will betray you if it serves their interests. So they have no credibility. No comment. Eh? I typed a few things earlier, but YouTube said no. It's too lazy to type again on Discord. Fair enough. Well, welcome anyway. Welcome to the chat. Welcome. All right, we're going to have a quick break, and then we're going to be back in a few minutes. But, like, we're going to have a look at Iran. The Iranian situation is escalating, as we all know. And they keep saying that strikes are going to be imminent. It's going to be imminent. They've been saying it for a while now. It's going to be in a couple of days. Something's going to happen. We're all on bated breath, just waiting to see what happens in this situation, because obviously Iran needs a little bit of freedom and democracy, if you know what I mean. What's long leash, you ask? I see I plot to push communism through art. LOL. Oh. Whoa. Hey, why not? Why not? How else are you going to spread communism these days? Hey, if it's not through those wokies, those woke artists. All right, quick break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are back. All right, let's do some Iran watch, shall we? Let's see what's changed. Now, this is what the situation in Iran should look like. I'm just going to put it out there. Now you decide whether this is appropriate or not. I'm going to say it is appropriate. This is how we should be dealing with the whole Iran situation at the moment. Is like this. Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Like with most things, I think we could ensure that all wars are like settled like this. If like, you know, Trump really wants to fight with Iran, I think this is how we should handle it.
I'm ready for you, Khamenei! You will regret this challenge, Trump. Bring it on! Face me! All right, then, let's begin.
This is it. We don't need people dying in wars anymore. Just remember, this is how we should be dealing with conflicts. Just getting the world leaders to duke it out a little bit, and then they can figure it out from there. That's what we should be doing. Watch the vid in live stream chat. What live stream? Oh, this one. What's this? Oh, Voice of America stuff? Oh, God. Fear in the US news media. Let's have a quick look. Is it a longie? Is it related to this? I've often thought countries picking a champion wasn't the worst way to conduct war. Yeah, let's take it back to old school, right? If presidents can 1v1 with each other, they can't. They shouldn't be presidents. All right, what's this? Dan Stanhope, Voice of America. Fear in the US news media. 16 years ago? Wow. Let's have a look at this. What's this? Captain Bucket. What type of propaganda is this? Let's have a look. Oh my God, that was fucking savage. That was so savage. I've never come across this guy before, but my God. Wow. I heard Stan Hope tell a story about having anal with a lady on a balcony. Potent political voice for sure. Doug Stanhope is my favorite libertarian. Having said that, Jimmy Carr nails communism pretty well, LOL. Yeah. Is that the clip that you showed? Yeah, I've seen that one before. Like, it's clever, but he doesn't really understand it at all. But it's clever, though. It's clever. Just shows how surface level his understanding is. But is it funny? Oh, yeah. It's hilarious. All right. Very good. Very good. All the fear. This stuff is never going to happen to you. Don't worry about it. You're awful. You're a very boring human being. And you will die a very banal existence. Savage stuff, man. Fucking hell. All right, Iran. Let's get onto Iran. Now, have you seen the latest in the manufacturing consent story on this one? If you haven't, let's do it together, because I've not been across this over the weekend. So let's have a little look. From what I understand is, like, the stuff that started all of this, if you remember, on the 28th of December. So, like, just at the end of last year, all of the stuff happened and the Iranian people started protesting. And, like, they were protesting against the evil regime. And then that meant that everybody was going to have to come in. Everybody was going to have to come. The US was going to have to come in and serve up some liberty and some democracy to Iran, because they were cracking down violently on protesters and their own people, because, like, the US has set the standard for that, and they would never do anything like crack down on protesters and kill their own people. But the Iranians were doing it. They were doing it in some mass numbers that justify American intervention. Like, they need a justification these days. They can just go in and do it. And so the protests were the things that started it off. If you remember Trump saying that he's locked and loaded, ready to help the Iranian people if the evil regime kills just one more person. We're coming in. And that was the thing that started all off this round for 2026. Not that this hasn't been going on for fucking decades, ever since the Islamic Republic took power and overthrew the Shah. This stuff has been on and off forever. They've just been looking for excuses. But the protests have started again. Here we are. Doug Stanhope is also a fan of Friendly Geordies. Oh, wow, that's crazy. So the protesters should defend themselves. Never mind, LOL. I'm all about the lols. Tay Guard's in the house. How you going? Right, my dad supports ICE, RIP, or RIP. I asked about the Americans that got done, and he said they were professional agitators. Whoa. Damn. It's funny how, like, when it comes to, like, the idea of protesting and all that sort of stuff, people are so quick to dismiss, like, anything that doesn't make sense to kind of their worldview, their manufactured consent line. They're just like, oh, these people obviously, crisis actors or, paid protesters. So, like, they got paid for it, so they might as well get smoked anyway. Eh? We should have a Doug Stanhope segment every stream, man. So the thing that instigated all of this, the protests, they're back on again, if you're wondering. And so the manufacturing consent machine is going into another part of its process to try and drum up support for the incoming war between Iran and the US. And so, like, all of us plebs are supposed to be like, oh yeah, I forgot that they were protesting. We better talk about this again. It is bad how the regime, remember I'm using the R word on purpose. It is bad, isn't it, how the regime are attacking people. So the regime is attacking their own people. I guess we should probably think again about whether or not we support the US in striking Iran. Because I feel like support has been wavering a little bit, and people are just like, wait, why are the US doing this again? And so it's time for the manufacturing consent machine to bring up the whole protest situation again, just in case everyone forgot why we're here in the first place. That, like, the US are stationed, in the Arab Sea right now, because on the pretext, remember, that they were going to help the protesters because people died. A lot of people died at the hands of an evil regime, and so they need to be liberated. We need to help liberate the Iranians from the death that has been rained down upon them by an evil regime by raining more death upon them through, like, strikes and shit. So, like, why have the Iranians do it when you could have the Americans do it? Eh? Not all protesters, but the ringleaders are paid. Professional agitators. I thought Americans cared about the First Amendment. Isn't free speech agitation? Is it incitement, or does your A1 right stop when you interrupted federal law enforcement? I don't know. Like, what's that got to do with paid actors, though, or professional agitators? No free speech when you're interrupting the law. All right, let's have a listen to see what the main con is on this one.
Now let's move on to the latest in Iran, and students from several universities have been taking to the streets for a second day of anti-government protests. Well, these are the first such rallies.
So when is this? This is recent. Oh, this is today's manufacturing consent machine. Oh, wow. Okay, well, this is hot off the press, ladies and gentlemen. Let's watch this.
On this scale since last month.
Depends if what they did was illegal. If this agitation was just channeling the status quo. Isn't that what free speech is about? These are nuances of freedom of speech law. I don't know if they're nuances. constitutional rights should override, I would say, local law enforcement operations or federal law enforcement operations. It doesn't really matter, actually. People's rights should take precedence over law enforcement operations. If we're talking about like interpretation stuff here, if it's clear, then so be it. But like there's legal observers and then there's agitation or obstructing law enforcement. That's a matter of, flip a coin who you feel like supporting.
Now let's move on to the latest in Iran, and students from several universities have been taking to the streets for a second day of anti-government protests. Well, these are the first such rallies on this scale since last month's deadly crackdown by the authorities, in which thousands of people...
They said the line already. They're just like, look, this is the first time this has happened since the reason why we're all here. Do you remember? Oh, yeah, that's right. They were doing protests before. That's why the Americans are massing forces to basically encircle Iran. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Whatever happened to those protesters anyway?
The BBC has verified footage of students clashing with pro-government groups at the beginning of the new term in the capital, Tehran. Let's get this roundup from our world news correspondent, Joe Inwood.
This was not a return to the mass uprising that gripped Iran in January, but these scenes, filmed in Tehran this morning, are a public show of dissent from protesters who faced extreme violence just weeks ago. At Sharif University in the capital, they raised the flag of the Shah, an anti-regime symbol. There have been counter-demonstrations by pro-government groups. Fights broke out. It's unclear if anyone was arrested. It all comes as the US continues to move air and naval forces into the region. It's the biggest such build-up since the invasion of Iraq in 2003. The Trump administration is engaged in negotiations with Iran over their nuclear program, but under the threat of military action. Tehran held drills in the last few days, an attempt to show it would resist if attacked. The country's president said they will not give in to threats.
We will not bow down in the face of any of these difficulties. World powers are lining up with cowardice to force us to bow our heads.
During January's protests, Donald Trump said that if people were attacked, he would intervene. When they were killed, in their thousands, there was no response from Washington. That could be about to change.
Now, remember when we were looking at this like a month ago, no one could actually get a figure on who was like, being killed in the thousands kind of thing. The only imagery that we saw were like the same footage over and over again of like a number of body bags at the front of, I don't know, some building somewhere. And we were like, because like the reports were that, there's hundreds of bodies being piled up on top of it. Thousands of bodies were the reports that were coming in. And people coming into the stream and being like, see, there's thousands of people dying at the hands of this evil regime. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? And like there was no real evidence of that coming out. Now, we had someone who claimed to be Iranian come in, like, remember that? Like 3 or 4 weeks ago now, and was just like, I'm in Iran right now. And everyone was like, but how? I thought there was an internet shutdown there. How are you coming to us? And he was like, by Starlink, which is the usual way that people were coming through. Like, thank God for Musk. He was providing Starlink options for people to get the story out. And that person came into a Twitch stream and was talking to us about the situation that was going on in Iran, and was able to... they said they hadn't been to any protests, but they were able to verify that there was like thousands of people that had been killed. They know people that have been affected by the security forces. And so we had like a source on the inside telling us about it, but like we didn't really get much off them, to be honest. But like, yeah, the situation when it came to like, Trump was using a justification, or the Americans were using the justification that thousands of people were dying. Like, it was like the reports were all over the place. Like at one time we heard it was like 400 people, then it was, then it was 600, then all of a sudden it was 2,000 people. Then in a day's time it was 12,000 people. Then some people were reporting that 20,000 people had been, killed as a result of these protests. And so like it was pretty all over the place, to be honest. And like it really depended which news outlets were reporting it. So it was hard to get an actual understanding of the damage that was actually being done by the evil regime. Now, that's not to discount that, like, you know, maybe the regime had done some pretty awful and questionable things, the regime. But like, we are aware that there are other factors that were involved too. We know that there was outside interference keeping the protest going. Because like Israeli state media was saying that they had agents over there helping to egg on the protesters, and the protesters were getting violent themselves and killing security forces. So like, who knows what the real number? I don't think we'll ever know what the real number was. But like, do you remember when the media was so outraged by it that people were dying in the tens of thousands potentially? And like all of that just, it's gone. No one's talked about it for ages. And like, this is the first time we're getting reports of people protesting again. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy how it all works out. Military industrial complex going brrr. Yeah, I know, right? Brrr. But also blaring a bullhorn in officers' ears is assault as you're causing ear damage nuisance. Some people hate protesters and in the same breath ask why they aren't protesting about Iran. It's a big gotcha, lol. I got no dog in the American fight. I mock them as much as anyone. Look how they spell color. The one time America doesn't want something bigger is literacy skills. Clarice, I think it's evident that they didn't kill 36,000 people in 4 days. As some, yeah, the sources were all over the place. Remember, like in 24 hours, it changed from like, you know, a few thousand people to like 12,000. Then it was like 20,000. Then like, you know, some sources, yeah, up to 30,000. Like, you know, it was all over the place. And it was just like, yeah, just pick a number. Who cares? We're just trying to justify, you know, we're just trying to justify an invasion here. Or like an act of war. Let's call it what it is. We're trying to justify an act of war here. So like, pick a number. Who gives a shit?
Joe Inwood, BBC News.
Well, let's speak to David Schenker, a former US Assistant Secretary of State for Near Eastern Affairs. Welcome to BBC News. We'll talk about the situation on the ground in Iran in a moment because it's important to discuss what's going on with the students right now. But first of all, the comments from Steve Witkoff says President Trump's questioning why Iran hasn't backed down. I mean, the US has been trying to apply pressure. So far, that pressure hasn't been a military one, but that is potentially on the horizon, David.
Yeah, good afternoon. Listen, this is President Trump's playbook, which is essentially mass huge amount of forces and wait for capitulation. And Iran does not appear ready to take the knee on this. They're going to push this to the very end, but they're not apparently ready to make any type of significant concession on the nuclear front.
And what does that then mean then? If there's no concession, we talk about these indirect talks that happened last week in Switzerland. There's a possibility of more on the horizon. You hear from both sides saying progress is made, but it's clearly not enough progress.
Yeah, I think the president really backed himself into a corner. This was all about protecting the protesters. We dispatched an armada to the region, and then it became about the denuclearization or ending enrichment.
Iran is coming to blow up your Ford Focus. Yeah, I know. That was pretty funny when he said that. The terrorists are coming to get your Ford Focus. Volta, so we hear about it when they want to sway the public view in a certain directions. It just so happens that America has been sending their resources into the region. Something might go down. Yeah, isn't there like a kind of a consensus among, like it's kind of the manufacturing consent line amongst all media, depending on where they have interpretations on whether or not it's justifiable or not. Like everyone's just like, well, they wouldn't have moved all of these ships into place if they weren't going to do something, right? Right? Am I right? No? Like that seems to be a general consensus. The Americans wouldn't do this just for the sake of posturing. There's going to be some type of strike. And the stuff that I heard over the weekend about this was kind of like, well, Trump's going to do a little strike. He's just going to do a little strike, a little baby strike, just to get them to think about it, kind of thing. And maybe that'll force them into the negotiation table. And the negotiation table is like, don't have nuclear weapons. And the Iranians are like, we don't. We've been saying that for a long time. We don't want nuclear weapons. And they're like, but no, you can have them, even if you wanted them. But we don't want them. And so that's what the negotiations are at the moment, apparently.
Out highly enriched uranium. And now the president has given a 10 to 14 day timeline or ultimatum for Iranian capitulation. There are a huge amount of forces, aircraft in the region, and the president's got several options about what he can do. But one thing is for sure, he doesn't want to be compared to President Obama after the red line in Syria, where he threatened and didn't respond.
In that case, how soon do you think there could be US military action? Because in the last 24, 48 hours...
So what's the Obama situation that he's talking about? Anyone? Very briefly, what was the Obama situation with the red line in Syria, where he threatened to strike and never did? Baby wants them to completely disarm. That's why. Yeah, I guess so. That's what this is about, potentially. Because like Baby wants all of their intercontinental their missiles gone. He wants that gone. But like America seems to be focusing more on the whole nuclear situation. But like I was listening to Brian speak about this from the New Atlas, and he was basically suggesting that the way that US uses Israel is like it really wants Iran to get rid of its missiles, but like it focuses on the nuclear and plays good cop and allows Israel to play bad cop. But like it really wants what Israel wants too, which is complete disarmament of Iran. So they're basically a toothless tiger that they can be completely manipulated by US foreign policy and its empirical interests. But like it doesn't want to look like that guy on the world stage, even though it's pretty fucking obvious. But like it doesn't want to be that guy, and so they use Israel to do it. So that's why Bibi goes over all the time and flies into the White House. So like they can set up their good cop, bad cop scenario. Obama and aliens. In 2012, Barack Obama said the use of chemical weapons by Bashar al-Assad regime in Syria would be a red line triggering US action. I think I remember that in 2013 after a major chemical attack, the Ghouta chemical attack. Obama prepared military strikes but did not follow through because he sought approval from Congress, which was uncertain. A diplomatic deal brokered with Russia led Syria to agree to dismantle its chemical weapons stockpile. So instead of strikes, the US chose a negotiated disarmament deal. Interesting.
There's been a lot of speculation about whether something might have even happened this weekend, and of course we haven't seen anything yet.
Yeah, President Trump is rather unpredictable. He gives a timeline. He did this, I recall, a year or so ago, and then didn't wait for the timeline to expire, but attacked immediately. So it could be at any time, or it could be not at all. The Iranians will try and string out this negotiation and try and get the president and the administration to accept a deal that what's called JCPOA minus, a nuclear deal that doesn't include all the provisions that President Obama got. And we don't know, because I think the president is somewhat reticent to use force.
And let's talk about what's happening on the ground, these student protests today. It's an important reminder of what happened at the start of the year.
See, she's even saying the quiet part out loud. Like, okay, everybody, remember These student protests here, like we got some footage of some students protesting in a country. Like it looks like there's a few hundred people we're talking about here. And like this is a country with 90 million people as its population. It's like, isn't this a nice reminder, everybody, of why we're here in the first place? Remember why we're talking about why America is deciding whether or not it rains down death upon a sovereign country. Remember why we're here in the first place? Remember those protests? Well, they're at it again. Okay? Just in case you forgot, that's why we're here talking about this in the first place. Just remember those protests next time you think, hey, should we really be doing this as a human race? Maybe not. Maybe we shouldn't be just killing each other indiscriminately. Oh yeah, sorry. There were protests earlier in the year. Forgot about that.
With that brutal crackdown on anti-government protests. And at the time, of course, President Trump did say he would come to the assistance of protesters if that crackdown continued. Now, it doesn't look like that's the terms of these talks now. He's threatened military action around the nuclear deal. So in some ways, has the US administration kind of taken their eye off what's going on when it comes to human rights in your assessment?
Listen, the Iranian youth is
what a
pretty
question.
sad.
So good. So have they taken their eye off? Like, do they care about this humanitarian stuff anymore? Or like it seems like all they're worried about now is just like, you know, beefing up their presence in the area. Why would they not care about that anymore? So good.
I think they understand that if they go back to the streets and there are once again massacres, that the president may turn his attention back to human rights, and this may become a reason for U.S. strikes on Iran. But the fact is that there has been really a mismanagement of the country. The rial is 1.5 million to $1. There's no water in Tehran, and high levels of unemployment and dissatisfaction with this government. So I think the kids, the youth, the people are going to continue coming out. Let's see if this is part of the calculation for President Trump about whether or not.
Like you'd have to think that people as educated as this guy, right, must understand like some of the stuff that he says as like just regurgitation of propaganda. Like he's like, well, the economy is completely fucked. The rial is worthless, and he just says it like it's just, oh, Iran just sucks. Their economy sucks because they're just so useless. And like people can't get water. They can't buy stuff. And so like they're gonna be descending into chaos soon enough, I'm sure. Like they must question some of this stuff. Like these people look like savvy, critically minded, analytical people. And they don't even question some of their own narratives. It's absolutely incredible. Why is the rial worthless? Why is their economy shot? Hey? It's not like they've been subject to economic warfare, have they? Sanctions by a particular world player, hey?
Use force.
Okay, David Schenker, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts on a story that, of course, is very unpredictable. We don't know what's coming next, but, of course, it's important also to discuss what's happening on the ground in.
Yes, it's very important. It's very important. We need to know how to tell people that the human race is getting closer and closer to nuclear annihilation. Because the US, and by extension Israel in the area, can't fucking help themselves. Let's get another source on this. I'm going to go to the French. No, actually, let's go to the Germans. See what the Germans have to say about this.
Now, fresh anti-government protesters have broken out in Iran. Students beginning a new university term in the capital, Tehran, have rallied to remember the thousands killed in recent demonstrations. The US is building up its naval task force in the region. President Trump...
What is this reference to them as? I think that's the second time you've said that today. Why do you think nuclear weapons aren't real? Like, is it part of a conspiracy or something?
Trump has threatened another attack on Iran if the regime refuses to agree to a deal cutting its nuclear program.
Iranian students chant anti-government slogans outside Amir Kabir University in Tehran. More protests were held at Sharif University, also in Iran's capital. Scuffles appeared.
Merlin Hurlin, hello. Welcome to the stream, Merlin. Hope you're hurling.
To break out between those opposing the Iranian regime and those supporting it. Some of the footage has been blurred to protect their identities. These are the first large rallies seen in Iran since January, when authorities crushed.
Why do you think they are? How are you all doing? We are doing well, thank you. Why do I think they are? Because they've been testing them, and there's footage of them testing them, I guess. I don't know. Why do you think they're not? Like, what have you heard? Oh, Wookiees getting censored hard. Man, YouTube won't let anything through today. Are we doing a particularly sensitive topic, do you think? I don't know. Like, we've covered Iran a lot. I think it's been very sensitive.
Widespread demonstrations. Protests have also been held in other parts of the world, including Barcelona in Spain, where they remembered the thousands of Iranians killed in January's protests. All this as the US builds up its military presence in the region.
Can you see, like, this is why this is such a great study in manufacturing consent. We just watched the BBC story on this, right? And they started off with the protests, and then they started talking about the US military buildup, and they showed pretty similar footage. Like, this is almost the exact same story as we just watched from the BBC. It's fucking incredible. Absolutely incredible. Seems like the threat of nukes is used a lot to justify actions abroad. Well, yes. Yes, it is. Eh? Like, what's the point then, Dilemmas? Are you saying that, like, it's the threat of nukes that are causing problems? Because that is the way that they're justifying. The US, anyways, justifying potential action. It's just like, yeah, well, we don't want them to have nuclear weapons. Only us and a handful of nations are allowed to have those things. We can't have everybody protecting themselves, because then who are we gonna wage war on? Eh? What are we gonna do with our military-industrial complex then? Eh? We can't actually attack anyone because everybody's got nukes. For us, I'm doing good, just cruising around trying to find some streams to hang out in while I wait for uni classes. Well, welcome to the hang.
Region and beyond. These aircraft have been filmed at an airbase in Portugal's Azores archipelago.
I can't wait for a missile to hit us by accident during this war. That'll be fun. Where are you from, Merlin Helen? Where are you from?
And beyond. These aircraft have been filmed at an airbase in Portugal's Azores archipelago. Meanwhile, the world's largest aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford, has been seen sailing in waters off Gibraltar. Donald Trump has warned Iran that...
From Kuwait? Have we ever had anyone from Kuwait in the stream before? I don't think so. I think you're our first. So welcome. I'm in it too, unfortunately. Yeah. Hey, good luck. I'm from Kuwait, but oh, sorry, you're in Iran, but you're from Kuwait. Is that what you mean? I smell an interview. Are you from Iran? Sorry, you're from Kuwait, but are you in Iran at the moment at university? Is that what you're saying? It is very convenient, but it's more a thought experiment. What if Hiroshima was just firebombed they bounce back pretty fast. Yeah, we've definitely heard all of that sort of stuff. Oh, you're from Kuwait and in Kuwait. Okay, fair enough. And so, like, what is your opinion on the whole situation then, apart from you getting hit indirectly and becoming collateral damage? No, all good. What's your position on, do you reckon the US should be bringing freedom and democracy to Iran? Or should they not? Now, back to the whole Hiroshima was firebomb thing. Yeah, I've definitely heard those theories. The New World Order saw how everyone fell in line because America had the bomb. Merlin Hurling is a sick online handle, by the way. Yeah, depending on what you mean by hurling as well. But like now, other people have the bomb. Do you think like everyone's in on it? Like the North Koreans, the Chinese, the Russians, the British, the French, the Pakistanis. Like, is everyone in on the ruse that nuclear weapons don't actually exist? Ignore my ramblings. Let's hear from our man on the ground and what does he think about ground news. I hate Iran due to the usage of proxy groups, but it isn't unique to it, and I don't trust the US to do any good foreign policy action. Okay, fair enough. But like, so do you think the US should invade Iran to potentially stop them from having nuclear capabilities, or I don't know, what's the word, like cracking down on protesters for humanitarian purposes?
Military action is possible if a deal over curbing its nuclear program isn't reached soon.
They better negotiate a fair deal.
No,
but Iran's
absolutely not. Okay, fair enough. Well, at least we got that one out of the way. Yeah, Merlin, make sure you follow for more. We'd like to have your insights whenever you're in between classes. And if you are interested, please, we would love to, and anyone else who's listening to this as well. We have a Discord community, and this is where we all share our propaganda and information and all the stuff we consume. So, Merlin Hurlin, come and join Discord, introduce yourself, and show us your propaganda. We'd love to see it. Rogue's in the house. I didn't know you were here. How you going? Do you think nukes aren't real, or they just haven't been used? It's a good question. The US doesn't build up liberal democracies. It inherits them and claims credit, Germany and Japan, while failing to actually build up liberal democracies, Iraq and much of Central America. Yeah, that's the thing. Real democracies don't actually help the US, especially in places like Iraq and pretty much the entire of, I would say the entire of Latin America, not just Central America. They actually don't want democratic governance structures. They want like a dictator or someone, like a strongman that they can do business with, and they can control the local population so they can, I don't know, extract it for resources and stuff. That take was so hot. Everyone is saying it. So hot. It's the hottest take right now. It's so hot. Oh my God, everyone's saying it.
The president has said his country won't be pressurized by the US military buildup.
By God's grace and strength, we will not lower our heads in the face of these difficulties. Even though the outside world and global powers are unfairly pressing us to submit, we will not bow our heads.
Fears of a looming conflict have prompted several countries, including Germany, to warn citizens to leave Iran.
Now, Ross Harrison joins me now. He's a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute and author of Decoding Iran's Foreign Policy. Great to have you with us. I wonder what you make of the new protests in Iran. What do you think they can achieve at this point?
Well, Anthony, it's hard to say at this moment.
when we think back to the Iranian Revolution, 1978-79, we saw a similar kind of rhythm. These protests that occurred on 2 or 3 university campuses in Tehran occur on the heels of the end of the 40-day mourning mourning process for the thousands of protesters that were killed just last month. And during the Iranian Revolution, we saw a cycle of 40 days of protests, 40 days more protests on the heels of a 40-day mourning process, and there was a momentum that was built over time that led to the Iranian Revolution. If that would occur now, if you would see a spreading of these protests and then a government, a equally repressive suppression of those protests that we saw last month, they could be quite significant and could affect the looming military conflict between the United States and Iran. But it's too early to assess at this point.
Ross, do you think the US military presence near Iran in such great numbers keep these protesters safe, or are they risking their lives by protesting again?
Well, they're certainly risking their lives because over the last number of years, even absent the looming attack by the United States, the government has a pattern of suppressing protests quite violently, the most violent being this past January. So I think the risk to the protesters exists.
I love how when they get experts in to talk about Iran, it's always like dudes hanging out in Washington or something like that. I know it must be hard to get Iranian sources and stuff, but it's like, yeah, let's just get some dude from Washington to talk about it. Someone who's not Iranian. We'll get some nice Western source. They'll tell us their thoughts.
Irrespective of U.S. potential involvement in the region. But I think the regime being under siege a bit, both internally because of the protests that occurred last month and because of the looming possible attack, certainly increases the jitteriness of the regime and is likely to possibly lead to an overreaction. So, but the regime's normal standard operating procedure is to suppress the protests violently in order to keep them down and prevent them from spreading.
Everything about the US buildup says they are getting ready for an attack. How do you read the situation?
Well, you know, when the first carrier group went to the U.S. carrier group went to the region, led by the SS Lincoln, we could construe that as possibly a show of force to increase the hand.
Did you see the bar that got shut down over the new hate laws? I think we saw something last week. Is this the bar that's like an art bar in like Canberra or something like that? And they have like, they had pictures in the window of like JD Vance and stuff as Nazis or Trump as Nazis. Is this the one that you're talking about, Wookiees? David, what's the source for the thousands of protesters were killed? It seems like every media outlet is repeating this claim without saying where it comes from. I don't know. That's the thing. That's what we were trying to figure out like a month ago. Do you remember? And so like we remember David. Oh, and actually you might not have been here, but we talked to someone from Iran who came into the chat, or claimed to be from Iran anyway. And they said that they believed that there was like a few thousand people that were killed from reports that they've heard from within Iran, and they're there at the moment. And so like they thought that there would be a few thousand people that have been killed, but like they weren't talking in the magnitude of what the media has been reporting. The media has been talking about like what 12,000 people being killed, 20,000 people, by some accounts like 30,000 people were killed and stuff like that. So like David, I have no idea where the sources are because all of them use different numbers. I don't even know if they have a source, like one source of truth. They might just have propaganda that gets to them from particular agents that work in there, if you know what I mean. Like from a certain is not rail and their secrets, their intelligence services, let's say. And that just gets given over to all of us. Yeah, it just popped into my head. I couldn't remember if you talked about it, like really briefly. We didn't talk about it much. So if you have any more information about it, it'd be nice to know. But we didn't talk about it much, Wookie. Remember, ICE didn't worry about protesters till Preddy, who was armed, got killed. Now they are backing out of Minnesota. Armed populations stop oppressive government actions. LOL. That is such a long stretch. That is such a long stretch. Have you heard that somewhere, or have you come up with that yourself, Dilemmas? Like, it's not like they backed out immediately. It's taken them like 2 weeks at least. 3 weeks. It's been longer than that for them to decide to back out. I think the real thing there is like they shot someone with a gun. And like that is so taboo, right? Isn't it? I put a video in suggestions for later. Oh, great. Thanks. Is this video topic suggestions maybe? Have a look. Yeah, okay. The first Australian venue just got raided under the new hate laws. Is this the legal guy? He's been coming up in my feed a bit as well. Australian legal guy. All right, thanks. I came up with that while doing yoga. Bulk stretching. Bulk stretching. I do all my stretching at once, physical and mental gymnastics all at the same time.
And the strength of the hand of the United States in negotiations. But when the second carrier group sailed towards the region, the SS Ford, I believe it was, that's a huge commitment of naval assets for the United States. And it's hard to imagine that being in place or put in place without the real intention of some kind of a military conflict. So I know that there's some negotiations and back and forth statements from the White House and from the Islamic Republic and the leadership of the Islamic Republic. But I think the threat of a military action is quite high at this point, absent some kind of progress over the next few days, diplomatic progress over the next few daes.
Brilliant, Ross. Ross Harrison, a senior...
What could actually happen? Like, honestly, like, look at the build-up that they've got. And, like, I might just be regurgitating the manufacturing consent line on this one. But, like, given the build-up, like, what the fuck could the Iranians honestly say that's going to stop some type of strike here? Like, even if they just do a little strike, as Trump was saying the other day, like, we're just going to do a little strike so we can go back and negotiate and see, like, and say, oh, see, we did it. We weren't going around. Let's negotiate now. Like, what would actually stop them from doing that? I got confused by E's water bottle. I thought you were going to start spitting bars. No, that's not a microphone. Or another microphone. No. That is a bottle. I'm pretty sure. God, I hope it is. All right. Interesting. So that's it. Like, I wanted to have a look at that specifically. Now, there's some other cool things that are happening, obviously, when it comes to Iran. Like, everybody's doing war games by the look of it. But, like, the manufacturing consent machine's going hard on this one. It's going hard. Oh, look. The students are protesting. Remember why we're here in the first place? Hey, don't forget the protests. Just in case something does happen, we can remind you that we're edging closer to all-out war, to World War III, because there were some protesters and some people's humanitarian... There was a humanitarian crisis in Iran. Like, the world cares so much about humanitarian crises. My God. We don't strike a ball on the green. You putt it in. Okay. Interesting.
Now, Russia sent a massive warship to Iran. Russia and Iran are set to embark upon a drill today, and the naval exercises are taking place in the Gulf of Oman. And this, in fact, is...
Okay, so this was a day ago. They're talking about the Russian... And so if you're not aware, like, this is other stuff that I've seen coming up in the news, is like Russia and Iran have been conducting naval or joint operations, let's say, and exercises in the Strait of Hormuz and like the Arab Sea, Sea of Oman, like all that area kind of thing. They've been hanging out together and doing some military drills. just to stick it to the Americans, I guess.
Same area of the high seas where the US Armada is stationed. And these are some of the images of the Russian corvette Stoiky that is arriving at the Iranian port of Bandar Abbas.
So we saw this last week.
Now, this Russian ship is designed for
This is the Russian ship that came in and they were sharing the footage. So the Russians are in this area now. They're actually inside Iran. They're docking, they're doing joint exercises. Like, this is not a drill, ladies and gentlemen. So I wonder what's happening here. It would appear that China is involved too. They're doing the same military drills and exercises with the Iranians. So like, this could be more significant than anything we thought kind of before, where they're just going to strike Iran and like be done with it kind of thing, or like strike Iran with absolute impunity. Like, if the Russians and the Chinese are involved, this is a little bit more serious. This is no Venezuela, let's say, where they're just going to pluck out Maduro in the middle of the night and bugger off again. Like, this will escalate into something more important. And like, you know, is this the moment? Is this one of those things that we'll look back in, 10 years time and be like, oh, that's when World War III started, kind of thing. Look, Russia was there, China was there, the US were posturing, and so it was like East versus West again. I can tell you that war with Iran is hugely unpopular with the American people, especially with MAGA. So what the fuck is going on then? Source, Tucker Carlson. So like, what's going on then, David? Like, this is a very interesting scenario. Like, it really does ram home the fact that America is just like, it's part of an empire. Like, whether it's its own creation exactly or a larger capitalistic style empire that has its core in the US, around Wall Street, potentially around a couple of financial nodes, and their foreign policy and the way that they go around serving justice and freedom to the world is just how they suppress players that like threaten the global bourgeoisie. So like, this just shows then, like, if MAGA are not happy about this and Tucker Carlson is their like unofficial spokesperson for the entire MAGA movement, if they're not happy about this, what's going on? Why is Trump so disassociated from his base on this one? Yeah. Can Musk be our Franz Ferdinand? Could you imagine if he was the guy? Musk is down. Musk is down. World War III is about to start. Musk is down. Was it Iran or Saudi that had a British officer put into the leadership position back in the day? Might have been Saudi. I don't know. But the British were definitely involved in Iran. Hey, good old British Petroleum.
Operations including anti-surface, anti-air and anti-submarine warfare. Now, the exercises will see the warship of both nations maneuver alongside one another as American naval forces, including powerful US carrier groups, maintain a heavy presence nearby. The Tehran said that a helicopter carrier belonging to the Russian Navy has entered into Iran's southern waters. The backdrop is unmistakable, and the US has surged its naval presence in the wider region amidst heightened pressure on Tehran. And President Donald Trump has also deployed major assets, including carrier strike groups, to press Iran during the tense indirect nuclear talks. The proximity of the Russian and the Iranian drills to an American carrier group is now sending ripples through global strategic circles, and analysts see it as more than routine training. Now, it is a signal of cooperation at the sea, a message to the world watching the balance of power in West Asia shift. Now, the atmosphere in the region has shifted from tension to that of hair-trigger alert by embedding Russian assets into the Iranian defense perimeter.
We're not a democracy. What would the Marxists would say? It's a dictatorship of the bourgeois. The bourgeois dictatorship. But it's democracy for the bourgeois. They vote amongst themselves. They decide on policy decisions amongst themselves. And then, like, the people just are there to, put it in to give it the pretense that they've got political position and skin in the game. but like everything is decided by them. Like they front the representatives, they ensure the party system suits their interests, they fund the think tanks and the policy institutes that write all of the legislation, the laws, the policies, and help make the decisions about what's actually going on, which is what we're talking about, right? The fact that the American people are an elected dictatorship, yeah, but like the system is the dictatorship itself. Like it allows them to control things. An oligarchy, let's call it. An oligarchy. But like, yeah, it would seem that like the American people, there is consensus from the American working class, which is we do not want this war, left or right. Nobody wants this war. I'm assuming, unless there's a whole bunch of loony lefties out there and wokies that are like, yes, bring down the Iranian regime, strike away. But it would seem then that like the average American, left or right, doesn't want to have anything to do with this. Doesn't want to have anything to do with this at all. If you define democracy as power to the people. Yeah. Oh, yeah. If. Massive IF on that one.
Moscow is creating a strategic shield of sorts. But the question is, will Moscow even directly get involved? Now, earlier, the Iranian media had announced that Tehran had fired live missiles toward the Strait of Hormuz. The missiles were fired as part of a maritime military exercise by Iran. And according to the Iranian media reports, the war games, the duration of which is not specified, aim to prepare the Islamic Revolutionary Guards for potential security and military threats in the strait. This follows the U.S. deployment of large naval force to the area. It complicates any potential U.S. strike plan, forcing the American commanders to consider the catastrophic risk of hitting a Russian hull. Remember, Russia has repeatedly released statements urging Washington to engage in dialogue and not to stage any military attacks. The Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov warned on Wednesday that any new U.S. strike on Iran will have some very serious consequences. He has called for restraint in finding a solution that allows Iran to pursue a peaceful nuclear program. In an interview with Saudi Arabia's Al Arabiya,
the consequences. This guy is pretty important, isn't he? Sergei Lavrov. Like, he's kind of the guy that says all this stuff that like the Russians don't really want to say, or Putin doesn't really want to say, I guess. So he gets to say all this stuff that everybody is like, oh my God, this is what the Russians are up to. The consequences are not good. There have already been strikes on Iran on nuclear sites under the control of the AIEA. From what we can judge, there were real risks of a nuclear incident.
television, he emphasized...
You have to watch some of the Clint Russell I've linked on Discord to get a different American angle to the mainstream media.
...that regional Arab countries are cautious, with no one wanting to escalate tensions, as it could be akin to playing with fire. The Strait of Hormuz is a strategically significant waterway through which a large share of the world's energy supplies pass, making any military activity in the area a focus of international attention.
How random was that last bit? It was like, oh, by the way, the Strait of Hormuz is this. Just in case you were wondering. Yeah, thanks. Just in case. All right, I'm going to get some footage of what this looks like when the Russians and the Iranians get together to have a military party. Let's have a look. I hope it's good footage. I haven't checked it yet. So what's this called? Watch. Russia and Iran joint naval drill in the Sea of Oman. Look at the Navy though. And look at all those fucking... Look at the Strait of Hormuz. Look how many tankers and stuff are in the background here. Look at all of that. Alright. This is a busy place, eh? This is a busy place. Mamupa. Damn, I agree. I must be a Marxist. You agree with what? What do you agree with? I gotta know, Mamupa. I gotta know. I knew you were a fucking Marxist. Hey.
دریافت ناوگروه فدراسیون روسیه و پس از اون 3 مرحله داشت.
What is he saying?
این رزمایش
This exercise has 3 stages.
3 مرحله داشت. ابتداً دریافت
First, it was held in the Russian Federation's.
ناوگروه فدراسیون روسیه و پس از اون انجام نشست طراحی رزمایش بود با حضور نیروی دریایی ارتش جمهوری اسلامی ایران، نیروی دریایی سپاه پاسداران انقلاب اسلامی، نیروی هوایی الهی و نیروی دریایی فدراسیون روسیه. طراحی رزمایش انجام شد و از دیروز های سازمان رزم به مأموریت خودشون رفتن. نیروی دریایی ارتش جمهوری اسلامی
The Islamic Republic or Iran Navy routinely conducts
به صورت روتین در حوزه دیپلماسی دفاعی برنامه‌های رزمایشی مختلفی در سراسر دنیا که برنامه‌ریزی میشه، مثل رزمایش بریکس که در آفریقای جنوبی اجرا شده و ناوگروه ما الان در حال برنامه‌ریزی میشه، مثل رزمایش بریکس که در آفریقای جنوبی اجرا
The Russian Navy is currently on its way
و ناوگروه ما الان در حال برگشت است و
back, and the Indian Navy is currently continuing exercising in the Indian Ocean.
میلان در حال اجرا هستند، دارن انجام میدن.
The Russian Navy also regularly conducts combat missions
کشور روسیه هم برابر روتین هم در دریای
in the
خزر،
Caspian Sea, the
و هم
Caspian
در
Sea,
دریای
and the
جنوب
South
جزو
China
برنامه‌ریزیامون هستش
Sea,
که
which
به
are
صورت
held
سالیانه
annually
در
in
قالب
the
دیپلماسی
defense, in the
دفاعی
field of
به
defense
اجرا در میاد.
diplomacy. How good is that word, defense
قالب
diplomacy?
دیپلماسی
That's an interesting idea, isn't it?
دفاعی به اجرا در میاد.
Fuck, this stuff is like when it's silent and stuff like that, it's like watching people play computer games. It's mental. Interesting. I haven't really watched a lot of this type of stuff before. It's interesting to see. So much saber rattling. Oh my god. Hey. And the world inches closer to World War III and annihilation. So this is a source, this one that I picked this for like on purpose, simply because it's from China now. So this is China, this is from Shanghai Eye, which I'm pretty sure is a Chinese source. Iran, Russia conduct joint naval drills in the Sea of Oman amid Trump's ultimatum for deal or attack. Now, this is what I'm saying, like, you know, we got Iran, Russia, China with skin in the game on this one. Like, this is not just a Venezuela situation. I do believe the Chinese and the Russians are really clamping down at the moment. They've watched, they stood by and just kind of played ball while America was dealing with Venezuela. Like, what were they going to do anyway? It was all it's over there. But like, this is way more Russian / Chinese territory or neck of the woods than the Americans. Like, China is closer to Iran geographically. Russia, even if it's via land, is closer to Iran geographically than the US. Like, this is their arena, technically. They can get stuff here and really pose a threat. Pose an obstacle to US unilateral or US dominance and control in this part of the world. They can fuck the US up here with their presence, unlike they could do when it comes to Venezuela or Cuba, for that measure. Venezuela and Cuba are going to have to fucking go alone. Good luck to them. I hope it works out. But Iran, it's a completely different story here. And like, if they have aspirations for a multipolar world, the Russians and the Chinese, like they say they do, if they actually have aspirations for some type of multipolar like alternative to US hegemony, where the US kind of just dominate world politics and play world police and decide when or not people need a bit of freedom and democracy. If they truly believe in bringing about a world that beyond the American world police situation, then they're going to have to step in somewhere. They can't just like do what the Chinese like say all the time, which is just like, oh, everybody needs to sort out their own stuff. It's really a shame that the Americans are using their power to dictate to everyone else what they can and can't do. Everybody kind of, they should respect international law. They should respect the UN charter they signed up to and all that sort of stuff. They should do this, they should do that. This time it's crunch time. Like, I think if Russia and China lose Iran, they lose Venezuela, which they have, they lose Cuba, like they're starting to find themselves strategically more and more isolated. They need their friends and allies. They need strategic locations around the world to not be completely under the thumb of the US, or they're going to be more and more disconnected from everyone else, and then more and more constrained. Massively constrained. And with recent events that's happened with India as well. Like, India supposedly, I don't know if you guys have heard about this, but like India has recently agreed to cut itself off from Russian oil, which is a very interesting scenario. And like, India is involved like with the US and Australia and Canada and all that sort of stuff through intelligence sharing services, something like similar to Five Eyes. So the Russians and the Chinese are starting to lose friends massively on the world stage. And so like Iran, they're going to need to help them out, I think, if they really do care about their multipolar world project. Oh, how we aren't a democracy and your thoughts on it. Yeah, isn't that interesting that you reckon that you're a Marxist if you agree with my interpretation of democracy and the thoughts on it? Because like a lot of the critique of democracy, let me just say, Momupa, that like, you know, the world's an oligarchy and it's controlled by a rich elite, like all of that sort of talk, that sort of stuff that you get, that actually came, that critical analysis came very much from Marxists, like back in the day, like if we're talking about 100, 150 years ago. Because they used how like Marx understands the free market and capitalism and all that sort of stuff to come up with those theories. And now they kind of just mainstream. Everybody takes ownership of them. Left wing, right wing, whoever. But they were originally from, or a lot of them anyway, were originally from a Marxist analysis. So yes, Momupa, you little Marxist. I knew it. It's only democracy when the voter is educated on preferential voting, in the Australian sense, in my opinion. Those pesky white Christian Russians, get them. Yeah. Because India are planning on moving here. Hey. You see what I did there? Yeah, I get it. Very good. Very clever dilemmas. That's why they're sharing intelligence with Australia, because they want to move here. Oh my God. Anyway, the Russians and the Chinese are going to have to, I think, significantly consider really helping Iran out. Not just like run these military exercises and stuff and give them intel, which is what we've seen. They're really going to have to pull their finger out and defend Iran's interests if they are fair dinkum about setting up an alternative to US hegemony at the moment. I don't think they can let this slip. and Iran be just another casualty on the board after, you know, what, Syria, Libya, Iraq, like in this part of the woods anyway. All for greater Israel, for the greater good. It's the same footage. It's so good. Like, it's watching Western. Remember we watched the BBC and then the DW, and they had the exact same manufacturing consent line. Even the script of the videos they were playing were almost identical. The scripts were almost identical. And so now we've got like the Russians, the Chinese media, and the Indian media would say they've all got the same stock footage from these war games, and we're just sharing out the same footage. Yeah, we just saw this, I swear. What are Iran's interests? Surely the regime and the people have different ideas what it is. Well, like in most cases, like, you know, do your interests align? Like, unless you're being sarcastic, I'm missing it. Like, do your interests align with Chairman Albo's interests? Dilemmas? Like, I don't think there's uniform interest in any country. Most people don't agree with what their governments are doing for their own personal reasons, etc., etc., etc. So I don't think you get a full-on agreement with what the government is doing within Iran. Pretty big place. Lots of people apparently. But like, you know, even that video that we were watching before, or the two videos that we saw about the new student protests that are happening, like some of the footage was showing that the students that were protesting against the Iranian government and the crackdown on the protesters that had happened recently, like that was going down in January, there were government supporters there that were counter-protesting them, and then they were all like in fisticuffs, right? The Russian EMR camo pattern still goes hard. This is the exact same stuff that we saw just before. Just a different news site, right? We just saw this exact same footage. And it hides love handles really well, which helps LARPing Westerners like myself. Is this the regime or the people that chant death to America? Can it be both? Can it be both? Alright. Let's have a look at this. Okay, will Iran turn to asymmetric warfare? Iran threatens non-conventional methods to retaliate against US aggression. There's been a lot of speculation that we've seen about like the whole, like, oh, what will, you know, America do? Like, it's got a whole armada there. Like, it's positioning things in, where do we see last time? It was, they've been positioning things in the Arabian Sea, They're positioning things in the Mediterranean, the East Mediterranean, so like right on the other side. And like what they're potentially going to shoot across or project across to Iran from the Mediterranean Sea. And they're positioning troops in Bulgaria, I think it was. They're positioning personnel in Bulgaria. So like they're coming from the north, the east, and the west, I guess you would say, southwest-ish. No, the west and the southeast. And so like they kind of encircle Iran. And so like we've heard a lot about American tactics, but I haven't heard people talk about what the Iranians are going to do. Because the Iranians have been saying that, like, you know, whatever happens, whatever the US does, we are going to retaliate. And we're going to take it to the Americans. But I wonder what that means. Mamupa, I grew up outside Byron and my father is a communist. So I have a weird political beliefs and different upbringing. I would count myself as a conservative. That is a very interesting position, actually. I find myself agreeing with my father more than my neoconservative brother. Wow. How do you have... That's so crazy. What a diverse family you have. Communist father, neocon brother. You do have some a weird situation. Unique situation. So you're a conservative who had an upbringing potentially as a commie. So that's why you're so easy to suggest that you're yourself a Marxist. I get it now. Yeah, can we be conservative communists? Well, that's what you are. Aren't you a social libertarian? You're into looking out for people, social services and such. You don't mind a few social services. Like your conservative ideals reign supreme. Socially conservative. Economically, though, you're all for the working people. Although maybe it's the friends we made along the way.
Well, Donald Trump has given Iran a 2-week deadline to reach a deal on its nuclear program or face, quote...
When was this? So this was 2 days old. Okay.
Really bad things.
Really
the U.S.
bad
president's
things.
threats come as the United States builds up a massive military presence near Iran. The USS Abraham Lincoln Aircraft Strike Carrier Group is in the region, with another on the way. The U.S. also has multiple military bases within striking distance of Iran. Satellite imagery shows Iran building concrete reinforcements to protect some of its nuclear sites. Iran says it's at full military readiness and has warned that U.S. bases would be legitimate targets if Washington attacks, but Tehran could also strike back using non-conventional methods.
Iranian military drills in the Strait of Hormuz, a show of force ahead of a possible U.S. attack, a vital shipping passage that Iran could shut down. Iran's most fearsome military option is its array of ballistic missiles, which it could use to target U.S. bases in the region. The U.S. has recently moved air defense capabilities into place. Iran could also target Israel, launching a huge number of missiles at once to overwhelm the Iron Dome defense system. Iran's proxy
That's footage
forces...
from last year. The Iron Dome working in fucking overdrive to stop the Iranian missiles. So if you remember, there was a 12-day war last year in June. And everyone... Well, look, the Iron Dome is not impregnable, let's just say. They definitely got through the Iron Dome. It's not infallible. But I believe in property rights. Yes, so... I think that serves a bit of a social function as well, right? I think everybody believes in property rights, though, even commies. They just don't believe in private property in the Marxist sense, which is private individuals being able to own the means of production. So they don't want them to own resources. They don't want Gina Reinhardt types to have a monopoly over our nation's natural minerals. They don't want factories or points of production, businesses, that type of property to be owned by private individuals. They want that owned by the people themselves, by the workers more specifically. But like private property, yeah, you can own your house, who gives a shit? You can own your toothbrush too. Why not? Yeah, we were talking about it before. I haven't actually seen any of the stuff about the Mexican cartel leader getting killed, but I've just seen headlines on it. I think somebody brought it up before. I think Jordan had brought it up recently. Non-conventional. Strap yourselves in, boys. Yeah, I know. Actually, you know, like it's coming up in the headlines. We'll have a look at it. Let me finish this video. We'll have a look at what's going on with the Mexican cartel. Eh?
Or another way it can strike out at the US, Israel, and other allies. But Hezbollah in Lebanon and Hamas in Gaza have been decimated by Israeli strikes and the war in Gaza, and are not the threat they were just a few years ago. The Houthi rebels in Yemen still have the capability to target shipping in the Red Sea, however. There's also the possibility of terror cells carrying out attacks abroad. Then there's cyber warfare. Iran's advanced hacker network could target infrastructure, including electric grids, hospitals, and oil and gas facilities in the US, Israel, or Europe. It could also shut down popular websites in an attempt to create panic in the public. It's not clear which capabilities Iran would use first, but its arsenal of available tools means the US must think twice before it attacks.
For more on this, we can speak now with Danny Citranovitz. He's a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council's Middle East programs and a senior researcher in the Iran and Shiite Axis program at the Institute for National Security Studies in Tel Aviv. Danny, Donald Trump says if Iran does not accept U.S. terms for a nuclear deal in the next 10 to 15 days, really bad things will happen. What do you think might happen over the next couple weeks?
Well, definitely we're in a historical junction in the Middle East between war and peace. Again, maybe it sounds dramatic, but it is what it is, in a way that we are really waiting for the U.S. decision what to do. The ball is in the U.S. courts. It's obvious that the Iranians are really...
How many houses are private till the government says it isn't and redistributes the wealth? The context is jostling with this slippery slope. That's pretty funny. The context is jostling with the slippery slope. Look, unless you're making money out of housing, I wouldn't worry about it. If it's a place to live. But you're right, you know, what says the government won't come in and take your house? What's saying it won't do that in this system? Nothing. Until they decide it's necessary. Until they decide they need it for something, they will take it. That's the problem with the state generally, though. Not specifically communism. I would put to you.
to show compromises only on the nuclear side, not talking about the missile capabilities and everything related to the proxy support that they have. So the U.S. will have to decide. And if the U.S. will decide...
I'm sorry, this is really quiet, isn't it? I apologize.
...to attack, then the real question is not how they're going to use the capability that they have, but actually what is the target of these attacks, assuming that there won't be a regime change in Iran because of the fact that also the Vice President Vance already...
Did you say defined definitions when it comes to explaining capital hoarders? More refined? But I like the doubling down on definitions there. We need more defined definitions when it comes to explaining capital hoarders. In any system, your house is viewed as a removable object if push comes to shove.
They acknowledge it's an Iranian problem, it's not a US problem. And assuming that you cannot push back the Iranian to negotiating table, they would prefer to fight and not forgo the basic foundation, the pillars of the regime itself. So I think the big question is, of course, between peace or an agreement and the war. But if US will go to war, I think the big question will be what actually Washington is seeking to achieve in a war that will be dangerous and probably expand to regional confrontation.
Iran says that If attacked, it would target U.S. military bases in the region and Israel. Is Israel prepared for this?
Well, I think Israel is definitely on readiness because we're hearing the voices coming from Iran. Senior Iranian leadership already mentioned the fact that they are going to strike Israel if the U.S. strikes them. I don't know if it will be automatically. I think the Iranians will wait to understand exactly the sheer volume of the American attack, and only then will decide whether to strike Israel, yes or no. But I think that Israel is highly prepared because we might find ourselves in the line of fire. So definitely we are getting prepared for that. And if Israel will be attacked, definitely Israel will retaliate. So we might find ourselves not in a war between US and Iran, but also some sort of a triangle between US, Israel attacking together at the Iranian facilities.
So do you see Iran, or rather the U.S. and Israel possibly participating in a joint attack on Iran? Do you think Israel would participate if the U.S. were to strike Iran?
I think it's an important question. I have to say we don't know. We don't know what's going on in the discussion between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump. I think it's
Institute of National Security Studies coming from Tel Aviv. So this guy is from Is Not Rail. And he's providing information. You know, the interesting thought experiment with all of this is, and we were speaking about this before and discussing whether or not nuclear weapons even exist in the first place. But outside of that, there was discussion about the use of nuclear weapons. And we've had this discussion in the stream before when it's about the idea of nuclear weapons just being a deterrent. So people get them because they don't want to use them. They just want to keep them there so nobody touches them, nobody acts in an aggressive manner, like what we're seeing with Iran at the moment. If they actually had nuclear weapons, no one, the Americans wouldn't be attacking them right now, or posturing about attacking them. But Israel does have nuclear weapons, and if the US wanted to really double down on their ability to take out as many friends of Russia and China as possible, which is what we have seen systematically so far in 2026. Venezuela first, Cuba's going down next, Iran's on the chopping block potentially, the Russian Chinese kind of force against American hegemony, the alliance against American hegemony is really under attack here and being systematically destroyed piece by piece. If they really wanted to do something about Iran, which is such a territory that is just difficult to control, right? Such a large land area, massive place, huge population, hard terrain. They could just, reach out to their friends in Israel who have got nuclear weaponry and ask them to try it out. Imagine if Iran actually strikes Israel properly. Apparently last time, and I don't know if this is true, but I can only go off what we hear from these media sources. The last time Iran struck Israel during the 12-day war in June last year, and they broke through the Iron Dome. The Iranians were specifically targeting things that would not cause a lot of damage to people. It wouldn't take out, they weren't taking out highly populated residential targets, let's say. They were taking out buildings, or they were targeting certain things that wouldn't have the most collateral damage, let's say. There was choice about what they were shooting missiles at. But if this time America strikes Iran and really pisses off the Iranians, and then they just go hell for leather at Israel and really unleash the fury and try to cause as much damage as possible in retaliation, it's possible that Israel could, in order to justify or to save its own existence from Iran, could potentially use nuclear weaponry. And we've talked about today already, as Dilemmas has said, have they do they exist? Have they ever been used? Imagine that as a possibility. Imagine sitting in a stream and And watching that for fucking half a day. And like, oh my God, nuclear weapons have actually been used. What the fuck is happening out there? Oh my God, this is some of the people that get on the DW News comment section are the best, man. Look at this one. I sense another FIFA Peace Prize coming. So good. What's the punishment deadline for Epstein involvement? Eh? Get AIPAC out of American politics. Stop. War. That's so good. The first one's so good. I sense another FIFA Peace Prize coming. So good. I feel like this is bait for Iran. Like potentially, right? Like they're massing troops outside, amassing an armada outside their territory. Maybe like Trump already said it. Like we'll just do a little strike and we'll see if they come back to the negotiation table. If Iran goes all out in Israel, it'll look horrific. It will shift sentiment of normies, yes. And like if they do some proper damage, like that's what I'm saying. Like they could justifiably then, these not rallies, like actually strike hard. And I'm not just talking about like intensive missile strikes that go for months, like some people are speculating on here. But like, they could justify using nuclear weaponry. And like in a country that has like, you know, big populations concentrated over various cities, like a few nukes taking out a few cities, like that's it. That's the end of Iran as we know it, right? This would be an excuse for the next step of the Greater Israel as America steps in as the protector. Yeah, this could significantly change world politics as we know it. Pretty scary stuff if you think of it like that. Pretty scary stuff.
It's a possibility. Definitely Israel will participate if it's going to be attacked. The question of if Israel is going to initiate something, when the U.S. will strike Iran, I don't know. Nobody knows. Only a handful of people might know. But I think it's a possibility that we cannot rule out definitely where we stand right now. I think we should understand regarding Israel that it's a very unique possibility in time. Because Israel, I think the long life dream of Prime Minister Netanyahu was that the U.S. will take the lead on the Iranian issue and actually commence attack that will undermine this regime. And we are in a very close proximity to that. So I think that Israel will do the utmost to support the American activity, knowing that actually it's also serving in its interest. Definitely, if the U.S. will strike the strategic capabilities of Iran that's threatening Israel today.
Danny, thank you very much. That was Danny Citrinovitz from the Atlantic Council's Middle East programs.
Thank you.
Let's look at some of the options with Dr. Rob Johnson, who's director of the Changing Character of War Research Centre at the University of Oxford. Welcome to DW. How seriously do you think Iran should take Donald Trump's apparent 10-day deadline?
Well, very serious indeed. The Americans are very determined that their talks will succeed, of course. That's their priority. They want to make that work. And what they'll demand will be a guarantee against any sort of future nuclear breakout attempts, the idea of building nuclear weapons. And, of course, they'll want security guarantees to prevent any future threats to Israel or to their allies in the Gulf region. I think as a sort of rather lesser importance to the American administration at the moment is what's going on inside the country, although that's the thing that most of the world is worried about, the ending of the mass killing.
I don't think Israel will ever regain the propaganda advantage. The internet exists now. And once the boomers shuffle on, that's it for Israel's little safety bubble. Interesting take. But I think, like, what if there is a massive strike that gets past the keeper from Iran in retaliation of something that the US does? And then, like, it's, October 7 times 10, like, kind of thing. And everyone has to be like, oh, yes, it's awful what's happened. Like, and everyone has to sing the line kind of thing. Because that's what's expected of all of us. But, like, this time it's not going to be, like, against someone that they are causing a genocide on, but, like, an evil regime. And so, like, the actual perception of it will have to be really, really pro-Israel with no excuses this time. It's an interesting theory anyway. I got to give it to KK for sure on that one. Like, what if this is bait? And like, this is the end, thanks to that bait.
But Iran does need to take that very seriously. The Americans have overwhelming military preponderance in the region. They've already demonstrated back in June of last year that they can strike with impunity using stealth aircraft, very high altitude aircraft. So if Iran thinks that its rather old-fashioned air defense systems or its sort of defiant rhetoric is going to be sufficient to defend itself, it'll get a rude shock. And I suspect that the Iranian regime knows that.
But here's the thing. Clearly, we are living in strange and dangerous times. But talk us through the timeline, because it seems odd that let's get around a table, let's try and do a deal. No deal is done. Okay, we're going to bomb. In normal times, it would take some sort of prompt, some sort of action. What we're looking at here is the prompt being inaction.
It does feel that way, and I can understand that. Of course, we have to put one other factor into the timeline equation, and that is the so-called maximum pressure economic sort of pressure that the United States have been placing Iran under. And that's what's, of course, in part precipitated the original crisis that led...
All the internet peeps will just counter with war crimes within Gaza. Israel will never get the American first crowd back. Yeah, fair enough. Especially if, like, what we're describing before, that it really is like, this is consensus across working people now, left and right. Doesn't matter the culture wars anymore. People are like, no. We don't want to be involved in the work of a foreign nation and funding them and supporting them endlessly while we're suffering here. Hey, let them suffer over there. That's fine. But we're suffering here. People don't need to love Israel. They just need to be able to excuse Israel's violent reaction. The settlements won't be aired, just the war.
...to the unrest in Iran, and I suspect that if America kept up that timeline of pressure, we'd see even more pressure on the Iranian regime. So we mustn't miss that out. However, you're absolutely right to say it does seem a bit strange that a timeline would come to an end. But in many ways, the delivery of an ultimatum has a long history. Many countries have gone to war with each other after an ultimatum has expired. I think what he's doing, and we're all familiar with now with the art of the deal form of negotiation, is maximum pressure at the beginning, what seemed like almost impossible, outrageous claims, followed by a sort of an attempt to negotiate a sort of, a lesser deal. I'll accept it less, but of course it's more of what they wanted at the beginning.
Right.
And I think the Americans will try and do that again.
And just in our last minute, Iran has said that it would respond to any US attack. US military bases in the region would be legitimate targets. Should Washington be taking those threats seriously?
Oh, they certainly are, but they have the capability to deal, of course, with any of these so-called threats. Remember, Iran has often claimed that it can close the Straits of Hormuz. Its ability to do that is actually rather limited. The Americans could defeat all these so-called small boats. They could defeat the militia attacks and so on. And in fact, across the region, I think there'd be a great deal of relief in Iraq and in Syria if the Iranians were unable to do these things. The region's been plagued by these proxy forces making illegitimate attacks.
Right.
So I think the Americans can handle the whole thing.
Good talking to you. Thanks for talking us through that so clearly.
Pretty bold.
Rob Johnson from Oxford University.
I remember when we were talking about this last week. I'm pretty sure Spandonk was making these claims as well, just like our friend here. It was just like, yeah, well, the Americans have got them covered. It's not really a problem. Iran can't do shit. Iran's got nothing. But it's funny in the face of what we saw last year. They definitely struck the American base straight away after America took out their nuclear facilities, and they were attacking Israel, seemed to be quite easily. This time they've got China and and Russia assisting them. So it would seem like they've got more resources at their disposal. But 2 days ago, he will hit Iran in 5 days. 15 days is a bluff. Wonder if that'll age well. Oh, there's an Australian in here. 11 hours until close of extended trading. NYSE. Why does he make it sound like Rail is not involved when it's the instigator? Interesting. I put a link in long form about Tucker's interview with Huckabee. Worth a listen to see where America first crowd is. And it ain't in Is Not Rail's corner. Yeah, I remember someone saying that Tucky's got arrested, right? Or detained in Israel last week or something. Hey, he's in the bad books. Why the fuck is he there in the first place then? I question that narrative. The British sure have a way of presenting an opinion as fact. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. All right, let's check out this whole Mexican cartel thing. A couple of people have brought it up today. It might be interesting to have a quick look at. Shall we? Let's have a quick look. And the BBC, you've gone to the BBC for this one, Jack. That's interesting. Hey, let's see what the cartel's up to. What happened? $15 million reward. That's what we saw before as well. $15 million they put on this person's head. The Mexican's most wanted drug lord, El Mencho, that they say, killed in a military operation. For information leading to the arrest and or conviction of Nemesio Guerra Cervantes, also known as El Mencho. Mexico's most wanted man and leader of the feared Jalisco new generation drug cartel has been killed during a security operation to arrest him, the defense ministry has said. El Mencho died on Sunday as he was being taken to the capital, Mexico City, after being seriously injured in clashes between his supporters and the army. 4 SJNG members were killed in the town of Tapalpa, the central western Jalisco state. 3 army personnel were also injured. The US had given Mexico information that assisted the operation. Interesting. Damn. Look at that. The U.S. State Department issued a shelter-in-place warning for U.S. citizens in the states of Jalisco, Tamaulipas, as well as areas in Michoacan, I don't know how to spell that, Michoacan, Guerrero, Nuevo Leon. Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo later urged people to remain calm. In a post on X, she wrote that in most parts of the country, activities are proceeding normally. El Mencho, a 59-year-old former police officer, ran a vast criminal organization responsible for trafficking huge quantities of cocaine, methamphetamine, and fentanyl into the U.S. The U.S. State Department has offered $15 million reward for information leading to El Mencho's capture. In a statement, the Mexican Defense Ministry said the operation was planned and executed by the country's special forces. Aircraft from the Mexican Air Force and the National Guard were also deployed. It also said that several armored vehicles and weapons, including rocket launchers, were seized during the operation. The U.S. has been providing information to Mexico that assisted its operation, the statement said. Eyewitnesses have filmed plumes of smoke rising over several cities, including, what's that one? Guadalajara, one of the host cities for the forthcoming FIFA World Cup. In the tourist hotspot of Puerto Vallarta on the Jalisco coast, potentially thousands of tourists are trapped in the resort because of the unrest. Wow. Interesting. So I wonder if this is related somehow to the whole situation with the World Cup. They're trying to clear the main streets or look like they've got the situation under control for people to go out and enjoy the World Cup. I just saw it on my feed and had to share it before I forget. Mike Huckabee. So good. Interesting. Let's have a look at this. Cartel leader El Mencho. It's good PR too for the US.
The Mexican
right?
army says
they were supposed to be, the US government is supposed to be dealing with fentanyl and drugs coming into the country, right? El Mencho killed. Mexico's most powerful drug cartel boss, El Mencho killed.
it has killed the leader of the country's most powerful drug cartel. Nemesio Oseguera, known as El Mencho, was the head of the Jalisco New Generation cartel. Mexico says the United States helped provide information for the military operation that led to his death. Previously, the US offered a reward of more than $21 million for information leading to arrest. Well, multiple vehicles have now been set on fire in the state of Jalisco following the operation. The cartel's home state is known for trafficking huge quantities of fentanyl and other drugs into the United States. Well, I'm joined by transnational crime and terrorism expert, Professor Guadalupe Correa Cabrera. Very good morning to you. Tell us a bit more about El Mencho. Who was he?
Nemesio Oseguera, alias El Mencho, was supposedly the sole and main leader of the cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación, the Jalisco New Generation cartel that has presence in a number of states and has caused a lot of violence. And it
has to be related to all the other US activity in Latin America, right? Like, in what way? Like, what way are you insinuating? Like, is it related to these recent, not recent now, is it? But like the stuff that we were looking at last year in relation to the designation of certain people as narco-terrorist organizations and the reasoning or the justification for the Americans to kind of go into other people's countries and wage war on other people's soil when they feel like it, without it being technically an act of war. It's just like, we're dealing with terrorism, right? Hey, like what strikes me as really interesting with the whole Mexican situation is like how Sheinbaum seems to be really, it feels like a campaign. Yeah, it does feel, there is something weird about this one, in the sense that like they were talking about this 6 months ago, about like going in, they're like, we know where the cartels are and we're just going to go in and start taking them out. And like Sheinbaum was like, whoa. Just give us the intel and we'll do it, kind of thing. And they need some wins on the board. Like if what David's been saying already is true, that like the MAGA first crowd aren't too happy about what's going on. MAGA first crowd, the MAGA crowd, the America first crowd is not too happy about the Iranian situation at the moment. Maybe they need some good PR on the home front. So like they can start talking about, like, you know, on Fox Business and all that sort of stuff, they can start talking again about like, hey, you know, 200,000 people died of fentanyl in 2024 under Biden, and he did nothing about it. Hey, fucking Biden. Don't forget that word. Biden. Yeah, they did nothing about it, but here we are, giving intel to the Mexicans. They asked us to stay out of it, so we give them the intel, and they're taking out El Mencho. El Mencho's down. And we're going to stop all the fentanyl from coming into the country. Because that was the reason for going into Venezuela as well, if you remember, was that Maduro was the head of the Cartel de los Sols and needed to be taken out because he was killing Americans by existing. Aussie World, didn't Harris get all this co-op with Mexicans going when she was VP? Get all this co-op with Mexicans going? I don't know. I can't remember, to be honest. Trump wants the whole American continent. Well, this is part of it, right? Slowly taking out the cartels, piece by piece. Or using the cartels as a reason to extend into Mexico. And like Sheinbaum, like she seems like she's playing a very, very delicate game at the moment, but it's like pretty much capitulating to whatever the US wants. Like, oh, we've got information on this person. We want you to take him out. All right, we'll do it. We want you to stop giving oil to Cuba because we want them to die. Oh, okay, fine. We'll stop giving them oil, kind of thing. She seems to be on a very tight leash at the moment. Ye old Sheinbaum.
Supposedly fighting for the control of drug trafficking plazas all around Mexico, and it's the main leader, and he has been one of the main creators of this organization, and that's basically what we know about him. He wasn't present in the media. We didn't know a lot of things about him in the past few years, but we know he had some health issues since the mid 2010s. And this Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación is probably the main organization dealing with drug trafficking and other criminal activities like human smuggling and human trafficking, field smuggling, and a number of other criminal activities. The diversification of criminal activities in Mexico is part of...
That was her role as VP, to work with South American countries to police the cartels better. Well, one of her main roles. And like, how did she go? Did she get El Mencho? Hey, did she? No. That was under Trump's tenure, not this crazy Biden administration that did nothing.
The criminal model of organizations like the Sinaloa Cartel now and the Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación. The Sinaloa Cartel, after the loss of their leadership, it has been weakened, and the Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación is the main cartel and supposedly the most dangerous organization in the country and maybe in the Western Hemisphere.
So what information has been released there, Guadalupe, about the operation, which had American help?
Yes, it was the Mexican military forces that were in charge of this operation, but with help of a military task force.
She was the border SAR. She did a great job, LOL. She done well, but Donnie will take the credit, LOL. So she did all the groundwork, and now he's lapping it up. Is that what you're saying? Is that your take on it? Hey?
Anti-cartel task force of the United States that collaborated, and we don't really know in these operations, usually we don't really know what is the extent of the collaboration or the participation of the United States government. And today we are talking about the Pentagon, the military, after the denomination of cartels and other criminal organizations of the Western Hemisphere as drug trafficking, as terrorist groups. The Pentagon is participating directly out of the U.S. Borders, and going after cartels is one of its main tasks. The national security strategy and the focus on the Western Hemisphere also makes this as a primary goal of the U.S. government. This has been part of the discourse of the United States government, of course, of the President of the United States and all its cabinet before the election of 2024 and today. This has been a primary task of the United States government. That's why they help the Mexican military.
Guadalupe, it's led to violence on the streets. What's happening and why is that happening?
Well, this is happening because that's part of a kingpin strategy. When you go and you behead a cartel or a criminal organization, there is a fight for the control of the leadership of this group. And this group was fighting the control of territory or the so-called drug trafficking plazas or plazas where other criminal activities take place. And so other groups are trying to establish control over that territory. That is the mainstream explanation of why after the capture of the leadership of these criminal groups, you have immediately very high levels of violence. That happened in the case of the Sinaloa cartel when El Chapo Guzman and his sons and also different leaders of other organizations have been captured. That's what has happened in other occasions. That this generates per se violence because of the control of this the fight for the control within the organization, and because of the weakening of the organization and the attempt of other organizations to control that territory that was dominated by the group.
Guadalupe Correa Cabrera, thank you.
She was not working on the border as such. Her role was to help with cartels causing the destabilization and people fleeing to the US. It's funny how it's the whole, border situation has been reduced to people fleeing from, cartels or the general kind of destabilized Central American or Latin American scene, let's say. Let's include the whole of South America, not just Central America. This whole, the region's just completely destabilized. It's full of cartels, and because of the violence that's in Latin America, people, you need someone to go down and sort that out so they don't flood into the country. And it's just well, hold on. Hold the phone. Why are they so destabilized in the first place? It hasn't been there's been a particular and conceded effort from their North American counterparts to keep them specifically maldeveloped and in states of chaos through, military coups, insurrections, the pillaging of their economies via foreign investments and American corporations, the Banana Republic, all of this sort of stuff for decades and decades now. The Americans have been in Latin America deliberately destabilizing their governments and their organization, getting rid of left-wing governments and evil socialist governments. Anyone who's tried to maintain the sovereignty of their resources and their workforces in Latin America have been overthrown or somehow interfered with their political processes to bring in right-wing governments or dictatorial type of governments, military governments or whatever, whoever does business with American corporations. And the region has been systematically destroyed. Central America, the top part of South America, has been systematically kept under control of America and for the plundering of American corporations. And everyone's just oh, look at that area. Hey, look at them all flooding into the US. What do you think is going to happen with Venezuela now? Am I right? Hey, Venezuela's completely fucked. The US is going to take control of their oil, and the Venezuelan people who are already fleeing anyway because the economy was completely screwed by US sanctions. Where else are they going? Hey, they travel through northern South America, get on the fucking train, and they start making their way north. And they all try to cross the US border and seek some type of, I don't know, alternative, some type of asylum, some type of refuge in North America, the exact place that has been destabilizing their parts of the world. And so like they try to find some alternative lifestyle. And then everyone's just like, oh my God, there's a migration crisis. There's 20 million people attacking the borders. And it's all because of cartels who are also like set up apparently by the American deep state or special forces and all that sort of stuff. So it's all like North American interference in South American and Central American affairs, which causes all these people to uproot themselves and have to find alternative places to live. And then people are all upset that like there's a migration crisis. And it's like, it's all linked. It's not just because of like outrageous cartel activity, where the cartels come from in the first place, from an environment completely created by foreign interference. It all feeds into each other. Everyone always acts like it's completely separate. Like, oh, there's a caravan coming. Like they all just decided one morning, they're like, oh, you know what? Let's move to the US and we'll just cross the border. Like their countries haven't been completely screwed over by decades and decades of destabilization. Friendly reminder, Oddcast goes live 7 p.m. Come and see how us cookers act in our natural habitat. Come say hi in the comments, then promote this stream on there. Interesting. Seek freedom. I remember when Trump said he was going to go after the cartels. Never happened. Venezuela will just become like Hawaii or Puerto Rico. Yeah, so they say. The CIA destroyed them countries because back in the day, it had to be self-funded, and Coke was the business they got into and fucked it for everyone there. And then they wonder why people are trying to pour into North America. More than the entire taxpayer of Australia crossed into America illegally. Wrap your head around that. And like wrap your head around the fact that like, let's just say that's true. Like 20 million people moved across. Like, why are 20 million people moving like that? I'm sure if you asked all of them, did you really want to leave home? I'm sure most of these people would be like, no. I like my existence just the way it was until my life was completely turned upside down. The US government worked out that that was not the best idea and decided to give their own money printing press. Give them their own. It's capitalism, baby. Well, it's a very, American kind of specific form of capitalism, right? Like how they've been really using like Central and the top part of South America as their literal backyard, and destabilizing the region very specifically to ensure that they can continue to do business there and foreign capital gets to control and privatize their resources and ensure business. Yes, that's definitely capitalism. But like not all capitalist countries have treated their neighbors, their direct neighbors like this. I need my t-shirt of this. But it's just so rich, though. Like to turn around and blame the people that are trying to flood into Northern America. It's just so rich to blame them. Like they're just itching to get some of that sweet, sweet freedom kind of thing. And like their countries, their regions, their localities, their communities haven't been completely devastated by foreign interference in the first place. Owning the capital of other countries is the American business model. Yeah. But like this type of, the destabilization, you have to ask. It's like, when like people in Europe are like complain about how people consistently come into Europe from like North Africa or the Middle East, and they're flooding our countries. And like, let's just take it on face value. Yeah, let's just say like, yes, they are flooding your country. There's a migration crisis, and you're just like, but why? Like, do you reckon these people just got up one day and they were just like, you know what, fuck it, I don't like this house anymore. I feel like a sea change, and they just get on a caravan. They get in a boat and they just rough it out in the Mediterranean. Like, that's a fucking fantastic idea. Like, these people have been physically displaced by foreign policy of other countries who have fucking waged war and terrorized their community, their countries, have torn their countries to pieces. And now they're looking for somewhere else to go. Like, if you just left them alone, you know, you wouldn't have the migration crisis that you're so worried about, right? Like, just leave them alone. Let them do their own thing, and they won't come and swamp your country. There was a lot of Chinese that crossed the border as well. America wants other countries' capital going back to America, not their citizens. Well, like, you know, that's arguable as well, right? In the sense that they'll take it if they provide cheap labor, and they have traditionally taken them, but they also want to have their cake and eat it and just be like, oh yeah, they're flooding our country, and not providing anything else in return. They're just flooding our country. But we know that like there's significant input into the cheap labor required to run the American economy. But they want to be able to complain about them at the same time, obviously. Then there was the children that were going missing, getting delivered to rich donor families without the parents. We know what that was about. Open borders is a bad policy, any way you cut it. Look, I think you're completely missing the point there. You should be able to have open borders and not have, as you said, millions of people feel like they should come in and look for refuge somewhere. Like, why are they there in the first place? Knocking on the door, seeking asylum, seeking refuge. Why are they there? Like, I would put it to you that you would ask a lot of these people, these millions of people that all around the world are invading Europe and are invading North America. Like, why are they uprooting themselves? Just for a sea change? A tree change? Or have their countries being completely screwed over by foreign policy? I love that foreign policy word. It's so good, isn't it? It's just like, well, what do you mean by foreign policy? Oh, it's just like when we decide to wage war on other countries or destabilize their governments for our business purposes. Foreign policy just sounds so much nicer, doesn't it? Oh, yes. What is your foreign policy towards Iran? Oh, well, we're deciding whether or not we should destabilize their government through crippling economic warfare and sanctions, and then follow that up with military strikes, which will destroy the government and kill thousands and thousands of innocent people. Damn, how are we going to package that to people? Just call it foreign policy, and then it sounds official. Yeah, I like that. Let's go with foreign policy. Lovely. I love that. Yes, Americans squeeze weak nations as well. You offer welfare, millions will come. That's like they've had welfare for long enough. Okay, they've had welfare for long enough. Why didn't they, like in the 60s or whenever, when they started, let's say, like, no, they've had welfare for longer than that. Like, I don't believe that millions of people are just like, all right, they've got welfare, it's time to go collect, let's go cash in. I think that they've been destabilized, then they go looking for an alternative. Because they go to other countries first, and then the other countries are like, no, you keep moving. Keep moving. Don't stop here. America's that way. The US is that way. Talking about the binary of open or closed borders, is being too myopic. Think bigger. That's my stance on illegal immigration. If we worked on making their country better, they wouldn't want to come here. Yeah, or just like not destroying other people's countries in the first place, right? Like, look at Syria, right? Like all like Germany's problems, like they say, are all from Syrian refugees and stuff like that. That's what they're complaining about, the Germans. This is like, do you remember what happened to Syria? I'm pretty sure you let that happen. You turned a blind eye to that, Germany. We've been tricked into letting capital flow all around the world, but as soon as someone wants to escape being bombed, they're illegal. That's pretty much, right? Why do you have to make their countries better? Well, like, either do you want them to stop coming to your country or not? Dilemmas. If you allow people to develop, then they wouldn't want to come to your country, I guess. In the meantime, let's not make our country worse, but by taking on... but taking on more than our means. We are truly failing as a worldly society. Yeah, the human race has got some fucking problems. Okay, that's for sure. We could do better. Shouldn't they make their own countries better? We defend borders based on some old dead cunt's belief as to where they should stand. Welfare, fair dinkum, look up how the white South Africans are going and ask them how good welfare is in the US. Oh my God. That's really funny that you brought that up, actually. Because like they were all brought over, right? They've been bringing them over and they're falling through the cracks of the American welfare system. That's what you're talking about, right? That's actually really funny. Let's have a look at that. That's hilarious. Let's take a look at what happens when there's like those nice migrants that you really want in your country. Let's see what the Americans do with them. That's a funny point. Aussie, well done. South African refugees face challenges with the US system. Remember how like they were like, the white South Africans are under attack. We got to bring them here. We got to bring those nice the Afrikaans, bring them over. Let's see what the Americans do with the nice people of South Africa. Yeah, that's what you're talking about. Yeah, let's have a look at this. This is funny. Well, it's not funny. Like, you got to feel sorry for these people. But like, hey, they were sold the American dream.
Back. You may recall last year we reported on the Trump administration's decision to limit the number of refugees entering the United States. That number was set at 7,500, a significant cut from the Biden era. In addition, the administration...
Yeah, I know, and these are the nice ones.
is prioritizing white South Africans for admission, a group it says faces persecution at home, something the South African government disputes. Well, now an investigation from the Free Press shows many of those white South Africans, also known as Afrikaners, are barely scraping by because of what they say are failures in U.S. government systems. Madeline Rowley is an investigative reporter for the Free Press, and she joins us now from Virginia to talk about this. And we should note the Free Press and CBS News share a parent company in Paramount Skydance. Madeline, good morning. Talk to us about the conditions some of these refugees say they are experiencing, because the administration made it seem as if they were being prioritized. They are a special group.
Good morning. Thanks so much for having me on. Yes, I spoke to 10 South African refugees who told me that, you know, they came to the U.S. hoping for a better life, a better situation, just as other refugees. And the government contracts with 7 refugee resettlement agencies that are paid hundreds of millions of dollars per year to provide safe, sanitary, and affordable housing. And unfortunately, what I heard...
Did those South Africans come to America illegally? No. I don't think so. And they're still getting treated like shit. This is what we're talking about, dilemmas. Just listen.
From these Afrikaner refugees is that they're spending weeks in motels in unsafe areas. They're being offered housing that is full of mold, apartments that are full of mold in expensive areas. So each refugee is allotted $2,000, and all of that has been going to rent. So they're really left with nothing And these agencies are supposed to help them apply to jobs, obtain temporary benefits such as SNAP and Medicaid. And basically, other people from the community, like neighbors, are having to step in because they just, in some cases, can't even get a hold of their resettlement agencies.
And Madeline, what jumps out to me about what you're saying is we have this almost split screen between what you're describing their life is like now.
So like
and
they
how
were just like, what would you say? They were like, they're like political collateral damage. Like in the American culture wars, that was like, we got to stop all the illegals from coming over the border thanks to Biden. And we're going to let in the nice Afrikaners from South Africa. We'll let them in instead. They're being persecuted anyway. They're killing the whites. We'll let them in. And they let them in. And like, they were like, yeah, we'll come to the US. Thank you. Thanks for the offer. And they've kind of just dumped them because it's not in the public discourse anymore. No one's talking about that issue right now. So like they got them here and there was some nice pictures. They took some photos, resettling whites to America, and we're done. Thank you very much. And they've just left them stranded inside America.
they looked in May of 2025 when they were being welcomed here? They were holding American flags. They had smiles on their
Seems America shouldn't take on immigration without right services in place to support them, which is my entire stance on immigration. But they did bring them here. They brought them here legally. They encouraged them to come here, and they're hanging them out to dry. So, to be honest, this is actually a very strange situation. You must admit, Dilemmas. You don't think the Americans have the resources to look after a handful of Afrikaners? Like, come on, bro. Seriously. They have the resources to look after these people, for sure. And they look right. Like, they got the added bonus. They look the part. Are a puppy you buy to save a relationship, but it doesn't work? That is a hilarious analogy, man. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, I think Musk and Grok were talking about white genocide or something, right? 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 Oh yeah, we forgot we moved people here as a result of that Grok conversation.
faces. When you asked refugee groups about these issues with the resettlement process, what are they telling you? How common is this?
Well, from what I could tell, I mean, there is an entire network of people as they come. I mean, people I spoke to came as soon as 2 weeks ago. And what they do is, they have a network through social media groups and WhatsApp, and they're all realizing, oh no, I'm stuck in this hotel. I only have a certain amount of food. They don't have transportation. They don't have the right clothing. I talked to 3 refugees who are in Detroit. It's very cold there. They do not have coats. So they're realizing that they really feel alone. So I think with that original group, now we're sort of seeing, I think so far, over 1,600 Afrikaner refugees have come. And now we're seeing sort of the cracks in the system here when it comes to how these resettlement agencies work. They have regional offices all throughout the United States where the money from the federal government trickles down. Some of them, one refugee resettlement agency, their federal expenditures topped $727 million in fiscal year 2024. So I think we have to ask here, why are these refugees being told there's no budget for food, or there's no other apartments or places to show them that are in safe and sanitary areas?
So Madeline, in our last few moments, what are these resettlement groups telling you? And are other refugee groups expressing the same amount of challenges?
Well, I mean, I think that's one of the questions that my reporting for the Free Press raises. I spoke to the neighbor of one Afrikaner family who was resettled in North Carolina. And the neighbor told me, she's been helping this family. She gave them air mattresses, pillows. She spent $300 of her own money to help this family. And she told me that previously there was a family from Afghanistan, a refugee family from Afghanistan, who was living in this rental home, and they experienced the same challenges. So I think this really raises the question. The majority of Afrikaners, a lot of Afrikaners do speak English. It's not their first language.
I think they just kind of explained it, like they gave a example for you, their dilemmas of an agency that gets $727 million, an agency, $727 million to rehouse and help these African refugees and others. And somehow there's no money to feed these people properly and help them integrate into American society. It sounds pretty suspicious to me. It sounds like the NDIS stuff you guys were all discussing before. It sounds like there is money from the government for all this stuff, but there are people that are gaming the system. Companies set up just to siphon money from the taxpayer. What, Doge did not stop this fraud? What? Yeah, what the fuck? I thought Musk would care. I want to help out the South Africans. So apparently not.
And not all of them here speak English, but I think this raises the question as to whether or not other refugees that are going through this refugee resettlement system are experiencing the same thing. And this is sort of the first time that we're hearing about it.
And we did just show a statement from the Office of Refugee Resettlement saying every effort is made to provide them with safe and sanitary housing. Madeline, we appreciate your reporting, putting a spotlight on this, and we thank you for joining us.
Yeah, watch out, Madeline. They're going to get you. $2K a month is more than what some American seniors are living on. So the fact that they are white doesn't change anything. They don't have the services in place, even through planning or outright corruption. What y'all having for dinner? Shame they're missing their 4-bedroom houses with a garden and a swimming pool. Yeah, I know, right? Why did we come here in the first place? Suckers. What about the Americans without home, food, and healthcare? When you're used to privilege, equality feels like oppression. Damn. That's a savage take, that one. My God. Who's this guy? Fuck. Facts. Well said. Savage. That's what that was. My God. That's exactly what they're running from in South Africa. Damn. Fuck. Let's just read that one more time. When you're used to privilege, equality feels like oppression. Oh, man. Housing is a distribution issue. Wealth is a distribution issue. Immigration is a distribution issue. Government spending is a distribution issue. All problems can be fixed. Can be solved by fixing distribution. Hey, you dirty commie, KK. It sounds like some planned economics there. Distribution and planning. You dirty commie. The American First crowd want all immigration stopped from everywhere, whatever the color. I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. So the idea immigrants get all these services and live like kings on the taxpayer is all right-wing propaganda. Yeah. Yeah, look at these poor Afrikaners. They can't afford food and appropriate clothing, given how cold certain climates are. That's pretty crazy. Acting like South Africans aren't being killed over there. We need a South African correspondent. I'm only going by what I've heard from South Africans. David, according to Leo, an AI search engine, roughly 14,000 citizens of mainland China applied for political asylum in the US in 2024. On average, the US only approves about 30% of these applications. That's interesting. 14,000. I wonder what that is as a percentage of like 1 billion people. I wonder if that's a lot. Hey, they're living the American dream. Savage, bro. This is savage. Oh my God. Oh. Yeah, where is Elon Musk when his people need help? Oh, man. Very interesting. All right. I got to leave it there. I got to bounce. But yeah, thank you everybody for hanging out today. Been interesting. Covered some interesting territory. So yeah, thanks for your interactions. If you're watching this after the fact, thank you. If you haven't already and you're watching this on YouTube, please make sure you hit the like button. It does help with the with the algorithm. Ah, yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I do have to bounce though. Good, interesting at the end there with his little case study. That's for sure. Voltaire, thanks for hanging out. Captain Bucket, Dilemmas, David, catching a stream. It's good to have you. Aussie Welder, KK Online. Who else we got here today? Rogue, Wookie. Who else we got? 4AS has been in the house too, hanging out. Had some interesting conversations going on before. I think Ravy Baby was in the house. Woozle was here. Mamupa, chilling out. Jag in the house. Ninja Nurse here earlier. I think Indoctrinathan came in before and said hi. Thank you, everyone. We had Clarice hanging out for a bit too. Yes, yes, yes. That's right. I can't see everyone because I can't go back too far. But yeah, thank you, everyone, for your interactions and chilling out. And we will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, etc., etc. You know how it is. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you on the morrow. Cheers.